Hello, welcome to the stream. Everybody's sleeping, so I'm trying to be quiet here. A lot happened. A lot. I was doing a lot, trying to get a lot done before the stream. So forgive me for being a little late. I'll have to start a little later tomorrow. It's good to see everybody here. Big news happened over the week on Friday. We're going to go over that right now. So let's first talk about Thursday, because Thursday was a big day. Kate James came in there, guns are blazing. And by the way, it's good to see everybody, and I will get everybody to the chat. I'm so sorry I'm a little late again. I apologize. But at least you guys are here. So we had Kate James, and she looked tough. She reminded me of someone who was, what do I say? Like the Black Widow, man. She was like there, like real tough, really angry. Great witness. She told it like it was. She said, listen, Amber didn't pay me a lot of money. She paid me poorly. Hold on a second. My daughter's here. Yes, ma'am. I'm live. I'm going to be live to 5. So what's up?
I just want to say hi.
Hi. So with that, we had. So with that, we had Kate. No, don't go crazy. Oh, you want to say hi? Come here. Maya wants to say hi to everybody. So. Okay. Okay. Linda says hi, Maya, and hold on. This Tal
Hi.
says hi.
Hey, Sal.
This Tal. Tal's there. Oh, it's going so fast. I can't keep up. Is
Hi,
Liz?
Emma. Hi, Emma. Hey,
Be-
Rachel.
My mommy's sleeping. Jackie.
Hey, Jaggy.
Issa.
Hi, Issa. And then, hi, Ginger.
Who's that?
Hey, Margot.
I can't even keep
Hey,
up with it. Oh my
hey,
God.
Tracy.
Tracy.
Hey, Shiny.
Amy.
Shiny.
Shiny. Who's that?
Hi, Deborah.
Deborah. Hi,
Hey,
Galette.
Colette.
Hi, Galette.
Colette.
Don't be too loud. Mommy's
Hey,
sleeping. Someone has to say it. Hey, Rob, do you think that AH will be wearing all black and white? Yeah. She's totally copying. Oh, here. This is Corrine.
Oh, hi, Corinne.
It's Ginger.
Hey, Ginger.
There's. Well, we might as well do the roll call. There's Chairman.
Oh.
You just stepped on my foot.
Hey,
Thank you.
Chairman.
There's Sue.
Hey, Sue.
And Hannah Sue. Had a Piglet.
Hey, Piglet.
Had a Janie.
Hey, Jane.
Animation.
Hey, Animation.
There you go. Who else is here?
I don't know how to say that.
Alexandria.
Hi, Alexandria. Hey, Jay.
That's Jackie.
Hey, Jackie.
That's Jackie. You said hi to Issa. Did you say hi to her?
Hey, Rachel.
Rachel. There you go. If I missed anybody during the roll call, I'm trying to be quiet because my wife's sleeping. Just let me know. Oh, who?
Hey, Tal.
It's Carmen.
Hey, Tal.
Hey, Tal.
Hey, Carmen.
Did we say? Oh, Little Miss Anonymous. There we go.
Little Miss Anonymous. Unicorn.
Affected Beauty. Carrie.
Affected Beauty.
Say hi to Carrie.
Hey, Carrie.
Hi, Carrie. How are you? Hope you had a good weekend.
Teacher
I'm sorry. I'm
Rob.
trying to keep up with so much here. I'm sorry. Is Affected Beauty?
The Affected Beauty.
She says, LOL, it's rare I managed to catch it live and I am a bit of a lurker. That's fine. If I'm honest, long time. Oh, thank you. Rob's Rules, your wee one is such a cutie pie. She means you. You're a cutie pie. She means that you're a cutie pie. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I was wondering, I said, boy, I've never seen that name before.
How's like Rob says, Deborah?
It's still the same. I have to go to physical therapy, but I'll have to do that in May
Hey,
when I go
Liz.
back to work.
Liz is
You
here.
know, okay, so let me go over review my. Just give me my phone and a bottle of water, and then go play because mommy's sleeping. Oh, Issa gave me something. Yeah, Issa gave me super chat, and I can't see it because it's not showing me. Where is it? Did I miss it? Oh, Emma's here. Good morning, Emma P. I see Emma here. I got a lot to do in little time here. A little time. All right. Let me rush. I gotta really
Wait,
rush
I
here.
gotta go on YouTube
You're not. You're not
and
gonna.
send the super chat and see the super
You don't
chat.
send it, Maya. You
I
don't
see.
send the super chat. Is not what
I
you
mean,
do.
see.
Yeah, it's not showing. Yeah, there it is. All right, I gotta lower it. Let me see the super. I'll see if I can find the super chat in time. No, it does show me on my phone, but I'm not finding. So I'm sorry, Issa. Thank you, but I can't find what super sticker it is. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I can't find a thing. All right, so anyway, I'm going to leave this up. Yes, Eve is gone, and I'm going to read you guys the transcript from Friday, and we're going to go over that right now, why it happened. All right, Mike, get off my phone. Go.
I just wanted to see
I got a lot to
the
do.
chocolate egg.
I got a lot to do, Bippy. Go. I got a
I'm
lot.
hungry.
How many snacks you got in your room?
I
If
have
I
a
go in that
chocolate
room,
egg.
okay, if I go in the room, I'm going to eat everything in your room today because you're not eating it. You're not eating it, and I don't know why you're not eating it. What do you want, Maya?
A chocolate egg.
So go have it. You have it in your room, baby. I said you can have it. And then later I'll give you whatever you want to eat.
It's not in my room. It's on the couch.
Oh, then you left it on the couch. Why are you asking me where you left it? Silly. I don't know where you left it. I said you could have it. And then I'm going to give you breakfast. All right, so we're going to go over this. Bear with me. I just woke up. The the trial was draining. So if I can get there, things don't want to. Okay, I'm going to read this to you. I hope you can see it in full screen. Let me see how you guys see it. Oh, it's all right. You don't see as good as I see it. All right, so this is what happened here. No, I didn't want that. This is the transcript from Friday. In case you missed what happened Friday, Eve got kicked out of the courtroom. Why did Eve get kicked out of the courtroom? She got kicked out of the courtroom because she was using electronic devices. I did a video on this. She stayed behind the attorneys on purpose. She had a laptop. It wasn't Photoshop. She did have the laptop. That was a true picture. She also had a cell phone. She tweeted during the trial at like 4:30, I think, and the judge didn't know. The court officer told they sent it to the back of the room. They sent some of the Johnny Depp fans to the back of the room, and then they kicked out Eve. For those who don't know, and some of you don't know this, and this is very interesting. Oh, another super chat, just another super stick. Oh, maybe I could catch this one. Oh, hurry. I'm sorry, it's the phones that. Oh, okay. You sent me. You sent me poo. Can anybody see this? Here. It's from Issa Mello. Turd. There you go. Thank you, Issa. I will not do that live. Sorry. I was supposed to do the super sticker shows, but that I can't do. So thanks again for the super sticker. Let me see if I can read this because it comes out. Yeah, I can. Okay. So here's what transpired between Depp between the attorneys on Friday. Hopefully, this will give you a better understanding. This is on April 15th. Also, want you to know that two Johnny Depp fans got kicked out of the courtroom. I believe it was because of Eve Barlow. She went into their social media and they got doxxed. And they were in an article from a newspaper here in New York. I'm not going to say more than that. And their names were in it. And I refused to do a video on it because I didn't want to go to those lengths. You know, I'm going to leave it at that. So, okay. So the court says, and this is for Friday. Okay, it says, okay, we have the court reporter. All right, is this your matter? And Ben Chu says, yes, Your Honor. Very briefly, good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court. And Ben Chu, have we sworn in? He said, I apologize. The court says, raise your right hand. Please stand for me. I just can't see you. Thank you. Court reporter was duly sworn. Court says, the judge, the court, when they say the court, it's the judge. Sorry, I apologize. Thank you. Ben Chu says, good evening. No, good morning. It's not good evening. Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court. Ben Chu for Johnny Depp. I have a preliminary matter, but it's a very serious one. The judge goes, okay. Ben goes, it won't take much time. Okay. He goes, may I approach? Yes, sir. And then Chu goes, Your Honor, we are moving, it's just not or Johnny Depp, for Johnny Depp. So we are moving, and he goes, okay, let me read again. Your Honor, we are moving, or Johnny Depp is moving, for the permanent exclusion of Eve Barlow from the court. Goes, Eve Barlow? Who is Eve Barlow? Ben goes, Eve Barlow is a journalist and Mrs. Heard's current girlfriend who was sitting in the front row. And Judge goes, okay. Ben goes, yesterday the court ordered to the back now, and then she was later, as we'll discuss in a minute, thrown out at 4:31 p.m. by a lieutenant. But if I could explain to the court, okay, says the judge, what the court is seeing, you will recall yesterday, Mr. Rottenborn came up with what was Miss Barlow's phone. Of course, it's okay. And he showed you the first, hold on, I got to scroll to the top. The first document that you are looking at, the shorter version. Judge goes, right? This text is from Mr. Daughters, Gina Daughters. We understand that she was properly excluded. But this is what he showed, Your Honor, saying to the court, representing to the court that Miss Daughters had texted since the start of the trial. And Your Honor will see that what Mr. Rottenborn showed you did not have the date. If you look at the second document, you will see, Your Honor, I'm sorry, it's an Instagram post. It's an Instagram post. So Mr. Rottenborn, the judge stops Ben at this time. It's not like I would know the difference, but thank you for the clarification. Now, Miss Myers goes, you're welcome. I guess she's on Johnny's team. I'm not sure. So, Mr. Chu, that's Ben, I didn't give my age, but so what Mr. Rottenborn showed you was Miss Daughter's Instagram post without the date. And the second document you're looking at was her post, and it shows the date, which makes it very clear that this was January 8th of 2021. Okay, keep that in mind. That it's very clear that this is from January 8th of 2021. That is a material misrepresentation. Ms. Daughters posted this during the London trial. The judge goes, okay. Ben goes, that was very disturbing. We believe it was fraud upon the court. We believe that Mr. Rottenborn, as an officer of the court, should have taken a look at what he was handing up to the court, especially since it was handed to him by someone in properly sitting in the front row, a reporter and Miss Heard's girlfriend. And that's not where it ends, Your Honor. Unfortunately, Ms. Barlow has been passing notes to and from Ms. Heard from the beginning of the trial, and she has been sending out live tweets throughout the trial. The judge says, is she still sending out tweets? She was at 4:31 p.m. yesterday, and she was removed by this court. Okay, so that's some of it. Let's see if I can get the rest of it for you as I scroll up here. No. Sorry, I have my tweets in between. Okay, this is my first tweet. This is part 3. This I think is the second part. This I believe is from Amber's team. So some of it is missing, but this is what this is all I got. We went over this one. I think this is it. This is part 2. So I don't know how I have part 2 and showing part 3 and it doesn't show part 1. It's very odd. I don't know what happened to part 1. Somehow it didn't. It tweeted and it didn't tweet. So I apologize why part 1 didn't come across. So I'm going to read you part 1. Why didn't part 1 come across the tweeter? That's annoying. That's very annoying. I can't believe. Oh, I'll have to read it from here. Okay. I will just go what I have. Somewhere I'm missing something. I don't understand why I'm missing it. Sucks. Anyway, it says this was Miss Barlow's post during Miss Velasquez's opening. You'll see her. So she was tweeting from the courtroom, says the judge. She was tweeting in the courtroom. She was sitting right here, tweeting during Miss Velasquez's opening. Your Honor may remember that Miss Velasquez said that Miss Heard would be giving the performance of her lifetime. So she says in real time, actually, it was Velasquez who was giving the performance of her lifetime. So this is a contemptuous with my colleague's opening. She's live tweeting and going it all out to the public. And finally, And this is the last time, I'm sorry, Your Honor, will remember that when we raised this issue, Your Honor ordered people to the back. So Ms. Barlow reluctantly left the first seat, went to the back. And this is the tweet that got her thrown out the last time. What does Amber Heard hope to achieve? She has a gorgeous 1-year-old daughter, and she said she was the beginning of the rest of my life in 2021, 12 months after her mother died. I have no idea what that tweet was, and I did see that tweet. And it was from that point that Lieutenant Porter saw her violating the court's order and asked her to leave. Now, Your Honor, if this was just an isolated, well, actually, I'll take that back. It's more the court. If you violate the order, you violate the order. Then it's more than enough to get her thrown out permanently. But it takes place in a context. Your Honor will remember the inappropriate disclosure of the sexual assault violations and violation of the protective order, perhaps more aggressively, because people, I think it says aggressively, because people weren't on participating by WebEx in this one. 2 days before the trial, Ms. Heard posted on Instagram her opening argument. And I understand none of the jurors referred to it, but she made it very clear in her Instagram post that, let me scroll up, that Mr. Depp's name wasn't mentioned in her op-ed, which was the primary feature of Mr. Rottenbaum's opening. That was very egregious. I think that's it, egregious. Then during, it's with an E, egregious. Sorry, my eyes. Then during the opening, to try to throw me off, Miss Bettenhoff, that's Elaine, made an improper objection saying, she tried to mention it. The point is, Your Honor, the court's orders must mean something. We're trying to play by the rules here, and it's outrageous what Ms. Barlow has done. She was thrown out yesterday, and all we're asking, a very limited form of relief, is that she be barred from attending for the rest of the trial. The court, all right. And then she calls up Elaine. Oh, God, here we go. Thank you, Your Honor. I actually had absolutely no clue that he was going to raise this morning. So I'm responding, so it's cold. First of all, now catch this. Remember what Ben said. Ben said that E. Barlow was a journalist and Amber Heard's girlfriend. This is pretty key here. So Elaine says the opposite. First of all, E. Barlow is not a journalist. Second of all, she's not Miss Heard's. The court says, well, I really don't care all about that. She was tweeting live in my courtroom, and that is 431. Then Elaine says, I didn't know about that, Your Honor. The court said, well, I do. I can read 431, April 14, 2022. Elaine says, I know the court stops her again, says, and I know the deputies took her out because she was texting. That's against the court order. I don't let anybody, if I find anybody else texting, they don't get to come back in. So why would she be able to come back in? Then Elaine says, and I have no knowledge of this, Your Honor. And I know, says the court, you didn't. And understand that, and I mean that, like I say, when people are passing notes, I thought, well, legal teams. That's why I gave you the first row, because of legal teams. And then more information comes to me in bits and pieces that it's not the legal team. Okay, so move back. And Elaine says, and then, let me go to the other part. This is it, the last part. But then she is still texting, says the court. Elaine says, let me back up just a little bit. Ms. Barlow was not here during the opening. She was not present in the courtroom. And the judge stops her and says, well, she was present when she did this live tweet in my courtroom. And then Elaine says, and that may be, Your Honor. I have no knowledge of it. And I have no way to address that, Your Honor. And the judge says, well, I do. Miss Barlow is not coming back into the courtroom during this trial. Elaine says, okay. The court says, okay. And Elaine says, all right, thank you, Your Honor. The court says, thank you. Ben Chu says, thank you, Your Honor. And that concludes it. And that's the end of that. So there you go. So I'm going to stop this. And there you go. So a lot happened on Friday. I just found that yesterday. That is the transcript. I don't know how you will feel about that. Eve Barlow is gone. And she's gone because, like everybody was saying on Twitter, she was breaking the rules. Somebody said it here. Is this legal? Is this legal? So when people were sending me, and thanks to all you sending me pictures of the laptop, thanks to all you sending me transcript, thanks to all you sending me this stuff, I was going to go to the attorneys and I was just going to mail them this stuff. But then I found out Friday that they had done this. So I was like, well, there's no need for me now to go ahead and do this because it's already been done. And thank you, Issa Mello, for your 2 super chats. I really appreciate it. That was very nice of you. So I will, of course, update all this on Twitter as the trial happens. I will do this Monday to Thursday. I'll be on Twitter. I'll be on here. The panel will open up right around the time the court opens. I have to step away for a little bit during when the court opens. So at 10 o'clock, we'll jump over. Listen, I'm not going to jump over 10 minutes too because they're just going to stand there like this and do nothing. You're not going to hear anything. And they got to wait for the judge to step into the courtroom. So I don't feel like showing 10 minutes of people standing and then I can't get all this in. Everybody's like, oh, they're starting and starting. They're there. They're there. That's all they are. I just want to get this all in because a lot happened. And everybody's like, is this legal? Is this legal? Listen, I wrote to Lara B. I was like, this shouldn't be happening. The rule is in any courtroom, you shut off your electronic devices. And Eve was literally sitting there with a laptop on, hiding behind the attorneys, and then she was tweeting. And I tried, yes, I will, Liz. Be sure to drink some water in between. There you go. Yeah, so Ben basically brought up the fact that the Instagram post that was brought up was old. It was from the UK trial. Now, some people said, now, I don't know, I'm not a lawyer, so I can't. And again, it has to do with Virginia law. So it doesn't matter what New York law says. It doesn't matter what New Jersey law says. It doesn't matter what California law says. It doesn't matter. It depends on what Virginia law says. I don't practice in Virginia. That's the only thing. So can the witness come back? Can the witness be called back? I don't know. The judge, here's the thing. She admitted that she was following a trial. Now, had she said no, and had they questioned about an Instagram post, and then they showed her the Instagram post, and she said, well, yeah, this was from 2021, well, then she's in good shape. But she admitted that she was following the trial. And to me, that's a problem. That's where it's going to lie, that I don't think she's going to be able to come back. Because you admit something, you're in front of the court, you're telling the court, yeah, I was watching a trial. And the judge said, my rule was for you not to do that. So had she said no, and then said, well, what is this post from? And then she said, oh, yeah, this is from 2021. I didn't post this now. Most likely she wouldn't have been kicked off. So I don't think she's coming back based on that factor. She admitted it. You admit something on the bench, that's your testimony. The rule is the rule. Like the judge said during the transcript, my rule is the rule. I said no cell phones, there's no cell phones. I said no laptops, there's no laptops. That's it. I allowed the legal team this. I didn't allow anybody else this. And Dart said that to me. Dart said when I was on eHacker stream, when it was me, Dart, and eHacker, that hey, I tried to hide the cell phone in my pocket to try and get a picture, but the court office was going back and forth, and I didn't want to get kicked out of the courtroom, which she would have got kicked out of the courtroom. Now, 2 Johnny Depp fans got kicked out. The story is, and I'm not going to post that here, and I'm not going to go over it too much, is that they had said something to Amber in the courtroom. And with that being said, Eve happened to pass along their information from Twitter, as she found them on Twitter, and she made it seem as if they're a threat to Amber Heard because of something that they have tweeted. And then their names got out there in an article from a newspaper. So it took a little turn. That's all I know. I don't know much more. Maybe you do. So 2 Johnny Depp fans, supporters, did get kicked out of the courtroom, Eve Barlow got kicked out of the courtroom. Eve Barlow. Now, some people are saying Amber Heard has an Apple Watch. I didn't see it. I'm going to look at her wrist. But again, the picture isn't so clear because we're so far back in the studio, in the in the courtroom. That's very hard to see up close. And I can't see her wrist or something like that. I don't know. Will Eve be texting her? Will he be texting the lawyers? And is that legal? I don't know. I don't. If the court allows it, it's nothing in the law that says, "Hey, you can't do this." This is just, as far as I know, there's nothing in the law that I remember when I took that exam. I don't remember anything to do with it. I think that's just the judge's rule. The judges have rules too, and just because they're not in the law doesn't mean you obey by what the courtroom rules are. Every courtroom has rules, and they're different rules to follow. And the judge usually makes that clear, or there's usually courtroom rules for everybody, that the clerk will distribute. And, if the judge says, or if the court officer says, hey, no phones, no laptops, everything off at this time, that's the rule. That's it. That's all. Put them on silent, shut them off. That's it. And the court officer usually may catch, may not catch. Depends on how strict everybody is. So, to me, listen, he broke the rule. The court said you broke my rule. You sat there and tweeted. You did a live tweet at 4:31. 4:31, you did a live tweet. That's wrong. And what gives her the right? Now, here's the interesting part. She put on her page, journalist. Ben Chu said this is Amber Heard's girlfriend. Ben Chu said this is Amber Heard. She's a journalist. Elaine said she's not Amber Heard's girlfriend. And then said Elaine said she's not a journalist. I'm confused. Is she a journalist? Is she not a journalist? Who is Eve Barlow? That's what the court said. I don't even know anymore who Eve Barlow is. So she's not Amber's girlfriend. She's not a journalist, but she is a journalist. So she is. And she's not part of the legal team. So the judge was like, well, I gave the legal team permission. I didn't give Eve Barlow permission to sit here and do this kind of thing. Yeah, I mean, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, it came at 8:14, 4:30, and it was on there. I seen people tweeting it. I seen people tweeting the message. And I don't even know what she was trying to get across. What is it? That Amber Heard's doing this because she's a mom? Well, she wasn't a mom in the UK trial. She wasn't a mom when she got divorced to Johnny Depp. What does that have to do with anything? What? I don't know who she is anymore. I don't know what she is. It's so odd. But as far as I know, Gina is going to be off the record. And because she admitted, had she not said that, had Gina not said and been honest and said, yes, Your Honor, I'm following it, I'm watching it. Had Gina said no, then they would have questioned the Instagram post, and then she could have defended and said, yeah, that's from 2021. But she admitted it on the court. That's the problem there. That's the problem. That's why I don't think she's going to come back. That's why I think hers is stricken, because she admitted it and she was honest. But Eve, man, playing hardball, trying to get rid of, and there's a picture that I just got last night of Eve winking to Elaine. Yet here's Elaine Bettenhoff, or whatever her name, Bredhoff, whatever her name is, saying that she has no knowledge. It's very weird. Elaine said she had no knowledge, yet Eve is, and I have the picture. Eve is sitting there winking at her, giving her, yeah, baby, what a good job I did. And she got 2 Depp supporters kicked out. But yeah, she's tweeting, and she's using a laptop, and then she gets kicked out. It's really weird because Elaine's testimony is different than that of Amber Heard. I mean, I don't know who the real Eve Barlow is. I can't answer that question for you. So Eve is gone. That we know. I'm going to go check. It's 9:50. I did get everything. I just want to make sure I got everything in. Let's go check and see if it's up and running. If they're ready yet, I'm just going to go to the channel right here. This thing loads so slow. Oh my God. Let me just check. Hold on. That's funny. I'm not even clicking on things, and yet it's giving me these things. Hold on. All right. Well, this thing does its own. Yeah. It's like, hey, let me show you the war. I don't want to. It's not the war. It's not the war I'm interested in. All right. It's not on yet. They said 10 minutes. So just to show you, I'm going to share the screen. This one, when they come on, you guys don't have to say it's on, it's on, it's on, it's on, it's on. We don't have to worry about that. So there we go. Oh, it's not full screen. Sorry. Hold on. Let me make it full screen. Can I? Can I? No, it's not allowing me yet. Okay. All right. When it comes on and I see it comes on, I'll make it full screen. I don't know why it's not full screen. That's weird. Yeah. Can I do it? Yeah, I could do it from here. I could do it from here. All right. Whatever. I'm doing all sorts of weird things here. Oh, sorry. I'm gonna do that again. That didn't work out the way I wanted to. Sorry. Okay, I got it back again. Sorry. This sometimes this is very. The internet likes to play games with me, and I don't like that. I don't like that it does what it wants to do. All right, there. So maybe it comes on, I'll play around with it. It's on full screen. I'll try to get it even better than this. I don't know why the hell it's not working the way I want it to, but whatever. They said it'll be up in 5 minutes, so hopefully it will be. Oh, that's weird. You do different things here. How about this? Ah, there we go. There we go. Can make small little me, big little TV. So anyway, yeah. So that's the whole thing in a nutshell. Eve's kicked out. Eve's gone. Two of the Depp report. Two of the Depp. Oh, Eve Zamel sent another super sticker, and again I missed it. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to get everything in. Issa, that was very nice of you. Very nice of you. So let's try to get to your comments before the trial comes up. We got about approximately 6 minutes. I'll try to get in whatever you say. Tal says, no worries, Rob. Everything is good. Let's make that bigger for now. We don't have Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. Oh, yes, we do. Yes, we do. Okay, so I guess I'm not going to get much time. They're coming into the courtroom. There's Amber with a big hug. Hey, Amber, what a good girl. How are you? How's everything? There we go. Good. Small little me. So Amber's talking. She got her hair down here. He has her hair down, talking with her lawyers, Ben Rottenbergen over there. Oh, wait, it looks like a different courtroom here. No, it's just the angle. It's not a different courtroom, is it? Is there no benches behind them? No, there's a woman there. No, there's a bench. Okay. I thought for a second they changed courtrooms and they just have them and have nobody allowed in. We'll see. Maybe it's the angle because they're showing Amber Heard. I don't know. Anyway, there's Amber Heard. There is no sound, so it's not you. There won't be sound until they permit it. I'll up the sound level. It's now 60. I'll put it at 100 once it gets going. That heavy set girl should be banned too. She sent up her. Oh yeah, okay. Now they're in the same courtroom. There you go. There's everybody in there. Boy, there's a quick scroll. There's Ben. Oh, here comes John. Oh, he's got his hair back. Sunglasses on. He walked in. Got a suit on. I'm not used to seeing Johnny Depp in a suit, but he got his hair pushed back this time, and he got like a grayish tie. Kind of looks like looking all dapper there. And there you go, looking like a boss, says Tal. Oh, Johnny, what was that? Hubba Hubba? Somebody wrote Hubba Hubba. Who was that? Issa Mel. Yeah, he's got his hair pushed back. I'll try to get your comments. Robin, hey Robin, how are you? Says I love you, JD. Look, my handsome and gorgeous. Looks great as always. Says shiny. Oh wow, sexy man alert. Says Kareen. What else? Alexandria. Nice look on Johnny. Effective Beauty says he's looking very suave today. By the way, do I have you as a? Let me try to catch your comment. Robin, I don't have you as a moderator there. You're blue now, Robin. And Effective Beauty, you both got blue. If you see blue and a wrench next to your name, that means that no one can kick you out of here. Only I can do that. So don't worry. You're not a green person. Nobody. Green means you're a member of the channel. I haven't had member streams because we've been doing this trial. This trial is exhausting. It's 4 days a week. It's Monday to Thursday, for those who don't know. I'll be updating on Twitter as we go. For anybody at work who can't watch this, don't worry. I'll get as much information to you as possible. I can't get everything out. I have to say, during Dr. Kipper's thing, I kind of was out of it. I had to get my daughter. It really didn't. I don't know. I really didn't care to. It was very slow. The afternoon seemed to be slow. Like all those videos were just slow. We didn't even have to see all that. Like oh. What happened? Oh my god. Sorry, technical difficulty. I'll get it back on. I'm so sorry. Power went out. You can't make this up. I was like, what the hell just happened to me? There we go. Sorry about that. Did it pause? Oh god, heaven. It paused. Let's get. Sorry about that. I apologize. The power went out in the laptop. It was like, oh, you ran out of power. Goodbye. I was like, wow, that is so wrong on so many levels. Like, Jesus. Excuse me. This thing doesn't have a lot of juice. I gotta say that. I have a lot of juice. Anyway, this Johnny got his hair back. I think it looks better, my opinion. There's Amber. She got her hair down. I think it looks better on both parties. I'm gonna see if I can see who's in the background. Is Mr. Darth there? Don't pause it. I didn't ask you to pause it. I didn't ask you to pause it. Do I see Mr. Darth? Huh. I don't see him. I don't know why. Now, you see the woman's on her phone, the heavyset woman. Look, I don't know if she's part of her legal team. She's on the phone, clearly looking down. If you look in the top left corner, that lady there, the heavyset woman, She's behind the attorney. She does have something. What is that? A bottle of water, or is that something else? A bottle of water. Okay. There's a court officer there. Hey, buddy, you might want to check out the lady. He's another lady. He's talking to her. Is Elaine talking with one of Depp's attorneys? Yeah, I don't know. We should be beginning. So I'm gonna open up the channel. And if you guys want to, but I'll open the channel when it starts right now. I just don't want to wake anybody up and screaming, and I'm going to scream louder than what I am. I will open the stream in a minute, get you all in here. Sorry, I missed your comments and everything. Elaine looking like a pain. Oh, here goes the judge. There we go.
All right, good morning. All right, are there preliminary matters before the jury comes in? If you could put your microphone on or go to the... Oh, you want to approach with it? Okay, that's fine.
All right, Tal. What's up, Tal?
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. I'm ready for this trial, and Johnny looks like a boss bitch. Come on. Oh, I love it. He's ready to fight. By the way, Rob, look at AA's face. She was preparing her sad face. Like, if she has to cry, she will cry. Like, literally, I looked at her face. I was like, oh no, there we go. Like, literally, like, she's like, I need to prepare, my play of the year.
Yeah.
And I go black again.
Black.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey, Animation, how are you?
Doing good. Oh, for my name, you guys can just call me Anselma. It'll be a lot easier for you.
Okay.
And Selma?
Yes.
Oh, I like that name.
Thank you.
I only hope I will remember, though.
This is great. They got Ben's.
Anselma.
Ben's got Johnny laughing. Got him in a good mood. Johnny's in a good mood today.
He
That's
is.
good.
Hell yeah. I like his tie. It's very
Yeah, I like the
artistic.
tie too. Yeah. Boy, they're really having a conversation here. These things are really heated. I wonder what this is. Oh no, they're laughing. Okay. So I don't know what was good.
All right.
They're laughing.
Anything else preliminary?
Oh, and by the way,
thank you,
AH
Your
has
Okay.
Kleenex on her
Jury?
table, of
All right,
course.
bring the jury out. Oh, sorry. Oh, yes, Dr. Kipper is the last hour.
We had some agreement, we've had agreements on exhibits, quote, and Lloyd, and I
Okay.
didn't know if you wanted us to tell them to you now, because then they're gonna be played, we're agreeing that the ones we have agreements on will
Okay.
be shown.
Do you want to wait for the jury and then you can enter those into evidence? Is that okay? You enter those exhibits into evidence when the jury comes out? Does that sound all right? That works? Okay, that works. Okay. All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Yes, Mr. Nadelhoff, did you have, ladies and gentlemen, you might remember we're in the middle of Dr. Kipper's testimony per deposition, but I think there's some exhibits that need to be moved in.
Thank you, Your Honor. The parties discussed over the weekend, and we have agreement as to plaintiffs' exhibits 41, 42, 47, 48, and 49 of plaintiffs' exhibits. I do believe that there are some slight redactions that I think they have copies of that they can provide to you. And then we also have defendants 1063, which is redacted, and I could provide you a copy, and they also have the redactions.
Okay.
Same for defendants 283, defendants 405, defendants 455, defendants 304, defendants 307, and in addition, 395 and 414 would come in without any redactions, but I can provide you copies of the ones that we.
All right, and have you already done the redactions, or are you still working on redactions?
Your Honor, we have agreed on the redactions except for one document, which we will
Okay,
address. at
and
that
now
time.
42, I already have in evidence. I was just waiting for redactions for that one, so we're still waiting for redactions for that one, correct? Or do you have that for me?
So 42 is,
Okay.
I believe, defendants.
Defendants 42.
Oh, I think we
no.
decided we agreed that for that one that there would be no redactions.
Plaintiffs 42?
Sorry, plaintiffs 42, we
No
agreed
redactions.
after discussion that there would be no redactions.
Okay. Gotcha.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, so all those are entered into evidence, is that correct, with the redactions that you've agreed upon?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so there's no objection?
And there's no objection.
Okay.
If I may, did you address ours?
I think I addressed yours, but,
All right.
and we can provide you, so they have the electronic copies, which are going to be shown while the deposition is being played, and we can provide you copies. I can provide you copies now of the redacted
Right,
ones.
if they're redacted ones, I need copies. If they're not redacted, I have them.
Right,
So
Okay.
yes, okay,
okay.
that'll be fine.
Thank
All
you,
right,
Your Honor.
thank you. All right, I think we're ready. Thank you.
If I may, just before we begin, Your Honor.
Okay,
Just as an explanation for the jury, what you have seen from Dr. Kipper up until this point has been Ms. Heard's counsel examining him. At some point, it'll switch over and it'll be Mr. Depp's counsel examining him.
all right, thank you.
I hate when it gets so low. Ugh.
Mr. Depp informing you that he was upset with Dr. Cowan.
Yes, I remember clearly that he was upset with Dr. Cowan at a certain point.
You know, do you recall this text message from Mr. Depp that I just read to you?
Yes, in reading it, I do.
Okay. And then Mr. Depp wrote to you again on July 5th, 2015, and said, "You're a great man and a great friend. As much as I would love to see you, ... be a waste of your time, ... I've just got quite a lot going on with business stuff, my Keith film, and some Amber issues, ... By the way, I'll try not to be too subtle about this, ... Cowan should be stripped of his license to practice his supposed profession, ... And then he should be stripped and spray painted whilst handcuffed to a stop sign. 3 exclamation points. He is at best a fraudulent, irresponsible turd of monumental proportions. 3 exclamation points. I love you, Johnny." You recall this text message from Mr. Depp?
Again, I do upon reading this. I don't remember all the specific messages I got from him, but I certainly remember the gestalt of his feelings.
Okay. And do you continue to work with Dr. Cowan? Do you continue to refer patients to Dr. Cowan? Let me ask it differently.
Yes. I have great respect for Dr. Cowan.
And Mr. Depp sent you another text message on July 24th, 2015 that says, "Hey, dear pal, Amber is happy with Cowan, ... I just don't know what truth he gets, and I don't know what his manners and strengths are, ... I think she listens to him because when we argue, she slathers me up in those condescending psychiatric trophy lines like, ... Your fear is so visible, ... What are you scared of, ... dot, 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 3 exclamation points. Why are you letting your fear and your ego control your life, etc. dot, dot, dot. Hippie shit, dot, dot, dot. Makes me want to rampage against anyone, all capitals, wearing Birkenstocks, 3 exclamation points. Love you large, Jay. I assume you recall this text message as well?
No, but I recall when I'm looking at it, yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to go to another text message. On August 3rd, 2015, Mr. Depp texts you, "You can flog me soon for waiting until now, for having not to properly given my kind apparatus the appropriate and adequate general cock love, dot, dot, dot. I've tried and mostly failed, dot, dot, dot. Many, many unpleasant things happening with my business world going on that are attempting to give me the funny pain face that could render me no more and send me headfirst straight into the bowl of minestrone or worse, a green curry, dot, dot, dot. So most necessary PRNs are all headache meds, Xanax, Adderall, and whatever this magical ointment for that traitorous redness in the much valued and region of significance, dot, dot, dot. Thanks and love, XJD." Do you recall this text message?
No, but I'm once again reminded by looking at it.
You recall not being paid for 3 months?
I recall not being paid. I don't remember how long, and it always turned back around. But specifically that issue, no, I can't give you specifics.
So there was a period of time where Mr. Depp was not paying you for your services, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so as of February 10th, 2016, you were very concerned about Mr. Depp's health, correct?
In the document, I'm also serving as his internist, managing some medical issues. And that's the nature of these concerns.
You weren't concerned at all about Mr. Depp's continuing with his treatment plan for drug and alcohol use?
You can't separate those two issues. They're not two distinct issues. But in order for me to assess how he was doing in general with his general health, these metrics that I identify in the second paragraph were things that I needed to have follow-up on. And I wasn't getting that follow-up, and I needed to know that we were on the right course medically.
And do you recall being concerned about Mr. Depp in June 2018?
Yes.
What, if any, concerns did you have about Mr. Depp taking drugs or alcohol that were not part of the protocol?
I was concerned that that could be potentially an issue.
Dr. Kipper, Kipper 28.
Your Honor, at this point, there's an exhibit of which the parties are still in dispute. I believe it's okay to continue playing at this point, and we can resolve it
All right.
after the fact.
Is that,
Yeah, we can resolve it after the deposition.
okay. All right, that's fine. Thank you.
Are invoices that you produced from February 2015 through February 6, 2015 to February 1st, 2021. You recall producing these documents?
No.
No.
Those would have come from my accountant's office.
Okay. Are you still working for Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Okay. And so at the bottom here, there's a lot that just say case management fee. Do you know what that refers to as opposed to nursing services and doctor services?
That's a retainer fee that I have with him on a monthly basis.
Now, Dr. Kipper, we received invoices for you from Mr. Depp from Fireman's Insurance Fund for 2014. Does this look like an invoice from your office to Mr. Depp? Dr. Kipper, you've already testified that these are invoices to Mr. Depp, correct?
I've testified that these are invoices. This is something generated from my accountant. Yes.
Have you spoken to Mr. Depp's legal counsel since the beginning of this year?
Yes,
Who have you spoken to?
I've spoken to Camille on 2 occasions.
Anybody else?
No,
What did you speak to Camille about?
about the deposition.
Mr. Kipper, Dr. Kipper, I think you're incorrect. I think also Ms. Myers was in one of those telephone conversations.
That's right.
And other than the scheduling of the deposition, did they talk about the issues that you were going to be asked about?
Yes, of course.
Okay. How long were the conversations?
45 minutes each.
And were they over phone or by Zoom or in person?
The first conversation was in person, and the second was by Zoom.
And you thought there were about 2 45-minute calls?
About that.
Are you paying for your counsel in this case?
Yes, I am.
First of all, Dr. Kipper, do you remember seeing this document earlier?
Yes, I do.
And you recognize it as your initial consultation notes with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
I'd like to direct your attention to the 3rd page. Excuse me. 1 moment. Okay. You see here where it says impressions.
Yes.
Now, could you describe what the items listed under this heading are?
So the first one, primary dopamine imbalance. This in general terms, I don't know, primary dopamine imbalance, ADHD, which is attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, bipolar 1, depression secondary to above, insomnia, chronic substance abuse disorder, chronic reflux.
With respect to these items, are these an official diagnosis of Mr. Depp?
These are my impressions, yes.
When you say impression, is that considered would you consider that a diagnosis?
Yes, Ms. Myers, that's my diagnostic impression.
I'd like to pull up what's already been marked as Kipper Exhibit 4, please. And Dr. Kipper, I believe we've already established, but could you confirm that you recognize this document?
Yes.
And these are also notes of the consultation you had with Mr. Depp?
Correct.
And it appears from these notes that Miss Debbie Lloyd was at the meeting, correct?
Yes.
And she's a registered nurse?
Yes.
And did Mr. Depp's treatment plan contemplate Miss Lloyd remaining with Mr. Depp during his therapy?
Yes.
And was it contemplated that Miss Lloyd would personally distribute his medications to him?
Yes.
Did Miss Lloyd personally dispense medications to Mr. Depp?
Yes, she did.
And how regular was Miss Lloyd's contact with Mr. Depp?
She had contact with him daily, either physically or by phone.
How often would you estimate that she was physically in contact with him?
I would say 80%, 90% of the time, somewhere in there.
And Mr. Depp agreed to this supervision by Ms. Lloyd?
Yes.
Alex, could we please pull up what's been marked as Kipper Exhibit 6? Dr. Kipper, could you please confirm that these are your notes from a consultation you had with Mr. Depp in Boston in June of 2014?
Yes, this is a summary from June 22nd to June 24th of that concept, of that time with him.
And if we scroll down, I guess I have here. The notes reflect here that you met with Ms. Heard at that time, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Heard tell you that she was concerned about Mr. Depp being violent with her at this consultation?
No.
If she had told you that, is that something you would have documented in these notes?
Yes.
Your note here states that Amber has a strong family history of drug and alcohol abuse and is particularly sensitive to his behaviors and potential for abuse. The phrase potential for abuse, is that referring to substance abuse?
Yes.
It's not referring to physical abuse.
No.
And what do you mean when you state that Ms. Heard is particularly sensitive to Mr. Depp's behaviors?
Having grown up in that environment, she's used to seeing the trauma that it inflicts and is not only able to recognize it, but also it affects her. She has the ability to understand what that looks like.
And was this your observation of her or something she told you?
This is something she told me.
Alex, could you please pull up what's been marked as Kipper Exhibit 5, please? Dr. Kipper, you recognize these as, I believe you testified, a combination of your own patient notes and Ms. Lloyd's patient notes for Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you testified you compiled them together. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you, for the notes that were taken by Ms. Lloyd, did you specifically request that she maintain these notes?
Yes, that's part of her responsibility.
And did you advise her on what types of information she should include in those notes?
No.
Is there anything in particular that you asked her to include in the notes?
No, she was trained in this, and she knew what the important metrics were in notation.
And I believe you testified that you have reviewed these notes in their entirety before, correct?
Yes.
How many times would you say you've reviewed these notes?
I reviewed them at the time they were written, and I reviewed them probably a couple weeks ago, so twice.
I'm going to turn to the last page now. And do you see this note marked June 30th?
Yes.
And so do you understand that to be June 30th, 2015?
Yes.
Did Miss Lloyd stop attending to Mr. Depp around this time?
I'm going to refer to my timetable just because I'll have a better sense of where the treatment was.
All right, I'd like to talk to you briefly about the detox process on Mr. Depp's island in August 2014. I believe you said that you traveled down to attend to Mr. Depp during this time, correct?
Yes.
And when you arrived on the island, who was present?
Mr. Depp, Miss Heard, Miss Lloyd, and assistants for Mr. Depp. And I can't recall which assistants.
Do you recall how many?
No. There were people that I think lived or serviced that island when he was there. There were probably 4 of those people. And I'm not sure if he had 1 or 2 of his own assistants.
Dr. Kipper, when you arrived on the island in August 2014, did you see where Mr. Depp was staying during that time?
Yes.
And what did these accommodations look like?
He had a little home structure. It was a small structure, a bedroom and a kitchen and a little sitting area.
And was Ms. Heard staying there with him?
Yes.
And relative to where Mr. Depp was staying, where was Ms. Lloyd staying?
She was staying on another part of the island in a structure called a yurt, which is like a tent.
And how far away, how long would it take Ms. Lloyd to get to where Mr. Depp was staying?
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Would that be walking?
No, that would be on a motorized vehicle.
And relative to where Mr. Depp was staying, where did you stay when you were on the island?
Stayed on the other side of that yurt.
Okay. Also in a yurt?
Yes.
Had Mr. Depp's detoxification process already started when you arrived on the island?
Yes.
And had Ms. Lloyd been overseeing that process?
Yes.
Did she report any issues to you upon your arrival?
She certainly updated. I was updated. He started on the 10th. I arrived on the 12th. So I was in full communication with her from the beginning.
After you arrived on the island, did you personally oversee Mr. Depp's detoxification process?
Yes.
And how often would you check in on him?
Several times a day.
And was this physically going to see him?
No, this would be seeing him physically once a day and then checking on his progress throughout the day.
So during the detoxification process, you did see Mr. Depp at least once a day?
Yes.
And was Ms. Lloyd checking on Mr. Depp daily?
Yes.
And she was seeing him in person daily as well?
Yes.
You went and saw Mr. Depp after receiving that message, correct?
Yes.
And did Ms. Lloyd go with you?
Yes.
And where did you see Mr. Depp after receiving that message?
I believe I saw him outside of his little home. It was either across from this little home was like a little cantina where one would eat. And it was, I think, around the cantina.
And what was his physical condition at that time?
He was frustrated. He was uncomfortable.
How was his demeanor?
One of being frustrated and uncomfortable.
And was Ms. Heard with him at that time?
When I saw Mr. Depp at that point, no, she was not.
And at this time, this was in the middle of his detoxification process, correct?
Yes.
Did you see Ms. Heard that evening?
I can't remember.
Do you recall Ms. Heard seeking medical treatment from you for any physical injuries while you were on the island in August 2014? Okay, go ahead.
No, I don't.
If Ms. Heard had sought treatment from you for injuries, is that something you would have documented?
Yes, I would have.
Is that something you would have remembered her telling you?
Yes.
Did you see Ms. Heard after this evening of August 17th?
On that particular evening, that I can't remember. But I did see Miss Heard pretty much daily during my time on the island.
So did you see her at some point, perhaps, did you see her the next day?
Yes.
And did you observe any injuries to Ms. Heard at that time?
No.
She didn't have any bruises that you observed?
No.
After you met with Mr. Depp that evening of August 17th, did you go back to his accommodations at some point?
No. No, I think we resolved the issues where we were outside of his little hut, his home.
So you didn't go and attend to him again in his home after that time?
No.
Alex, could you please pull up what's been marked as Kipper Exhibit 8? Thank you. Dr. Kipper, I think do you remember this email from earlier in your deposition?
Yes, I do.
And I believe you testified that you recall sending this email to Ms. Dombrowski on August 18th, 2014, correct?
Yes.
At the time you wrote this email, how long have you known Mr. Depp?
Approximately 4 months.
And in those 4 months, how much time had you spent with Mr. Depp in person?
I couldn't give you a cumulative number of hours, but I would say, I would estimate that including up until August 18, I would guesstimate 20 hours.
Is it fair to say that when you wrote this email, most of the time you had known Mr. Depp or spent with Mr. Depp was while he was in detox?
Yes.
During the time that you were with Mr. Depp on the island for his detox process, did you ever witness him physically abuse Ms. Heard?
No, never.
Did you ever see any physical evidence that Mr. Depp had abused Ms. Heard?
No. Same answer, never.
And during your time on the island, did you witness Ms. Heard abuse Mr. Depp in any way? Do you recall when Ms. Heard first became your patient?
No, I couldn't give you a definitive date.
It would have been before October 2014 though, correct?
Yes,
And it would have been after Mr. Depp's detox on the island in August 2014, is that right?
that's correct.
When you started treating Ms. Heard, did you assign a nurse to her? When you started treating Ms. Heard, was there a nurse that you assigned to her?
I can't recall whether Ms. Myers, it was when I started to treat her. At some point, I did assign a nurse to her, but I can't tell you which came first. I believe I was treating her before I had recommended a nurse for her.
So your recollection is that you started treating her and after that a nurse was assigned.
That's my memory, yes.
Do you have a sense of how close in time to you beginning your treatment the nurse was assigned to Ms. Heard?
It couldn't have been too long, but I honestly can't give you a specific reference of time.
Do you remember that nurse's name?
Erin Borum.
And is Ms. Borum a registered nurse?
Yes.
And I believe you covered this earlier. Ms. Borum is a contractor for you,
Yes.
but she reports to you with respect to your patients that she covers.
Correct.
During the time that Ms. Heard was your patient and she had a nurse, Ms. Borum was assigned to her, how regular was Ms. Borum checking in with Ms. Heard?
Very regular. Very
Would
regular.
she,
Saw her, yes.
would she have seen her on a daily basis?
I don't believe it was a daily basis, but I know had daily contact with her in some way.
Would Ms. Borum have seen Ms. Heard in person on at least a weekly basis?
Yes.
Are there times that Ms. Borum traveled with Ms. Heard?
Yes.
And as a registered nurse, does Ms. Borum have an obligation to report any suspected abuse of her patient to you? Alex, could you please pull up document H? Alex, is this Kipper exhibit 34? Yes. Dr. Kipper, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's an initial intake of that care.
I'm going to scroll down a bit and just show you that there are future entries on this document as well. Do you see these?
I do. I'm assuming, I don't want to make an assumption, but I would believe these notes are from Erin Borum. But if you'll give me a second to look at this, I can be more specific.
Certainly. Let me know if you'd like me to scroll through the document a bit more. I can do that for you.
Yes, these are notes from Aaron Borum.
Does this document reflect any of your own notes on Ms. Heard?
This reflects my treatment recommendations.
But these are Ms. Borum's notes. you
Yes.
believe.
Yes.
Did you ask Ms. Borum to maintain these notes?
Yes,
And for what purpose?
because she was monitoring a patient and I needed to be informed of how the patient was doing and for any adjustments of treatment.
Did you tell Ms. Borum what type of information should be documented in the notes?
No,
And would there be anything that you expressly asked her not to document?
No.
Do you understand that Ms. Borum used her training and judgment in preparing these notes?
yes, I do.
You weren't telling her what to include in these notes. She was drafting them on her own. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Have you reviewed these notes before?
I have reviewed these notes.
Have you reviewed them in their entirety?
Yes, but not recently.
And how often would you review Ms. Borum's notes on Ms. Heard?
I review my nurse's notes as they come in, so that would be on a real-time basis.
And going back to the first page, do you see this entry is dated August 27th, 2014?
Yes,
Does this refresh your recollection as to when Ms. Borum would have been assigned to Ms. Heard?
yes,
And does this at all refresh your recollection as to when you started treating Ms. Heard?
yes, this would be about the time.
During the time that you treated Ms. Heard, did she ever seek treatment from you for injuries that appeared to be the result of domestic abuse?
No, she did not.
Did she ever seek treatment from you for any injuries that she told you were caused by Mr. Depp?
No, she did not.
And did Ms. Heard ever tell you that Mr. Depp abused her?
No, she did not.
And you never witnessed any physical abuse by Mr. Depp against Ms. Heard during the time that you treated both of them?
No, never.
If Ms. Borum observed that Ms. Heard had any physical injuries, is this something that would have been documented in her patient notes for Ms. Heard?
Yes, absolutely.
In March 2015, you traveled down to Australia to attend to Mr. Depp, is that right?
Yes,
And at the time, Mr. Depp was already in Australia, correct?
correct.
And was Ms. Lloyd with him?
Yes,
And was Ms. Heard with him?
yes.
You arrived in Australia. When did you first see Mr. Depp?
I believe it was the day after I arrived.
And where did you see him?
I saw him at his home in Australia.
And how long did you meet with him during that time?
Probably an hour.
When you first met with Mr. Depp in Australia, did you see the home that he was staying in?
Yes,
And was it a standalone house?
yes.
Was there a fence around the house?
I'm sorry?
Was there a fence around the house?
That I can't recall.
Do you recall whether Mr. Depp's security team was at the property?
Yes, they were.
Where did you see them?
I saw them in and around the house.
Do you recall how many security personnel there were?
2 to 3.
Now, after you arrived in Australia, at some point you were notified that Mr. Depp had been injured, correct?
Yes.
And I believe this was covered earlier in your deposition. You actually received a text message from Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
And after you received that message, did you go directly to Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And Ms. Lloyd came with you?
Yes.
And I believe you said that Mr. Depp was outside the property in a car at that time, right?
That's correct.
Was Mr. Depp's security team there with him?
Yes.
And you examined Mr. Depp in the car with his security team present?
Yes, I saw him seated in the car when I arrived.
Did Mr. Depp tell you what had happened to his finger at that time?
Yes.
How long did you attend to Mr. Depp outside of the house?
Not long, probably a half hour, because I needed to get him to the emergency room.
So immediately after meeting him at the house, you went with him to the emergency room?
Yes, I cleaned his wound to the best that I could with the supplies that we had, and then took him. So it was within a half hour that we left.
Did you return to the house after bringing Mr. Depp to the hospital?
No, I was taken back to my hotel.
After you attended to Mr. Depp and before you went to the hospital with him, did you go inside the house?
No.
So you did not go inside the property the day that Mr. Depp contacted you about his injured finger?
No, I did go into the house, as I had stated, that after I saw him initially, I went into the home to see the home.
And that was before you went to the hospital with him?
Yes, I went in to instruct one of the people with him to look for the tip of the finger, hoping that we would be able to put it back.
Was the tip of the finger found?
It was found.
Who found it?
I believe this man was their chef.
And do you know where he found it or where he told you he found it?
He said he found it in the kitchen area.
When you went into the house, did you see Miss Heard?
Yes.
And how did she appear?
She was certainly upset.
Did Miss Heard seek any medical attention from you for any injuries at that time?
No.
Did Miss Heard seek any medical attention from Miss Lloyd at that time?
No.
Did you observe any physical injuries to Miss Heard when you saw her that on March 2nd, 2015?
No.
So Miss Heard did not have any observable bruises that you saw.
That's correct.
And did Miss Heard appear to have a broken nose? Was Miss Heard's face swollen at all when you saw her?
Not that I was aware of, no.
Did Miss Heard have any cuts on her arms when you saw her?
Not that I can recall.
Did you recall seeing any cuts on her feet or any other part of her body?
I can't recall.
If Ms. Heard had appeared to have been injured, is this something that you would have documented?
Yes.
Did you observe any broken glass in the house?
Yes.
Could you tell what the glass was from?
No.
Was there blood around the broken glass?
There was blood around the home, as I had previously mentioned, but I didn't specifically see blood on glass.
Where did you see the broken glass?
In the kitchen area.
And that's where the finger, the top part of the finger was found as well?
Yes.
Alex, could you please bring up what I believe was marked as Kipper Exhibit 17? Dr. Kipper, you recognize this document from earlier in the deposition?
Yes.
It's a letter dated March 15th, 2015 from you to Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
And you did send this letter to Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
Alex, could you please pull up what I've marked as document K? And I believe will be Kipper Exhibit 35. Dr. Kipper, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And what is it?
If you could just, for my verification, can you scroll down to the bottom, please?
Sure. It goes on to, for 2 pages.
Yes, I'm familiar with this document, yes.
Did you prepare this document?
No,
Is this a document that was prepared by someone who works for you?
this was prepared by Monroe Tinker, who is a nurse practitioner who worked for me at that time.
Is this a record that's ordinarily prepared and maintained in the course of your business?
Yes,
And have you reviewed this document before?
yes.
When would you have reviewed it?
I reviewed it immediately after the visit, probably the next day. And I also reviewed this a couple weeks ago.
And I'd just like to direct your attention to the last page. Is this your signature here?
Yes.
And when would you have signed this?
That was confirming that I reviewed Mr. Tinker's notes.
Going back to the top, this is a patient record for Ms. Heard, correct?
Yes,
And this, where it says date December 17th, 2015, is that the date of this, that's the date of this document?
yes,
And the document states phone call consultation headache, correct?
yes,
So does that mean that on December 17th, 2015, Ms. Heard called the offices to report a headache?
yes,
And right below this, there's a paragraph that starts out with HPI. What does that stand for?
History of present illness.
And is the information in this paragraph what Ms. Heard reported during her phone consultation?
That's what's written. I was not there, but that's what's written.
States today the patient reports a headache after she bumped her head while standing up 2 days ago, correct?
Yes.
And a couple sentences below that, it says last seen in the office on 12/23/2015. Is that an error? Or did she come back in later?
No, I think that's got to be an error.
So based on this document, it's your understanding that Ms. Heard called the office on December 17th.
Yes.
Scrolling down to the bottom here, it says objective data physical exam. Do you see that?
Yes.
Does that mean that Ms. Heard came into the offices for a physical examination?
That's what it signifies, yes.
And would that have also been on December 17th, 2015?
Yes. This note reflects that visit. Everything in this note reflects that visit.
And so Monroe would have also performed that physical examination?
Monroe did perform that physical examination. I did not see Ms. Heard. Monroe saw Ms. Heard.
And the information below this heading of physical exam, which goes on to the next page, are these the findings from Ms. Heard's physical exam on December 17th?
Correct.
And if Ms. Heard had any physical injuries, would those have been noted in this portion of the document?
Yes.
And there are some medical terms in here, but so if you could let me know, does any of this indicate that there were physical injuries that were documented?
No.
Does this document indicate that a concussion check was performed?
Yes.
And what were the results of that?
Under the assessment and plan as written, Mr. Tinker did not indicate concussion under his assessment.
Under assessment and plan, item 4 says that Dr. Kipper is aware of the medical plan and is in agreement. That's consistent with your recollection?
Yes.
And I believe you testified you didn't see Ms. Heard on December 17th, correct?
That's correct.
How were you informed of the medical plan?
I spoke to Mr. Tinker by telephone.
And would that conversation have happened on the 17th as well?
Yes.
Alex, could you please pull up document L? And I believe this is what will be marked as Kipper Exhibit 36. Dr. Kipper, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I recognize it upon looking at it, yes.
What do you recognize this document as?
As an email from Ms. Heard to me requesting medical records for that month of December.
December 2015?
Yes.
And do you recall receiving this email?
I don't recall receiving it, but I'm sure I did, and I'm sure I reviewed it. Yes.
And you see that the email is dated August 8th, 2016, correct?
Yes.
And you have no reason to doubt that you received the email on or around that date?
Correct.
On August 8th, 2016, was Ms. Hurd still your patient?
I believe so, but I can't be sure.
Now, I'm going to read from this email here. Ms. Hurd writes to you, as per our conversation earlier, is it possible to get my medical records from the month of December, please? I know I saw Monroe during one of my office visits, if it makes it easier for you to find. I'm not sure. Anyway, it was great talking to you earlier. Ms. Hurd references speaking to you earlier in this email, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall having spoken to Ms. Hurd before receiving this email?
I can't remember.
You don't remember anything about a conversation that you might have had with Ms. Hurd prior to receiving this email?
No, I can't recall that.
And I believe you already stated this, but you understand Ms. Hurd to be requesting medical records from December 2015, correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Hurd mentions Monroe in this email as well, correct?
Correct. And
Monroe is the nurse practitioner that Ms. Hurd saw on December 17, 2015, right?
Yes.
Did you provide Ms. Hurd with her medical records for December 2015?
I believe so.
And do you recall what those records consisted of?
The one we just reviewed.
Was that the only one for December 2015?
Again, I would have to research her chart for that information, but I know at least it was that note.
Did Ms. Hurd ever ask you for any other medical records?
No.
In the over 6 years that you've known Mr. Depp, have you ever witnessed him be physically abusive to any person?
Never.
And you've never witnessed him be physically abusive to Ms. Hurd, correct?
Correct.
You've also known Ms. Hurd for over 6 years at this point, correct?
Yes, although I have not seen Ms. Hurd for at least a couple years, perhaps 3 years.
In the 6 years that you treated in the over 6 years you've treated Mr. Depp, has Mr. Depp ever complained to you that Ms. Hurd has physically abused him?
No, not that I can recall.
Have you ever witnessed Ms. Hurd be physically abusive to Mr. Depp?
No.
Has anyone who works for you or reports to you ever reported to you that they witnessed Ms. Hurd be physically abusive to Mr. Depp?
No, not that I can recall.
You testified earlier from questions from Ms. Myers that the tip of Mr. Depp's finger was found in the kitchen, found on the floor of the kitchen in the home in Australia, correct?
Right.
Where, do you know where the kitchen was? Was it on what floor the kitchen was?
There was a downstairs below the kitchen area. I think those, I'm not really sure. I think those were bedrooms, but I'm not positive. So this would be on the main floor. The kitchen was on the main floor as you went into the home.
And that's where the tip of the finger was found on the main floor?
Yes.
No, there was a text message where you got a text message from Mr. Depp,
Yes,
and he said he cut his finger, correct?
I think that's what it said, yes.
Okay. And the reference from the emergency room said that Mr. Depp had sliced his finger with a knife, correct?
Yes, that's what he told, because I was present for that. That's what he told the emergency room doctor.
Okay. So Mr. Depp told the emergency room doctor that he had cut his finger with a knife, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't put that in any of your notes that a bottle was thrown at Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
Did Mr. Depp have any cuts anywhere else on his face or anywhere else that would have come from glass? Now, if Ms. Heard told Ms. Borum that Mr. Depp had hit her in the face several times and sent her pictures of bruises, would you expect Ms. Borum to report that in her notes?
I would have expected Ms. Borum to send me those pictures.
Okay. So you would have expected to see those pictures from Ms. Borum, is that correct?
Yes.
And you would have expected, and you would have wanted Ms. Borum to, if she had seen a text that said, I was hit in the face by Ms. Heard and then received pictures of bruises, that Ms. Borum would report that to you, correct?
Yeah.
Is that an instruction that you gave to your nurses to report to you any abuse that they saw or were reported to them?
Yes, if they saw that as valid, Ms. Heard, for example, if somebody hurt Ms. Heard while she was under the direct care of Ms. Borum, and Ms. Borum documented that Ms. Heard had been injured, she certainly would have reported that to me.
That's what your expectation would be, that she can report.
Dr. Kipper, did you keep any notes of your treatment of Mr. Depp while he was in Australia?
Other than the summary notes, no.
And was Miss Lloyd with you when Mr. Depp told you what had happened to his finger before you brought him to the hospital?
I believe yes. I'm not positive, but I believe yes, because she was helping me at the car to try to clean out that finger, which is when he explained what happened.
So you believe that Miss Lloyd would have heard Mr. Depp's explanation?
I believe so.
All right, that completes the deposition. And the next witness is also by deposition, is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor, Debbie Lloyd.
All right, well, why don't we go ahead and take our morning break? It's a little early, but since the next witness is also by deposition, why don't we take our 15-minute break now so you can stretch for a little bit, and we'll come back in about 15 minutes. So do not talk to anybody, don't do any outside research, right? Okay, thank you. 15 minutes.
All right, so to sum it up real quick, and then I'll let the panel and I'll get into the chat. Again, I can only put small comments there because I want you guys to try and read it, so I'm sorry if sometimes I cover the words. What I got from this is that neither side, he saw neither one physically abused. He saw nobody has, Amber never reported that she was being abused. And the one said,
right today, so we'll come back at 11:25, okay? All right, thank you.
they just said they'll come back at 11:25. They're taking a break. It is now 11:09. So that's 15 minutes if you need to get up, stretch, get a drink, whatever. And we have another pre-recorded video, so it's going to be low. Nothing I can do about this. This is their volume. My daughter's talking in the background. Sorry. He said he never saw any physical injuries, never saw either side physically injure each other. He was concerned about Johnny Depp's drugs and alcohol. That's what it boils down to. That's why everybody was panicking on Friday. I said, don't panic. Relax. There's two sides. Let's hear what they got to say. Let's hear what H's team got to say. It's frustrating, but let's get both sides of the story. The other thing that they mentioned, basically, he's saying, I was there for his alcohol and drugs. That was my only concern. I was never concerned that Johnny was going to abuse her. She never reported any abuse. She never talked about that. I never saw any physical abuse on either side. I never saw them hit each other. I saw no cuts, no injuries, no nothing on either side. And he said that the only other thing is that Johnny reported in the emergency room that he had taken his own finger, which is known. So now that means that Johnny Depp to prove that she was the one who threw the vodka bottle, and the only way to do that is by using a doctor who examined him in the office, which we had a deposition in the UK. And if I'm his team, that's what I would do. Again, I'm still waiting for the bomb about the ACLU, about seeing Elon Musk, about seeing James Franco. Those are the ones I'm Tasha Von really, really anxious to see those people come up. Josh Drew, Rocky Pennington. We haven't got all that yet. So okay, so Amber's team has shown basically that Johnny did it to himself. At currently doesn't mean that's the end of the story. And Johnny shown that she's not abused. She was never abused. There's no cuts, there's no scrapes, there's nothing on her feet, there's nothing on her face. This whole hostage story that she made up, she wasn't hurt. There was no cuts physically anywhere that he could see. And had he seen it, here's the key. He, like the other one should have done, would have reported it. And if the other one didn't report it, that other doctor who should claim that Amber had marks, she should have at least noted and inquired about it. That's her job. She should have really reported it. That's a poor job on her behalf. When you see your client has been hurt or abused, you need to investigate that, or you need to have some kind of investigation because there's something going on. There's something wrong there. And as far as I know, you're abused one day you look fine, the next day you're not. You're that doctor. You have to be concerned. This is because this could come back and bite you. This could come back and hurt your business. You can be sued here.
Mm-hmm.
So, again, what it's shown me is that Amber wasn't hurt at all in Australia. That all that whole story comes from, like I said on my live stream a couple months ago, was like a porno flick, was like a love novel. She got this story from. Oh, look, I'm scratched here. Oh, why didn't you tell the doctor? Why didn't he see anything? Had your nose been broken? Had your feet been cut? Where is all? Go ahead, Tal. I'll keep quiet. I just wanted to give a quick summary to everybody and what I got. Go ahead, Tal. Man.
No, I was just listening. No, but come on, like when the AH team is saying, yeah, but he cut his own finger. I mean, come on. Who the hell will cut his own finger off? I mean, that's so stupid. Like in October, in the end of October, I accidentally, fell outside because I had to throw something away. And I was not thinking, I had a really thick plate with me. And somehow I fell really hard and the plate went in pieces and then it cut my coincidentally the same finger as Johnny, really deep. Thank God not that deep that it will, show my bone and all that stuff. But still, I needed stitches and I cannot feel anything because my nerves were, damaged. And I still, it's still healing right now. But even the Dr. Kipper says he never saw any injuries on her, nothing. And, of course, Johnny will say, yeah, well, maybe I cut my own finger, to protect her. But we all know, we have heard that recording that she's like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I did not meant to do this, blah, blah, blah. And you heard even Johnny say you should know who you are and what you are. It's so obvious. I mean, come on, you don't have that recording just like that, right there. And oh my God, I just can't with the whole finger stuff, saying that he did it. It's come on.
Well, no. He didn't say that he did it. He said that from the emergency room's report.
That's what I meant.
That he did it. Now remember, it's again. I know we all know all these other facts, but now it's up to Johnny's team to show that, the reason that he said that was to protect her. And this is what really happened.
Yeah.
And that's what and unless Johnny's team plays the audio, I know is the audio, that's up to Johnny's team to, again, it's up to, if I'm Amber Heard's attorney, why would I bring up things that's going to hurt my client? I tell you guys this. If I'm their attorney, I'm going to make my client look good. No matter what the evidence is, I'm going to say, okay, this hurts my client, so I'm going to skip this.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter what I believe. I'm being paid for her side. I'm not being paid to say, hey, let's play the Depp because let's play the audio because that shows that my client is guilty. My client would look at me like, you're fired. You're fired. You know, that's automatic. Automatic, you're fired. What am I paying you? I'm paying you to protect me. And the other side is same with Johnny. So when you guys say, why isn't this shown? Why isn't that shown? Patience, relax, everybody breathe, calm down.
Let's have some yoga, Rob. Like, so, breathe in and breathe out.
This is court. It's not McDonald's. It's not Burger King. You don't go in there and say, I'd like the audio tape, please. They're like, yeah, no, we have a witness here, and we have to thoroughly ask him 500 million questions because we don't want to skip something that could be vital. And as they say, you never asked that. Where did you get that information from? Oops. Oh no, I'll tell you what they forgot. There's a big mistake. They missed the fake punch video. And I just happened to catch that when I was rewatching, and the guy said, yeah, you never asked for it. Like, oh my God, man. Like, what's wrong with you? But you see, it's those little things that I could look back and say, you made a blunder. So that's why they asked this 500 times the same question. Well, sometimes there's an objection, the way it's worded. Like, no, you're leading the witness. You're trying to push the witness this way. You're trying to get an answer out of your client. So no. Let the client answer honestly. Don't you try to get the answer you want everybody to hear. We have to hear it from them. That's why they say leading. That's what leading means. You know, you're trying to lead your client to give you the answer you want everybody to hear. That's leading. So that's why they object to certain things. They're like, well, you know, you're not supposed to say these things. Why are you saying that? You're trying to word it in favor of your client, but that's their job. That's what they get paid for. You know, so whether we like it or not, you know, whether it's for Johnny's team wording it, or that's why the objections come. That's what happens.
And we only are at the second week. More witnesses are coming out now, so we will see. And I think we definitely will, if indeed like Johnny and Turge will speak up, you definitely will see a very big difference. I mean, you already see it now. Like also on the picture, before the live video started, both having their hand over the hearts. You can see who's actually in pain and who's not. And thank you, Megan, for that freaking. Oh, that's so cute! Look at that. Good job. Yes, I agree. Rob is doing a good job. Absolutely.
Thank you, Megan. Hey, thank you so much.
Well, I'm happy that Eve Barlow is not in the courtroom anymore.
Oh, thank God.
That's a good one.
It says enough of what kind of a dirty game they're playing, and then the lawyers will say, "Yeah, but we didn't know that, Eve was doing this." Yeah, right. Come on.
Yeah, they knew.
Nobody's stupid.
Oh God, this is so funny. Web surfer guy says, "I once cut my finger while slicing a tomato."
Ketchup.
Ketchup. Oh, that's horrible.
You know what? Amber should do this commercial with Amica Cream. Amica Cream because you're worth it only for $10 by L'Oreal.
Oh, I think Elaine. It should be Elaine.
Or Elaine, one of those two.
Elaine,
because you're worth it.
She bought. Wait, hold on. Wait, I got to do this live. Wait, hold on. I got to do this. This is Elaine. Amica Cream because you're worth it.
Oh my God, you're funny.
You want to know bruises? You want to know bruises the next day? Right here, I have the magical cream, the Amica Cream. Only for $10 by L'Oreal because you're worth it.
Sorry,
I'm black.
I'm sorry. Every time I see, there's one image that I can't get out of my head is Elaine going to the jury with the makeup and going like this and ever since then I'm like, man, if she was facing this, I'd try to make like a commercial to make everybody laugh or something. Yeah, it was just so funny. Like, oh, look at the cream. Oh, look. I can't get that stupid image out of my head in the courtroom. I'm sorry. Or the opening statement where she's showing. I can't get it out of my head. It's so funny.
That would be just be perfect. Wear black, whole black, because you're going to a funeral.
Yeah.
And then have amica cream, because then they don't see your bruises, because that's how worth it you are. That's the new look.
Yeah, it's just listen. He did listen. That's why everybody's like, oh, but he didn't say Johnny did it. Well, he can't lie. If he didn't see something, him lying in a court of law is perjury. Why does he want to get perjured? He's not Amber Heard. He doesn't want to take that risk. So and who knows what Amber's team is capable of. So he's saying, listen, this is what I saw. This is what I witnessed. I treated the finger. I told everybody to go back and get it. Listen, I never knew the chef found it. That was interesting. When he said, yeah, the chef found it, I was like,
But I don't understand. They have them in the recordings.
what do you mean?
That's what I don't get. They have them in recordings when that happened.
Well, the thing is, they're not going to play the recordings now because it's the witness. They're not going to say, okay, let's cut to the audio. They'll play. Maybe they'll play the audio separately because both parties are going to have questions about it, or maybe it's not admissible.
Yeah.
Maybe they said, no, listen, this is not admissible for whatever reason. The judge has the final say. It's not what we want to hear. I know what we want to hear. I know what everybody wants. Trust me, I'm a YouTuber. I know what everybody wants. I know what draws people in. I know if I said, Amber Heard is finished, it's over with, she admits that she's done, everybody will click that video. It's untrue, but
I hope they play those recordings.
Because
I hope they play.
Go ahead, Carmen. Go ahead.
I hope they play those recordings where she admits hitting Johnny and throwing pots and pans to the jury.
Well, I hope
they really should.
I hope they play a lot of recordings, but the question is it admissible? Did the judge say, yeah, it's okay? If the judgment said, no, we're not playing this for whatever reason. I don't know, because, it's on his, or it was not agreed to by the parties, or I don't know. Because I'm sure Amber has things on her audio we haven't heard, and they might say, no, that we never agreed to this. This is not admissible. I don't know what the judge said. We don't know that, and that's the problem. That's the issue.
Also to carry, just in case, I wear black a lot. I don't mean that. I mean, I love black, clothes and all that stuff. But I'm just saying the way Amber, is dressing herself, like in this very old-fashioned dress and all that stuff, and how she does her hair and makeup and all that stuff. I mean, as overall, I love dark clothes too. So don't get me wrong about black clothes. I love black clothes, just that but just the way how she dresses, because you have a specific way how you dress, and just how specific she does, with everything. That's what I meant. No harm or whatever. Please don't get me wrong.
I agree with you, because black is my favorite color.
Well, Tracy, I did break my leg. I'm not sure what you're saying. I'm like, yeah, I did. I wouldn't be home now. I'd be at work right now if that didn't happen. So it's, in a way, it was, and this is how I saw it. I told people this. I said, in a way, it was horrible. Yeah, I was in a lot of pain. I remember the pain. It was excruciating. I wouldn't want to go through it again. Never. I'm scared. But the thing is, it's that it's also a blessing, because when I looked at it back then, I was like, oh my God, everything's over. I'm not going to walk again. How am I going to do this? How am I going to do that? I'm hopeless. I'm useless. I can't do anything in this house. And then the next thing I know, well, I'm okay, and I am walking, and I'm getting better, and we couldn't do this trial. I'd be at work. So I was like, yeah, wait a minute. I'd be at work. There'd be no way I could do this. It'd be impossible. So I have to look at the good. I'm with my family. I'm with you guys. I got to stream all this. And
my advice to you, Rob, for your leg, rest it as much as possible, because I had an injury also in my ankle. I twisted my ankle walking down the stairs, and I missed the step going down walking down the bathroom at night, and I didn't have the chance to rest it. So if you don't rest it, it's not okay. Every time I walk, it hurts most of the time, but yeah, rest it as much as possible.
This comment is so funny. I don't know if you read it. Web surfer guy. I stubbed my toe over the weekend, and I realized that I need arnica cream in my life.
Anika cream.
Oh my god.
This comment is funny, but it's so funny.
The message I sent you, Rob, from Tug, and
Yes, I saw
the
that.
pizza where pizza of the movie from Jaws.
Yes, I saw Tug post that, by the way. I saw Tug post that. It was funny too. It made me
Oh
laugh.
my god! Yeah, you use this cream magic. It's gonna help you.
By the way, I also showed an X-ray over the weekend of my leg, of the broken bone, and I said, I know what would have solved this. And the cream. A lot of people thought it was great. I was like, well, that would have solved my problem. If I would have used the cream, I would have been, wouldn't have had the surgery. Everything would have been great. It's so fun. Thank you, Web Surfer Guy. Thank you, Megan. Thank you, Isamella. Isamella, thank you so much. You guys are awesome. I swear to God. You missed mine, Rob, but that's okay. It was way back. Oh, sorry, Tracy. Yeah, I did miss. What did Van say? Hold on, I'll try to get Van. It took Hacker to get me to realize Scramble was dressing like Joe. Yeah, listen. There is no that's what Tal was trying to say. Tal's trying to say, not that black, if you wear black, it's a bad color. Don't take it. Again, it's not meant towards you. She's saying what Amber Heard looked like. She's saying Amber, oh, we're gonna get back now, but Amber looks like she's at a funeral, trying to play the jury and get sympathy, empathy from everybody, and it's sad looks. So don't take it towards you. Was not meant towards any of you.
It's invoices from Dr. Kipper. What number is it? I'm sorry.
If they play the audio here, that'd be great. Yeah, Janie, maybe you should have used that amazing cream. That might have helped you also. Solves everything. I said I gotta go buy some, man. This thing is incredible. Yes, exactly, Leanne. Yes, like she's at a funeral. Her career's at a funeral. Yeah, it's so funny. Oh, she was saying, "Don't worry, Tal." I was just saying, she took it as a joke. Yeah. Oh, that there you go. Wish it would help with nausea. Maybe it will if you put it in your stomach. Maybe if you use it on your belly, maybe it'll cure nausea. Maybe. Gotta try that one. Maybe that'll work. I don't know. Good. There's a great point, Rebecca. Why would a guitar player ever cut off his own finger, especially going on the world? So thank you. He just said it to protect her. That's why he said. That's the whole bottom. It's common sense, but they still have to prove it. Despite common sense, it's up to Johnny's team to get a doctor who was in the hospital. I remember who said, yeah, the velocity of the bottle would have caused it, and they got to prove the injury, that it was her. That's all they got to do here. Will it cure migraines? Maybe if you put it on your head, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Possible. Rebecca doesn't have a wrench? Okay. Well, then I'll have to take care of that problem now. Hold on. Let me hopefully Rebecca's coming. I can grab it before it's too late. Hold on. Let me scroll up. Wrench. Everybody has a wrench. Oh, here's Rebecca. Okay. Well, she does now. I took care of that problem. So, anything else I should miss? Yeah, he does. Yeah, I mean, I've shown that over and over and over again. Sandy loves music, Sandy. He loves music. He came here because of music. He didn't come here because of acting. And he's made that clear. And I hope I made that clear with all the shorts I put up there, that Johnny has made it clear. He came to do acting, and it was Nicolas Cage who he came to do music, and Nicolas Cage got him into acting, and he said, well, I was doing whatever I had to do because I had to make money. But when my buddy came to me and says, hey, you should do this, I was like, all right. Next thing I knew, here I am. Well, they're gonna come back now, so I'm gonna shut up. Oh no, there's Elaine with Ben True. Huh? Yes, I got the cream, Ben. Yes, the cream works really well, Jeff. Yes, I tried it. I tried it myself personally. Huh? Help my arthritis. Huh? Yes, Ben. Really? That's incredible, Elaine. That's incredible. Did you try headaches? Does it work for headaches? Yeah. Oh, well, yeah. Yeah, it works for headaches. Migraine. Yes, it does. It's incredible. They see they're all talking about the cream. I'm reading lips. I'm reading lips. Maybe the judge wants some. I don't know. Johnny's sitting there like, what a bunch of crap she's trying to throw at me here. Yeah, I destroyed my own finger. Yeah. I tried to protect you, you stupid ass, is what he should be saying to Amber Heard. I think they both look better. Amber with her hair down, him with his hair back. I like his tie. His tie's really awesome. Good power suit too. Good suit. Looking good. Doesn't look sloppy. Doesn't look. I'm not used to him with ties and a suit. That I'm like, okay, wow. Kind of throws me off. This is not the Johnny Depp I know, but look, he came dressed to impress. I don't never know, and I never understood if that sways the judge in any way. I mean, I don't know. I can't answer that. I don't know if dressing a certain way sways the judge. It just looks professional, but I don't think it ever. I don't know if it ever makes a judge feel a certain way. I don't know. I gotta ask my judge that when I go back. I said, people wear suits, so that does that sway your decision in any type of way, or when people get you mad, does that sway you from making a decision? I wonder if I could do an interview. I don't know if a judge will do an interview with me, but I'd like to. But with COVID, everything's changed. So. In the comment section, what do you guys think of Amber? The way she's dressed. Any comments? Let me know. I'll post them. Yeah, I agree. MMA King. I think it looks good like that. Yeah. If I put mine like that, it wouldn't look good. I meant not the way she looked. Like, do you guys think that? Like, is she playing the funeral card again? Is she trying to match Johnny? Suit for suit here. Like, what do you think about that kind of thing? Not the way she looks. I didn't mean it that way. Sorry, I should have specified.
It looks like she's dressed for a funeral.
Now that's a good point. Yeah, I agree, Issa. I think she is trying to look more Hollywood glam with the hair. Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, that's a good point. But I'm sure you'll make an exception here, right, Janie? Janie's like, I don't normally like that, but I'll make an exception. Could be. That could be. playing confident. It's possible. Alexandria is possible. By the way, have any of you seen any shenanigans? Like, have you seen Amber look at I've heard an Apple Watch. Have you guys seen anything with that lady who's now looking at her text message, the heavyset woman who's on the first bench behind Amber Heard's team? Have you guys? I haven't noticed anything. I guess because it's been so focused on Dr. Kipper, but I haven't noticed any notes passing. I haven't noticed anything like that today so far. I don't know if any of you have, but if you do, let me know.
Yeah, so far so good. Nothing.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything.
Her team is in damage control right now. So bad. Yep. Tracy's got it.
Oh, of course. There's no way, shape, or form do I think he did to himself. No way. Absolutely not.
Yeah. It's just not humanly possible. No. Of all the cuts that I've seen, yeah, no, not happening. When we were kids, my cousin was playing with a knife like an idiot, doing the whole little game of stagging it between your fingers, and he missed and he sliced off part of his finger, and it looked nothing whatsoever like how Johnny's did. It was all rugged. Oof. They stitched it back on, but oh man, I thought it was gnarly.
And what did Camille and you discuss?
She had asked me if Johnny had ever thrown anything at me.
And what did you say?
No.
Was there any other, was that the total of your communications with Camille?
That was the only time that I remember speaking to her.
Did you speak about anything else other than whether, and when you say Johnny, I assume you mean Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
Did you have any other, did you discuss anything else other than whether Mr. Depp had thrown something at you?
They had asked if I would be willing to go to Virginia to the trial.
And are you willing to go to Virginia to be a trial witness?
No.
Did you, at any time, did you speak, and did you have any other, you recall anything else you and Camille spoke about?
Not in detail.
Do you know how long the conversation was, approximately?
Approximately 15 minutes.
Was it over the phone?
Yes.
Do you recall at any other time having any other communications with any other counsel for Mr. Depp?
No, there was somebody else on that call, I believe, from his side, but I don't know who it was.
Do you recall if it was a man or a woman?
A man.
Did you ever speak to Adam Waldman?
I know an Adam reached out to me a long time ago. I don't remember a last name.
You're a psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner?
Yes.
Can you briefly explain what that is?
I'm a nurse practitioner that specializes in psychiatry.
And did you go to, where'd you go to school for that?
I got my master's from Maryville University.
Is that in California?
It's in Illinois.
And
No,
I
it's not.
understand.
It's in Missouri, St. Louis, Missouri. Sorry.
No problem. And I understand you're also a certified addiction nurse.
Yes.
And can you briefly explain what that is?
I had to get a certification in addiction nursing.
And what is addiction nursing?
And nursing that specializes in taking care of patients with chemical dependency issues.
And chemical dependency, that's drugs and alcohol?
Yes.
How long have you worked in those fields? Addiction nursing and mental health nursing?
Since 2004.
And would you agree that one of your specialties is concierge addiction services?
It was, yes.
What are concierge addiction services?
We would, good question. I mainly deal with higher end clients and provide care, go to their home rather than have them come into facilities.
And would you at times provide 24/7 nursing care?
Yes.
And you'd also be a patient's travel companion for nursing care?
Yes.
And you own your own company?
Yes.
And what was the company's name?
Turning Point.
Okay. And how, do you still own Turning Point?
Yes.
And what does Turning Point do?
Provides services. It's actually no longer, I still own it, but I don't work with it anymore. It provides services to either nursing or sober companion services to patients.
And when did you start Turning Point?
I don't recall the exact year.
Does anyone else own it?
No.
How many people work at Turning Point?
I'm the only employee.
And what do you have, contract nurses who work for you?
I did, yes.
And what does Turning Point do now, if anything?
sits dormant.
Okay. And when did it start to sit dormant?
About 2 years ago.
Is there any particular reason why?
And that's when I became a nurse practitioner and changed my career path.
And where do you work now?
I work for Headlands Addiction Treatment Services,
What do you do there?
nurse practitioner.
And is there a difference between a nurse practitioner and a nurse?
Nurse practitioner, I can diagnose and prescribe medications underneath a doctor's supervision.
So when you were working at Turning Point, or when you were working at Turning Point, were you a nurse practitioner?
No.
What was your title then?
Registered nurse.
And you performed work for Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
Was that with Turning Point?
Turning Point was contracted through Dr. Kipper.
Can you explain how that arose, how you began to work for Mr. Depp through Dr. Kipper?
And Dr. Kipper was his doctor and he needed nursing services. So Dr. Kipper reached out to me.
And it's Dr. David Kipper, correct?
Correct.
Had you worked with Dr. Kipper before working with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Do you know when you started working for Mr. Depp, approximately?
Approximately, I think it was 2015 or 16.
Okay. And we can look at some documents and that may help. Do you know how many patients you would work with Dr. Kipper before working with Mr. Depp?
That would be a guesstimate.
Do you have any approximation?
20.
And when Dr. Kipper reached out to you about Mr. Depp, did he reach out to you by phone or by written communication?
By phone.
Do you recall what Dr. Kipper told you he was looking for in regards to Mr. Depp's care?
Detox.
And detox from what?
Originally, I don't think I knew any of the specifics.
What did you understand Mr. Depp was looking to detox from?
Opioids.
Any other medication or any other drugs that Mr. Depp was looking to detox from?
Not that I recall.
Do you know if Mr. Depp ever took cocaine?
No. I never witnessed him use any cocaine.
So did Dr. Kipper contract with your company for the care for Mr. Depp?
I don't recall the specifics of how we were brought on.
Well, okay. How were you paid?
Through Dr. Kipper.
Did you have to submit your time to Dr. Kipper?
Yes.
For Depp services? Did Mr. Depp ever pay you directly?
No.
Did you ever get any gifts from Mr. Depp?
Yes.
What gifts did you receive from Mr. Depp?
I remember getting a jewelry box and a, I forget what it's called, like a notepad, a fancy notepad, I guess.
It was, do you recall why Mr. Depp gave you the jewelry box? You can answer that.
I don't know why. I believed it was for a thank you.
And the same, you believed it was a thank you with the fancy notepad that you received?
It was at the same time.
Did you receive anything else ever from Mr. Depp?
Not that I recall.
Do you still do work for Dr. Kipper?
I have not recently.
Do you recall when you last worked with Dr. Kipper?
Not exactly.
Do you remember the year you stopped working with Dr. Kipper?
No.
Do you recall the last time you spoke to Dr. Kipper?
This week, I think.
What did you talk to Dr. Kipper about this week?
He's my personal doctor.
So did you speak to Dr. Kipper at all about this case?
No.
Have you ever spoken to Dr. Kipper about your deposition?
No.
Have you ever spoken to Dr. Kipper about his deposition?
Yes.
And you know who Erin Borum is, correct?
Yes.
And who is she?
She's a nurse that worked with us.
And Ms. Borum worked for Turning Point, is that right?
Yes.
And she, and did you hire Ms. Borum?
Yes.
Was Ms. Borum a salaried employee of Turning Point?
No.
So Ms. Borum was a contract attorney, a contract employee for Turning Point, correct?
Correct.
So how, in kind of general sense, how did that work with Ms. Borum and Turning Point?
Objection, Dave.
If you needed her for a particular case, you'd hire her for that case?
Yes.
And you're saying, your testimony is that you had hired Ms. Borum previously for other patients, is that right? Before Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd?
Yes.
And do you recall how Ms. Borum came to work for Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd?
And do you recall how Ms. Borum came to work for Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd?
Yes.
How did that happen? What happened?
I was taking care of Johnny and Amber. It was decided that Amber needed some support, so I brought her in for Amber.
So were you Mr. Depp's primary nurse?
Yes.
And was Ms. Borum Amber's primary nurse?
Yes.
And would you ever share responsibilities where Ms. Borum would perform nursing care for Mr. Depp and you would perform nursing care for Amber?
I know Erin covered for me a few times. I do not believe I ever cared for Amber.
And you said that a decision was made that Amber needed nursing care?
Yes.
Who made that decision?
I don't recall.
Can we put up attachment 2 and we'll call this Lloyd Exhibit 1?
Stand by.
Thanks.
Exhibit 1.
And Ms. Lloyd, I'm showing you what's been marked as Lloyd Exhibit 1. You'll see it's many pages, and we're going to go through some of these during the day. But just looking at it, do you recognize what this is?
Yes.
And what is Lloyd Exhibit 1?
My nursing notes.
Okay. And so these are notes that you created?
Yes.
And these are notes you created for your care of Mr. Depp, is that right?
Correct.
And if at a break you want to go over to see the whole thing, I'm happy to let you do that, just to save time rather than having you read 123 pages. But did you create these notes in the ordinary course of business?
Can you clarify what that means?
You created these notes as part of your job of being a nurse, correct?
Yes.
Did Dr. Kipper ask you to keep these notes?
We just keep notes as nurses. I don't recall.
So this is your normal practice, keeping these notes. It's not particular to Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
Did you receive any training into how to keep these notes?
Nursing school.
Okay. And the notes are typed, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you bring a laptop with you when you were working with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Well, let's just go to the first one. It says June 12th, 2014, 2300. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And 2300, that's military time, correct?
Yes.
So that's 11 p.m. at night?
Yes.
And it says RN and MD met with patient to discuss plan and medication regime. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. The RN is you, correct?
Correct.
And the MD is Dr. Kipper?
Correct.
And the patient is Mr. Depp, right?
Correct.
Okay. So where it says 6/12/14 at 2300, is that when you met with Mr. Depp, or is that when you wrote up the note?
That's when I wrote up the note.
Okay. So you may have met with Mr. Depp at some other time before this?
Sometime during that day.
Okay. So the time you have here is when you wrote the note?
Correct.
Okay. And would you typically type the notes as opposed to writing notes and handwriting and then typing notes?
Correct.
Okay. Did anyone review the notes?
You can answer if you know.
Notes were sent to Dr. Kipper.
How often would you send the notes to Dr. Kipper?
I don't recall.
And was there a system where he could see the notes, or did you email him, Dr. Kipper, the notes?
Email.
So is it your understanding, based on these notes, that the first time you met Mr. Depp was on June 12th, 2014?
Yes.
And if we scroll down to the 6/13/14, this says you met with patient in his apartment, correct?
Correct.
So the next day you met with Mr. Depp in his apartment, is that right?
According to my notes, I don't recall.
Okay. And in the second line, you write, he stated that he initially started taking opiates after some dental work and became dependent on them. Is that something that Mr. Depp told you?
According to my notes.
Would there be a reason you would write that if Mr. Depp did not tell you that?
No.
Okay. And then you write, patient is fearful of coming off of opiates, but knows it's what he needs to do. So again, that's something, according to your notes, that Mr. Depp told you?
According to my notes, yes.
And then it says, patient also expressed some emotional trauma, which causes him depression and anxiety. Again, according to your notes, that's what Mr. Depp told you?
According to my notes, yes.
Do you recall at all what the emotional trauma was that was causing Mr. Depp depression and anxiety?
I do not recall.
Let me ask this again. Do you recall what the plan was for Mr. Depp's detox as of the end of June 2014?
Plan in what regards?
Where was Mr. Depp's detox going to take place?
I don't remember when it was determined, but I remember that it was after filming, we would go to the island.
And that's the island that Mr. Depp owns?
Yes.
And you went to the island, correct?
Correct.
Who else was on the island in this time when Mr. Depp was doing the detox?
You can answer if you know.
I know I was there. I cannot remember if Amber was there the entire time, and some of Johnny's staff and Dr. Kipper came at some point.
How did you get to Mr. Depp's island?
Flew.
And then what do you take a boat to his island?
Yes.
And if we go to, in the same document, Kipper 69, which I believe is page 17. There we go. You see where it says 8/8/14?
Yes.
And it says arrived on island today.
Yes.
Does that mean that you arrived on the island on August 8th, 2014?
According to my notes.
Okay. And on August 9th, 2014, it says patient expressed fears of never feeling normal without his drugs. You wrote that?
Yes.
Okay. And is that something that Mr. Depp told you?
According to my notes, yes.
And if we go 2 pages to Kipper 71. Yeah, there we go. You see where it says at the top, MD's flight has been canceled.
Yes.
Arrangements are being made for him to arrive on the island 8/12/14.
Yes.
So according to your notes, Dr. Kipper, after the flight was canceled, was set to arrive on the island on August 12th, 2014.
According to my notes.
Ms. Lloyd, I'm showing you it's been marked as Exhibit 2, which is ALH 16110 through 113. Do you remember texting with Amber at all while you were on the island with Mr. Depp?
That is some of how we communicated, yes.
And does this refresh your recollection that Amber was at least at some point on the island with Mr. Depp during the detox?
Yes.
The gray part of the text is your text, correct?
Yes.
And the blue is Amber?
Yes.
And is in the gray part of the text where it shows a phone number there, is that your cell phone number?
Yes.
Ms. Lloyd, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 3, text message chain between you and Amber Heard on August 16th, 2014. And again, in the gray box where it shows a phone number, that's your phone number, correct?
Correct.
And this, Ms. Lloyd, I'm showing you what's been marked as Lloyd Exhibit 4, text message chain between you and Amber on August 18th, 2014. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall when on the island, Amber would be telling you how Mr. Depp was doing?
According to these texts, that's what was happening, yes.
Do you recall how long you were on the island?
I do not.
Okay. In a day, do you recall how long you would see Mr. Depp?
It varied.
Would there be reasons why it varied as to how long you'd see Mr. Depp in a day?
I don't recall how it was determined.
How far away were you from where Mr. Depp was staying?
5 to 10 minutes.
By foot or by some other transportation?
By a John Deere tractor.
And what type of place were you staying in on the island?
It was a yurt.
And were you staying with anyone?
I was by myself some of the time, and then Dr. Kipper was also in the yurt for some of the time.
And did the yurt have separate rooms?
Yes.
And would you typically eat with Mr. Depp?
Varied.
And what was when you were on the island, what was your role in terms of Mr. Depp's detox?
Medication management.
And what do you mean by medication management?
To administer medications.
And was Dr. Kipper the person who was prescribing the medications?
Yes.
Did, as part of the medication management, did Mr. Depp get a bag of meds? You can answer to the extent you know.
Did I give Mr. Depp a bag of medications?
Either you or Dr. Kipper?
Not that I recall.
Staying on this last page for a second of Lloyd 4, the picture of looks like a pillbox, right?
Correct.
Would you have provided either Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard Mr. Depp's medications in a box like this?
Yes.
Okay, well, why don't we actually just take a break right for this moment? We've been about an hour. Take a, I don't know, 5-minute break. Is there any reason to believe where you wrote RN received text from fiance that that's not a text you received from Amber Heard?
No.
Lloyd Exhibit 5 is a chart of text messages we received in a production from Mr. Depp. It is Depp 7819. You see the second entry, entry 131.
Yes.
Okay. And where in the third row, there's your name, and above that name is a phone number. Is that your phone number?
Yes.
And you would sometimes text message with Mr. Depp too, correct?
Correct.
You see, it says in the body on that row 131, I will come by 80 within an hour to drop meds off just in case. How are you feeling? Your head back on straight. Do you see that?
I see that.
And this was a text you wrote to Mr. Depp?
According to this.
Do you recall as of around August 26, 2014, what you meant by your head back on straight?
I don't recall.
And then Mr. Depp responded to you, you see in the next row. Pretty much, I don't have the ability to take anything more on my back right now. I'm fucking strong. If my arm is gangrenous, I would cut the fucker off. I'm threatened by the love I feel. I need to stop. Simple math. Do you recall receiving that text from Mr. Depp?
I don't recall. No, I don't recall receiving that.
Okay. Do you have any reason to believe you did not receive this text from Mr. Depp?
No.
If we go back to Exhibit 1, and if you can go to Kipper 101, and you see where it says 0125 under September 22nd, 2014?
Yes.
Okay. And you wrote, RN received text from patient stating that he'd been in an argument with fiance and she, quote, had a nasty freak out, end quote, and he would like RN to come give him some, quote, some fucking knockout yum yum. RN instructed patient to take PRN Neurontin 300 milligrams, PRN and Seroquel 50 milligrams, and that RN was on her way over. You wrote that?
Yes.
Do you recall anything about what the nasty freak out that Mr. Depp was referring to about Amber?
I do not recall.
And then you see the note for 3:30 for September 22nd, 2014.
Yes,
Okay, and again, that's 3:30 in the morning, right?
correct.
And you wrote, upon arriving at the home, patient was sitting in kitchen with scraped and bloody knuckles on right hand. Patient stated he punched whiteboard in kitchen after fight. Patient stated he'd been texting his friend explaining why he didn't show up to play music, and fiance got upset that he was not giving her enough support, and the fight escalated from there. You wrote that note?
According to this, yes.
Do you recall going to Mr. Depp's home and seeing him with scraped and bloody knuckles on his right hand?
I do not recall.
Did you ever recall any incident where Mr. Depp had claimed he punched a whiteboard in the kitchen?
I do not.
Do you have any reason to believe where you wrote that you wrote, upon arriving at the home, patient was sitting in kitchen with scraped and bloody knuckles on right hand? Would you have written that based on your observation of Mr. Depp?
Yes.
On Kipper 111, there's a highlighted note at 1930 for October 14th. Do you see that?
Oh wait, 1 minute. Yes.
Okay. And you wrote, a patient finished filming and was extremely agitated leaving the set. Patient kicked in the door of his trailer and refused to speak to director. Patient was verbally aggressive to another person on the set. For no apparent reason. Per MD, patient is to take Xanax 2 milligrams to reduce his agitation at this time. You wrote that?
According to these notes, yes.
And were these notes based on your observation of Mr. Depp?
I don't recall.
Did you ever attend filming where Mr. Depp was filming?
Yes.
Where you wrote, patient kicked in the door of his trailer and refused to speak to director, that's based on your observation of Mr. Depp?
I don't recall.
And where you wrote, patient was verbally aggressive to another person on the set, so no apparent reason. Do you recall what that's based on?
I do not.
Would it have been based on anything other than your observation of Mr. Depp?
I don't recall.
If you had been told that Mr. Depp was verbally aggressive, would you have written that in your note?
I don't recall.
And the note above it for 1630, you see that?
Yes.
You wrote RN and MD arrived on set to assess patient. So that's you and Dr. Kipper, correct?
Correct.
And you wrote patient appeared agitated and was short towards RN. You wrote that?
According to this, yes.
And where you wrote patient appeared agitated and was short towards RN, meaning Mr. Depp was short towards you, correct?
I don't remember.
That's what the note means, right? Is there a
That's
reason?
what it says, yes.
Okay. And this note would have been based on your observation of Mr. Depp at the time, correct?
I don't remember.
And then you see under October 15th, there's another highlighted entry, correct?
Yeah.
And you wrote patient awake and states he slept from 2200 to 4:30. You see that?
Yes.
Patient continues to be agitated about work and is verbalizing having desire to escape with drugs. You wrote that?
It's in my notes.
And that would mean that you wrote that note, correct?
Correct.
And you would have written that note based off Mr. Depp telling you he had a desire to escape with drugs, correct? I'm sorry, did you answer it?
Yes, I said I don't remember.
And this is Exhibit 8. A text between you and Mr. Depp. Feel free to look through it.
Okay.
Mr. Depp wrote, I'm all right, confused as fuck. She said nothing of last night, and most certainly not one thing of the rap party's existence. All the proof that I predicted last night. How will I look at her when she gets back professing her undying love? All a fucking lie. I for sure, unfortunately, wouldn't mind some company, but I've inundated you with too much already. Love, love, me. That's a text you received from Mr. Depp.
I don't recall.
Exhibit 9.
And this is more text between you and Mr. Depp that you can take a look through. On November 11th, 2014, Mr. Depp wrote, all good, haven't read her text yet. I'm feeling so fucked. Why was she at the goddamn rap party until 5 a.m.? Did Aaron say anything? The lies are so clear now. They're making me nuts, wondering what was so interesting to keep her there that goddamn long. Please ask Aaron. I must have truth. I need it. It's not the easiest thing to do at this point, though it's been a shitty and painful experience. I cannot help but hear her voice begging and crying. She wants to change and is going to change, etc. Help. I don't know what's real and what's paranoid jealousy. You received that text from Mr. Depp?
I don't recall.
And you don't recall, did you recall ever Mr. Depp not feeling trust for Amber?
I don't recall.
While you were working with Mr. Depp, did he smoke marijuana?
I don't recall.
Do you recall if he took any, if not smoked marijuana, ingested marijuana in any sort of way?
I don't recall.
Exhibit 10.
Can you think of another instance where there was a patient, without giving me the patient's name or information, where they were allowed to continue to take marijuana while detoxing from other drugs?
I don't recall.
Exhibit 11 is Lloyd 2 through 5. Do you recall producing documents in this matter?
Yes.
And you produced text messages with Mr. Depp and with Ms. Heard?
Yes.
And this is a text message between you and Amber starting on December 26, 2014. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And you understand that you're in the text from you are the blue, correct?
Okay.
All right. You wrote, sorry to bother you. Is JD up? He has an important appointment at 2 p.m. and he isn't responding to me. Hope you guys had a beautiful Christmas. And Amber wrote, hey there. Yes, he is. He's opening presents with Lily Rose. What appointment is he being picked up? Who's Lily Rose?
Johnny's daughter.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp super stoned when you were working with him?
I don't recall.
Does that mean that you never saw him stoned, or you just don't recall one way or the other?
I don't recall one way or another.
Do you know who the wit is?
Amber's sister.
Okay. Do you recall any time where Mr. Depp seemed confused about something that had occurred?
I don't.
Did you ever recall Mr. Depp wondering if he and Amber had a fight or if he was dreaming?
I don't recall.
Do you recall Mr. Depp ever not taking the medications he was prescribed?
Yes.
Did you recall Mr. Depp sometimes potentially doubling the medications that he was prescribed?
I recall thinking that at times.
Did you believe that Mr. Depp wanted to detox off of drugs? What was your answer?
Yes.
And how did Mr. Depp show you that?
It was on his own free will that he hired us to be with him.
And then did Mr. Depp have any relapses with drugs when you were working with him?
I don't recall.
Do you recall Mr. Depp and working with him ever take cocaine? Not that you necessarily saw him, but that you understood that he took cocaine.
I never saw Mr. Depp use cocaine.
Did you have any understanding that Mr. Depp took cocaine, whether you saw it or not?
I don't recall.
Did you administer drug tests to Mr. Depp?
In the beginning,
Did you see the results of the drug tests?
yes.
Did you see Mr. Depp being positive for taking cocaine?
I don't recall.
Do you recall accompanying Mr. Depp to Australia?
Yes.
Okay. And you recall accompanying Mr. Depp to Australia in around March of 2015?
I don't remember dates.
Do you recall accompanying Mr. Depp to Australia when he was filming Pirates of the Caribbean 5?
I do.
Where were you staying in Australia in relation to Mr. Depp?
Distance wise,
Yeah, how far away were you from him?
about 30 minutes
Where was Mr. Depp staying?
in a rental house,
And where were you staying?
in an apartment.
And what city were you in?
I don't recall the name.
Okay. And was Dr. Kipper there with you?
He came and went.
Did you fly to Australia with Mr. Depp?
Sometimes I did, and other times I flew on a commercial.
Do you recall talking to Dr. Blaustein about Mr. Depp in Australia?
I do not.
Do you recall Mr. Depp not doing very well while he was in Australia? As of March 1st, 2015.
I don't recall anything around that time.
Do you have an understanding as to what Mr. Depp was doing with Marilyn Manson?
I do not.
Did you ever tell Dr. Kipper that Mr. Depp was doing what he wants with Marilyn Manson?
I don't recall.
Do you recall Marilyn Manson being in Australia with Mr. Depp?
I do not.
It says Debbie is worried and somewhat exhausted. Do you recall being exhausted while in Australia and working with Mr. Depp?
I do not.
Do you have any reason to believe that what Dr. Kipper wrote is not true?
I do not.
We could take this down and go back to Exhibit 1. And if we could go to Kipper 157. You see 3715?
I do.
Okay. Before I ask, do you recall how long you were in Australia with Mr. Depp?
No, however long the filming of Pirates was.
And at 3715 at 11:30, you wrote, MD received a text message from client that he'd been arguing with wife and that he had cut his finger. According to patient, his assistant and security were on their way to pick him up. You wrote that?
According to my notes, yes.
Is there any reason to believe you didn't write that note?
No.
Do you recall Dr. Kipper receiving a text message from Mr. Depp about Mr. Depp cutting his finger?
I don't. I'm just what this note says.
Do you recall going to Mr. Depp's house after learning that he had cut his finger?
Yes.
What do you recall about that?
That we went to the house and I don't even think I went in at first. Dr. Kipper went in and he had cut his finger and we took him to the emergency room. Or his finger had been cut.
You recall what the house looked like when you went in?
Yes.
What did the house look like?
it was a mess.
Hey, can you describe how it was a mess?
I don't remember details, but I remember there was some writing on the wall, and I remember a smashed TV.
Do you remember what any of the writing said on the wall?
I do not.
Did you, and you said you recall the smashed TV?
Yes,
Do you recall, was Amber in the house?
I don't recall.
Do you recall seeing Amber that day?
No, I don't recall.
Do you recall what rooms you went through of the house, Mr. Depp's house?
I remember looking for his finger in the downstairs area.
And what was in the downstairs area? Or what rooms were in the downstairs area?
It was like a pool table entertainment room.
Did you look anywhere else around the house?
I don't recall.
What was the pool table entertainment room? Was that a mess?
I don't recall.
Do you recall going into the kitchen of the house?
I don't recall.
Do you recall finding Mr. Depp's finger?
I did not.
Do you know who found Mr. Depp's finger?
Yes.
Who?
Ben.
Ben who?
I don't remember his last name.
Who was Ben in relation to Mr. Depp?
He's like our house manager.
Do you recall where the finger was found?
I do not.
Do you recall if Mr. Depp appeared to have dirt, grime, and paint on his hands?
Yes, he did. He did.
Do you recall seeing any glass anywhere?
I do not.
Do you recall smelling any alcohol?
I do not.
And who else was with you when you went to the hospital?
Malcolm and Stephen.
And who were Malcolm and Stephen?
Stephen was his assistant, and Malcolm was one of his security guards.
Do you recall who was holding the piece of finger that had been cut?
Ben brought it to the ER.
What did Ben bring the finger in?
I don't recall.
Was it on ice, the finger?
I don't recall.
Did you ask Mr. Depp how he cut his finger?
I don't recall if I asked him.
Did you ask anyone how Mr. Depp had cut his finger?
I don't recall.
Do you have any understanding as to how Mr. Depp cut his finger?
I heard different stories from people.
What were the different stories you heard?
I had heard that Amber threw a bottle of vodka at him. I had heard that he slammed it with a phone.
Do you recall who you heard that Amber had thrown a bottle at him?
I do not.
Do you recall who you heard that he slammed it on with the phone?
I do not.
The stories that you had heard, did you hear it on that day of March 7th or March 8th, 2015 or later?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you ever talk with Mr. Depp about how he cut his finger?
I don't recall conversations.
Did you ever talk with Dr. Kipper about how Mr. Depp cut his finger?
I don't recall specific conversations.
Did Mr. Depp, how long was Mr. Depp in the hospital for?
I don't remember.
Did you have any concerns about the nurse supervision of Mr. Depp?
I know at times we would go days without me seeing him, but I don't know specifically what this is regarding.
Were there issues with the nurse supervision while in Australia?
I don't recall specifics.
You have no recollection of Dr. Kipper withdrawing his care of Mr. Depp for any period of time?
No. I know at times it was discussed when he would miss appointments, but I don't recall him ever actually going through with withdrawing his care.
Do you recall there being concerns about Mr. Depp taking substances that he shouldn't have been taking?
I don't recall what that was regarding.
Do you recall having major concerns about leaving for Australia with Mr. Depp?
I do not.
While that's going up, Ms. Lloyd, the day that Mr. Depp cut his finger, you don't recall seeing Amber one way or the other, is that right?
I do not.
Exhibit 16 is Lloyd 140 through 145. And Mr. Depp responded, "It's sad. I love you so much, little Debbie." And of course, Kipper too. He was right, though I did feel a bit of a sting when his letter, paper trail, arrived on the off chance that I croak, which I also understand. Just never heard of anyone being fired by their physician before. So I'm kind of proud of that little fact too. I love you, kid. Even attempting saying thank you to you would be like a monkey trying to fuck a football. It's just simply impossible. I wish things could have ended on a better note. All my love, Nurse Shark, JD. Do you recall receiving this text from Mr. Depp?
I don't.
This text was on your phone, correct?
Correct.
Would Mr. Depp call you Nurse Shark?
Yes.
Would Mr. Depp call you Little Debbie?
Yes.
And okay. And you don't recall Mr. Depp saying never heard of anyone being fired by their physician before?
I do not.
And then you respond on the next page. I love you too and hope this is not the end. Be safe and be smart, my son. You sent that text to Mr. Depp.
According to this, yes.
And do you know what you meant by be safe and be smart?
I don't know.
And then Mr. Depp wrote, I've been off of for 3 days. The doc jumped the gun. Also, please thank him for the Motrin and the black baclofen. They work a treat for amputated fingers. Goddamn, I love that weird fucker no matter what. You received that text from Mr. Depp.
According to this,
Do you understand what is meant by I've been off of for 3 days?
I do have no idea.
Okay. You respond, so glad to hear you have been off. No matter what, I just want you to feel better.
Yeah, I don't know what we were referring to.
And we go down to the next page. You write, I'd be more than happy to come back and help you with pain management and Taradol injections. I know Kipper loves you and would always want to continue your care if you're no longer using. You wrote that to Mr. Depp?
According to this.
And this text was on your phone, correct?
Correct.
What did you mean by Kipper loves you and would always want to continue your care if you're no longer using?
I don't know just what it says.
No longer using?
I don't know what that was regarding.
You don't know what no longer using is referring to?
I do not.
And then Mr. Depp wrote, I don't know, I'm going to stop it all except whatever I was on before and just deal with it. You received that text from Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Do you know what he was referring to where he said, I'm going to stop it all except whatever I was on before and just deal with it?
I do not know what that's regarding.
And then you wrote, I respect whatever decisions you'll make. I'll be sad to leave the crew as I love you all. I hope to always be in touch, even if you choose not to continue a working relationship. Miss you already. I will get in touch with Kevin and get my stuff out. Or 72 soon. Hugs. You wrote that message to Mr. Depp.
According to this.
And then Mr. Depp wrote, take care, darling. I cannot ever thank you enough, all you've done for me. On the junkie side and the broken heart side, you've been a lifesaver, literally. We'll be seeing each other again, sweetheart. Love you so much, little Debbie. And so does my entire crew, X. You received that text message from Mr. Depp?
According to this, yes. I'm going to cry.
Miss Lloyd, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit Lloyd 17, which is Lloyd 158 through 160, which is a text message between you and Johnny Depp from your phone. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And on March 27th, 2015, you wrote, good morning, sleepyhead. Aaron came by to give you a shot. You were still sleeping. Take the pill form of Tadderall to hold you over, and I will check in with you when I'm done my appointment in Beverly Hills. And then you wrote, have you taken pill? If not, hold off, and Erin is on her way to give you injection. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And you wrote that text message, correct? Those messages?
Yes.
Okay. And then on the next page, Mr. Depp wrote, the fucking pain is as bad as when it was cut off. Horrific. You received that message from Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And he's talking about his finger there, correct?
Yes.
And you received that text message from Amber, correct?
Correct.
Right. And then you wrote, he's at the studio with Marcus and is supposed to call me when he gets back to the lofts. I will drive up there if you want me to. Always feel weird showing up unexpected. Do you want me to go? You wrote that text message to Amber?
I don't recall, but according to this, yes.
And do you know who Marcus is?
Yes.
Who is Marcus?
Marcus Mumford,
And what was his relationship to Mr. Depp?
friend.
And then you wrote, I know Steven is there. Let me just check in and see what I can find out. I'll get right back to you. Who is Steven?
His assistant.
Do you ever remember checking if Mr. Depp had been taking cocaine?
I don't remember specifically asking any questions related to that.
Is there any reason to believe that you didn't do what you said in your text message?
No.
Do you recall what you were giving Mr. Depp Valium for?
I do not.
Ms. Lloyd, showing you again what's been marked as Exhibit 1, and I'm going to point you to Kipper 167, which is from April 13th, 2015. Okay, do you see it? You see the entry for 1,500?
Yes.
All right. You wrote, bandage changed and hand exercises done at appointment with surgeon's office. Per RN at surgeon's office and occupational therapist, hand is healing well and finger has good range of motion. Exercises to be done 3 to 5 times per day. Patient is in good spirits and said he's not smoked marijuana in 3 days. States he feels majority of his issues with his wife have been from him using drugs and alcohol. Patient states he will no longer sneak, use, and wants to enjoy clarity. You wrote that?
Yes.
And these are part of your nurse's notes?
Yes.
And Mr. Depp told you that he felt the majority of his issues with his wife had been from him using drugs and alcohol.
According to the note, yes.
And Mr. Depp wrote, he will no longer sneak, use, and wants to enjoy clarity.
According to the document, yes.
What is being referred to as no longer sneak, use?
I only know what's stated in my notes.
Would it be anything other than drugs or alcohol?
I don't recall.
Was there anything that Mr. Depp was sneaking other than drugs and alcohol that you were concerned about?
I don't recall.
If we go to 175, Kipper 175 on this page, on this document, it's notes for June 28th, 2015.
June.
It says at 1700, RN received initial results from brain MRI. No obvious abnormalities noted. Final report will be done tomorrow. Patient informed of results. Do you recall why Mr. Depp received the brain MRI?
He was having chronic headaches.
And then you see at 6:30 at 1300.
Yes.
Okay. And that's highlighted.
Yeah.
You wrote RN arrived on set to visit patient. He was upset due to having an argument with his wife. Patient stated he had taken about 4 Xanax, 1 milligram over the past 24 hours to deal with the stress he was feeling. Patient was able to express his emotions appropriately. Patient stated that he had not slept the night before due to argument with his wife. That's a note you wrote?
Correct.
And that's based off of information provided to you by Mr. Depp?
I don't recall.
Well, we're
According to my note, yes.
So Mr. Depp told you he'd taken about 4 Xanax, 1 milligram over the past 24 hours, correct?
Into my notes, yes.
Okay, and then at 1920 on June 30th, it said patient had another argument with his wife. Patient was anxious and was asking for medication to help calm him down. Seroquel 50 milligrams administered. You see that? And that's a note you wrote?
Yes.
Do you know why your nursing notes ended on July 1st, 2015?
I do not.
How did you continue to care for Mr. Depp as his nurse after July 1st, 2015?
I do not recall my last date.
Did you prepare nursing notes through the time that you were Mr. Depp's nurse?
I did.
And did you provide those notes to Dr. Kipper?
I did.
Ms. Lloyd, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit Lloyd 19. This is an email from Dr. David Culber on June 27th, 2015 that you were copied on. Do you see that?
Yes.
And do you know who Dr. Culber is?
I don't recall exactly who he was.
Did you understand that Mr. Depp went to a specialist for his finger?
Yes.
You're copied on this email?
I see my name copied on the email, yes.
Okay. And you recall that Mr. Depp was treated for a bad crush injury for his finger?
I recall him being treated for a finger injury. I didn't realize, this is the first I remember hearing it was a crush injury.
And that's the email you received from Dr. Culber, correct?
I'm seeing this today. I don't recall receiving this email.
Is there any reason you believe you didn't receive this email?
No, I just don't recall.
Ms. Lloyd, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 20, which is a text message chain between you and Mr. Depp from your phone. You see that?
I see that.
On July 5th, 2015, Mr. Depp wrote to you, canceling the squeezing and needles tonight. Need to get the recluse out of his cage and his brain. You received that text message from Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Okay. And then you said, how come you're canceling? You okay? Not sure what you mean by the rest of your text.
please let me know if you need anything. I'm here if you want to chat or want me to go hang at the house with you. You wrote that text to Mr. Depp.
Yes.
And then Mr. Depp wrote to you, I'm in a very anxious and painfully confused state. Rather not get into details, but in a nutshell, problems with family, my company, the ex, business manager, and my fucking jumbled brain will need refills of meds tomorrow. Thanks, honey, X. You received that text from Mr. Depp?
According to this, yes.
Okay. And Mr. Depp talked about how he was having problems with his family.
That's what this states.
And Mr. Depp was having problems with his company.
That's what this states.
And Mr. Depp was having problems with the ex.
That's what this states.
And Mr. Depp was having problems with his business manager.
According to this text.
And Mr. Depp was having trouble with his fucking jumbled brain, correct?
According to this text.
I'm just going back to Exhibit 1 for a moment. If we can go back to Kipper 167. And Ms. Lloyd, I'd ask you to look at the entries for April 14th. It's at the bottom.
Okay.
You wrote at 1400, RN and MD arrived at patient's home to have meeting to set treatment plan and boundaries while traveling in Australia. You wrote that?
Correct.
And the RN is you, correct?
Yes.
And the MD is Dr. Kipper, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall what the treatment plans and boundaries were while traveling in Australia as of April 2015?
I do not recall.
And then if we go to the next page, you see the April 15th entries?
Yes.
And at 12:15, you write, arrived at patient's home, assistant was in hallway and informed RN that patient was in a bad mood and told assistant he did not need anything from him today. RN was led in home by security and knocked on patient's door to let him know she was there. Patient screamed, "What?" RN informed patient she was letting him know she was there and would be downstairs. About 5 minutes later, security came into house and informed RN that patient has told security to get everyone out of his home and he did not want any more unexpected guests. RN left property and informed MD of the events. Per MD, drop tomorrow's meds off with security and do not reach out to patient again. Wait for patient to reach out to medical team. You wrote that note?
Correct.
And this document and also this note also talks about you informing Dr. Kipper about what happened that in this note, correct?
Yes.
This Lloyd I'm showing what's been marked as Lloyd 21. You see at April 15th at the bottom, there's a text from Mr. Depp.
Yes.
And he wrote, "Hey, sweetheart, I'm so sorry about today. I thought you were Steven, whom I'm not particularly enthused about for his loss of loyalty and his loss of memory. He has tried everything to fuck me over as far as traveling with my wife. He also bursts into my fucking house like it's goddamn Grand Central Station. I'm truly sorry if I upset you. If you like, you can give me some morphine to see if my tongue and penis touch. All my love, Jay." Did you receive this text from Mr. Depp?
It appears so. I don't, yes.
Okay. Do you have any understanding as to what Mr. Depp was referring to where he says, Steven tried everything to fuck me over as far as traveling with my wife?
I do.
First of all, going back to your work for Dr. Kipper, you said
I think you testified earlier you cared for multiple patients that were of Dr. Kipper's, correct?
Correct.
And when you would care for Dr. Kipper's patients, how would you report their status to Dr. Kipper?
Objection vague.
Multiple different resources, phone, text, verbal and written.
And how often would you report to Dr. Kipper about his patients?
It responded, I mean, it depended on different patients, varied.
And I believe you testified earlier that you maintain nursing notes for those patients, correct?
Correct.
What type of information did you maintain in these notes?
And mainly we provide care given and patients' responses to care given or any external factors that could affect the patient.
Is there any information that you would not include in your notes?
Not.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your answer.
Not specifically.
Other than Dr. Kipper, does anyone else review your notes?
If another nurse was to work on the case, they could have access to the notes.
And does Dr. Kipper advise you on any information that should be maintained in your notes?
Not directly.
Has he ever told you that certain information should not be included in your notes?
No.
When did you become a registered nurse?
2004.
And have you been employed as a registered nurse from that time up until you became a nurse practitioner?
Yes.
In your time as a registered nurse, have you ever had a patient that you suspected was the victim of domestic abuse?
No.
Do you have any professional responsibility to report domestic abuse?
Yes.
And what is that responsibility?
I'm a mandated reporter for child elder abuse and any suspected injuries.
How would you define suspected injuries?
If I was to work in a facility and somebody came in and reported, or I felt that it was a result from an injury caused by somebody else.
Who do you report the abuse to in that instance?
I've never had to report abuse.
Okay. But given your professional responsibility, do you know who you would report that to in that event?
I do not.
In your time as a registered nurse, have you ever witnessed physical violence by one of your patients?
I do not recall ever witnessing any violence.
And when you say any violence, does that mean perpetrated by your patient or against your patient, or just
in general violence?
So you met Mr. Depp either on June 11th or June 12th of 2014?
According to my notes, yes.
Okay. Had you ever spoken with him before that date?
No.
When did you first meet Ms. Heard?
I don't recall.
Do you recall when you first met her? Not specifically when, but do you recall the instance when you first met her?
I do not.
When you first met Ms. Heard, did you have an understanding as to what her relationship to Mr. Depp was at that time?
Yes.
And what was that understanding?
That they were in a relationship.
Were they engaged when you first met them?
I don't recall the dates they got engaged.
Were they married when you first met them?
No.
Did you attend their wedding?
Yes.
And where was that?
on the island in the Bahamas.
Can we take this down and please pull up what I've marked as document B?
But 23.
Now, just for the record, I believe these are the nursing notes you were looking at earlier. This is just has a different production number, and I just thought it might go more smoothly if I am calling out the correct page number. So just to establish this, do you recognize this document here?
Yes.
And these are your nursing notes that I believe you looked at with Mr. Nagelhoff earlier, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'd like to direct your attention to the entry for June 17th of 2014, which is on page with, perfect, there it is. This is a note you prepared, correct?
Correct.
And at the time that you prepared this note, were you in Boston with Mr. Depp?
According to the note, yes.
Now, in the subsection that says to 2330, do you see where it says accompanied patient, fiance, assistance, and security to concert?
Yes.
Okay. And in this note, patient refers to Mr. Depp. Is that right?
Yes.
And fiance is Ms. Heard?
Yes.
Just refresh your recollection that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard were engaged in June of 2014.
According to this, yes.
Is this the first time you met Ms. Heard?
I don't recall when I met her.
Further down in the note, do you see where it says assistant was also asked to pass on RN and MD's numbers to fiance, as we would both like to speak with her and to obtain her input towards patient treatment. You see where I'm referring to?
Yep.
Okay. RN is referring to you in this instance?
Correct.
And MD refers to Dr. Kipper?
Correct.
Do you recall why you wanted to speak with Ms. Heard at this time?
I do not.
Do you recall Ms. Heard expressing interest in participating in Mr. Depp's treatment?
I don't remember the events other than what's stated in my notes.
Your phone number was given to Ms. Heard though, correct?
Correct.
24.
Ms. Floyd, do you recognize this document?
No.
So I take it you did not prepare this document, is that correct?
Correct.
Directing your attention to the bottom of the
Ladies and gentlemen, that's probably a good break to go ahead and have our lunch break. So we'll go ahead and break until 2 o'clock. Do not discuss the case with anybody, don't do any outside research, okay? We'll come back and continue this deposition. All right. So we're tuning at 2 p.m., correct? All right, okay, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Hi, that was a little torturous. All right.
Little.
That was a little torturous.
Oh my God. I can't.
All right, so I'll get your opinions before I give mine. So go ahead, anybody.
I call bullshit. It's all
Straightforward, John.
bullshit.
Okay, that sums it up.
They're trying to picture Johnny as the bad guy and the junkie. That's not right.
Yeah, that's what I got from it. That they're basically trying to say
he did it. He's an abuser.
He's a
That's
drug
bullshit.
addict. He's a alcoholic. He paid everybody off. I'm getting a lot of that. That's what I don't get. I mean, because Dr. Kipper said, listen, I was there and I never saw either one of them beat up or hurt or anything like that. So, and she's like, in the beginning, she starts off, which I found right away, like the introduction was like, yeah, Johnny never threw a phone at me. I was like, wow, where did that come from? I didn't even hear the question. It was so fast. It happened so quick. I was like, wow, why did that happen so fast? It was like,
hey y'all,
instantly.
I say they should bring Isaac Baruch back.
Bring who back?
Isaac.
Well, no, he's done.
The legendary Isaac Baruch.
Yeah, but he's done. That's it. His testimony is finished. So
how's everyone doing so far?
Hello, darling.
We were all sleeping, but we woke up. So
Yeah, sorry, I thought I was sleeping.
What happened, Tal?
Sorry, I thought I was sleeping.
I'm still having sleep, but I'm awake. I've been up.
My God, they didn't achieve anything. It's like, do you see this? Do you see that? If the nurse is like, why am I even wasting my time here? Like, there was no questions that were even like achieving anything. There's no proof whatever about his abuse, nothing. It's just like drugs, alcohol, this and this and that, or him calling somebody out. But it's like, that's the drama.
Everybody knows that
he out like
yeah, everybody knows that he does drugs, but they don't know. And she hasn't come in the record. Oh, I do drugs and everything.
Yeah, but there's like no achievement about the abuse. I mean, isn't that like about like he abused her? Like there was nothing. I was like even falling asleep. I was like, oh, I'm sorry. What are you talking about? Oh, like even the nurse was like almost falling asleep. Even Penny, you just saw Penny. Even she was like, am I still alive? What was I just watching? Like nothing. I'm pretty sure she even was thinking she was wasting her time. Like
a lot of it
those
seemed
lawyers
to me
has nothing to prove. Nothing.
Yeah, that's the problem. They're grasping on straws. I don't know how they won this in the UK. I'm still trying to figure out how the hell did they. Well, he does. Okay, I know lots of people who do drugs. I mean, I see people do drugs in the street. They don't come over and just attack people. They're making it seem as if, well, he did drugs. So you know what? 1 hour, Liz. So you know what? Which would be 7 p.m. UK, 8 p.m. Italy. Just to let you know. So we're gonna take a break. Take a break. I don't blame you. It's look. That's what they're trying to prove. They're trying to say, look, the guy's not mentally stable. He keeps asking for help. He does drugs. He needs help getting off the drugs. Therefore, since all that is true, then that's how he's a monster.
But it's so stupid. Like asking for help makes him a monster. I'm like, come on now. Everybody is struggling something, and asking for help doesn't mean you're a monster. I think that's so like disrespectful towards Johnny himself because of everything he's been through. The abuse and mentally, verbally, etc. And trying to numb his pain or talking to people and then saying like, yeah, well, only because he was asking for help is a monster. It's like, okay, so everybody that's asking for help is a monster now. Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
That's total BS. That's total BS. I call BS on that because Heard was abusing him.
Well, yeah, but they have to prove it. The thing is, the doctor, I know you missed it, but the doctors today said that neither one were abused. So, he's got to prove that she abused him. That's the
They
whole.
got no proof?
Well, right now, the doctor said, look, neither one was abused. So if he saw no proof, we need somebody there that proves he was abused. That's what they got to bring.
They should bring Kevin Murphy.
Yeah.
The thing is,
they got to bring other people. They have to bring other people.
The thing is that Depp is so a good actor with a kind heart.
Well, no,
Yeah.
I disagree because even though you're an actor, you still cannot lie, though. Look at Amber. She's an actress, but look at her disposition. She cannot even act.
Right.
It doesn't say anything about the actors and actresses. Like, even though they can act, it doesn't mean in real life they can, lie or whatever. Keep that in mind because, actresses and actors are still human beings. And the roles that they're doing, like for example for a movie, they have to prepare it. It's not like bam they can do it. It take preparation and a lot of homework. So like look at she did not prepare whatever this position is. Like bam, you can see she's lying.
She has no proof, no evidence of anything.
Keep that in mind. Actors and actresses are still human beings. It doesn't mean anything. They just have to prepare, do homework. It's like with any job, you have to prepare whatever sort of things, and it's the same with that. So it doesn't mean anything.
This is great. Laurel says, "Yeah, right. My cat thinks I'm a monster because I don't give her everything she wants, and when she wants it, pronto." It's funny.
Hey Laurel, how are you, Laurel Lance? Laurel Lance, as in the character from DC Comics. I love Laurel Lance.
But she is. You're right, Lily. But she's shit at it. Yeah. Listen again. The entire defense lays on drugs, alcohol. That he turned into a monster because of it, and that's why he abused her. And the one thing that also worked against him here was that he said to the emergency room that he did it. So now he needs somebody from the doctors to say, no, he didn't do it. This isn't physically possible. So they need to get a doctor in here to prove that. And they need to find someone who did see Johnny abused, who did see him with the cigarette in his face, the finger chopped off. They need to get someone in there. And Johnny's team needs to bring that.
One thing I know is that Johnny Depp is really awesome at what he does for a living, as in him playing Ichabod in Spooky Hollow. Johnny Depp played Ichabod in Spooky Hollow, and Captain Jack Sparrow, etc. But still.
But I find it ironic because like with Johnny, you see Bruce's, you see real stuff. He doesn't even like try to hide it. And with Amber, she has this "I'm like a cream because you're worth it" and stuff, and you don't see shit. No smiling, nothing. Photo shoot, nothing. And then she said, "No, but it's makeup. Oh no, this and that." Like I don't understand how even that. You have those proof also, like the recordings. You literally hear what happened, and they still like, well, we don't know. And I'm like, how is that even possible? That surprised me sometimes. There's their evidence right there, and then still they dare to say like, well, we still need someone to tell if it's really true or not. I'm like, that's sometimes something that really surprised me sometimes a little bit. But maybe Rob, maybe better because since you work in the court and stuff. But as myself, if you hear and see the evidence, but still people will go like, yeah, but I don't know. And I'm like, it's just weird to me, to be honest.
Right.
Exactly the point that he's trying to make. He's trying to make the point that he was a victim of abuse. A victim. Like us on this panel. We are victims of abuse.
Yes, Ali, you can, by the way. Yes, you can.
And we are survivors. We
Right.
survived. We
Right.
survived.
But in court, you have to prove that. And right now, again, this is only day 4. I'm not panicking yet.
No,
But
I don't think we should panic. I mean, there are a lot of
No.
things already clear. But also, I already know if you see the difference between Johnny and Amber, you already will see the very big difference between them. Because, like, right now, you also see Johnny with a very restful face. And then AA's trying way too hard to look sad or try to have these crocodile tears. I mean, look at her. She has Kleenex on her table. Kleenex.
You know, that's the other thing, Linda Malloy. I was going to bring this up. You just beat me to it. You just beat me to it. I was going to say, where's Johnny's offense, right? Like, everything that's been up there has been defense, right? Where's the offense of saying, well, wait a minute. Amber drinks how much red wine? Have you seen Amber do drugs? What kind of drugs does Amber take? How often does she take drugs? I'm waiting for these to unload. Like, where's the offense? We need some offense here. It's too much defense. It's too much Johnny did, and then the defense. Like, wait a minute.
Exactly.
Where's the offense? Where is the attack here? He can't. He's the one who's the plaintiff, yet he's the one who's always seems on the defense here. I'm like, wait, it's not. Is it the other way around? I mean, shouldn't it be twisted? Like, I don't know.
Exactly, Rob. Exactly.
Okay, they're back.
What do you mean they're back? They're not supposed to come back to 2.
Yeah, exactly. That's way too fast.
Yeah, it's only 1:12. They shouldn't be back now. It's only 12 minutes. Who eats lunch in 12 minutes?
I don't know.
But I'm pretty sure you can even ask Darth about actresses and actors, because what I understand, he works, with movies and, filming.
Right.
Even he can tell you, like, who's, lying or not lying, or acting or not acting, because you definitely can see a difference. And also with AH, you don't need to be a professional actor, director, or whatever to see when somebody is lying.
Right. Yeah, I don't see them back.
But oh my God, I can't with AH. Lawyers, they're wasting their time, everybody's time. Yeah. Have you seen this? Have you seen how he's reacting? Have you seen how he's name calling her? Like, who has not name called anybody when I was angry or whatever, or you, Rob, or you guys here right now with us, when you're really angry somebody, you say, dumb things, you say the worst things, the worst names, because you're angry. You're angry, you hurt. What else do you expect? You cannot go like, oh yeah, this sweetheart broke my heart. Like, nobody says that. You said this bitch broke my heart.
Right.
It's so stupid. Like, okay, he said the C word. Okay, what do you expect? He's angry, he's hurt. What do you expect? It's not the end of the freaking world.
They're trying to make it
the C word.
Yeah, they're trying to make it seem like, well, my God, he did marijuana, and oh my God, he called her names.
Oh,
and?
Bitch, come on, Rob. I've been in LA, and every corner where it doesn't matter where I've been, I smelled marijuana everywhere. Everywhere, even in Amsterdam, you can smell it everywhere.
Like, are you trying to tell me that because he did drugs, that makes him a bad person? Are you trying to tell me because he did certain things or he said certain names, wow, that makes you a bad person? No, stop with the psychological babble. How many people get frustrated, angry? They get made fun of. Come on, that's being a part of being a human being. To what he went through, and because he said a couple of choice words, or because it doesn't make somebody a bad person.
Exactly.
I mean, I know a few guys, who do drugs. I don't, but they do. That's their choice. But they're not bad people. I've yet, in all my years knowing them, that they have ever done something bad to their spouse, or done something bad to their children, or they've done something bad to a friend. I don't know that they're abusive,
Exactly.
I'm like, you really have to be to a point that every waking minute. That's all you do. And that's not all he does. Look, he's in the court now. Do you see him drugged up? Do you see him on alcohol? How many times have we seen him this year at an awards ceremony? Was he drugged up? Was he on alcohol?
Nope.
He was trying to get better. Is that a bad thing? Oh, it's a bad thing that you're trying to heal? It's like, man, doctor, it's really bad that he was trying to get over it. No, it's really a good thing he was trying to get over it. He was trying to get through his problems. And he was seeking help. I don't.
But it's like the same like with somebody with an eating disorder, who is like overweight or underweight. You cannot also say like, yeah, but that person is bad because you're overweight. Oh no, that person likes to eat because he's overweight. You don't even know the story behind it. It's literally like, don't judge a book by its cover.
Yeah. You're quitting drugs. That's what. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't.
Rob, they're back in court.
Well, why are they back in court?
I don't know, but they're back in. They're in the courtroom already.
I'll go back, but
well, maybe they're discussing something because if Penny says 2:00, it's 2:00.
You sure you're not watching the replay?
No.
I love you, Rob.
I love you too. Hold on, I'm gonna go because it's funny. It says they cut it off at 3 hours and 18 minutes, and they had a technical problem.
Oh God.
Yeah.
They are wasting the time. It's like 3 hours later. It's like, okay, so where's the proof? So what is that? It's like you're looking at the clock. You're like, I could have done better things right now. Like I could do this, I could do that, I could do this and so. Like a mom. Like I could have done laundry. I could have go to school. I could have done the grocery shopping. It's a little bit the same like that. Like with your wife. I could have had you. I could have had.
What I got?
Other stuff.
I got a technical difficulty, which is a very annoying sound that is going. It's very annoying. That's what I got. I don't see a courtroom. I went to Fox Live to see what was up, and all it is this piercing sound. Piercing.
Sorry, there's a freaking motorcycle people here driving like crazy motherfuckers. Sorry.
That's okay.
But it's also like, even that assistant said like, oh, H was using drugs and alcohol. Well, why can you not say why that she was abusive because of alcohol and whatever? Like, it's the same, like with Johnny. So why can't I say the same about AH? Like realistically.
Right.
I think they'll get to it.
But what I don't understand is, like I said earlier in the chat, that they throw Johnny under a bus basically for being abusive with drugs and alcohol. But I don't get why Eve Barlow gets away with a slap on the wrist and no punishment at all for putting shit out there.
Well, I mean, the punishment is that she can't come back. So she can't go there. You don't see a smug face. You don't see I haven't seen any notes being passed like I did before. There was a lot of notes being. I have to admit, there was a lot of notes that first week going back and forth.
Yes.
And I'm not seeing that now. I'm just seeing like Amber turns to the side. Someone said something to her. Elaine said something to her, and she's like, yes, whatever. But I don't see a lot of notes being passed and them reaching back, and I don't see that anymore. Yeah. So that was a lot of Eve. That had to do a lot with Eve Barlow.
But I think she's also trying to hide her face with her hair like on the sideways. And she's like, you can't see me. I know where the camera is,
Yeah. Even Laurel says there's no courtroom. Looks nothing like there is at the moment. Yeah, I don't see it. All I see is this dingo making this piercing noise like a technical difficulty. I don't see anything showing anybody in the court. And they're not gonna. She said, I'll be back in an hour. The judge left. Why would I don't know why anybody else would be in the courtroom unless they want to eat there or hang out there.
What if Amber punched it?
Hey, bro, just in case, if you're hungry, get something to eat so you don't feel like weak or whatever.
Oh, no, I had something when she was talking because a lot of the questions were just like ridiculous. Like, I was like, oh my god, it's one of those. I was getting, I hate when you get to be tired. I hate that because
Yeah.
like,
No,
like
just
Dr.
making sure so you also feel good because I don't want you to go feel like, oh, I'm going to pass out or something. So
I don't know,
because we
like
care about you too.
Dr. Kippers was cool this morning because he was like, he was like the info was good. The questions weren't stupid. I hate when they ask these questions over and over, and it's like we got the point already. Like they're trying to get across to every single person he was a drug addict. Yeah, but he was going to a doctor to detox from it. That's not a bad thing. So what'd you miss, Petty Patty? You missed Dr. Kipper and you missed Debbie Lloyd. And Dr. Kipper said that he didn't see either party physically abused. And the Australia, he said he tried to take care of Johnny's finger. And that when they went back to the house, he told everybody they got to find the finger, and they did. And the chef was the one who found the finger. And he said that he did not see Amber abused at all. Now remember, Amber claimed it was a 3-day hostage situation. She was beat up and all these things. And they're like, did you see Amber beat? No. Did you see she was physically abused? No. Did you ever see them physically abuse each other? He's like, no. So, okay, that disproves, her abuse claim that she says. And Debbie Lloyd is more just like, questioning Johnny's drug use. That's what they're trying to get. They're trying to get that he's mentally not stable person, and that he was so drugged up, and he was such an alcoholic, and this led to his abuse. And this is the whole kit and caboodle with them. This is the whole thing that they say. This is it. This is what he's done. This is what he's done wrong. This is why he's a horrible person. And I don't know where Johnny's offense is because it needs to. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny how people look at you and like, oh yeah, you did this, or you're a horrible person. I remember so well, in my time at high school, for example, just example. I don't know I don't want to do this about me. I swear I don't. But I don't know how to give another example. When I was in high school and I was bullied, there was those girls that I thought were my friends. And I remember so well in class, in the classroom, they were like talking shit about me, that I was lying all the time and I didn't care. But I was standing there like, what the hell are you talking about? Like, this didn't even happen, but they like made up stories about things that were not even true. And it's like the same, they make things up that they were not even true, like because he's a man, or he's so popular, it makes him so different, and then you have to make up stories because people just has to believe you. It's, oh my god, I can't. It's stupid. And I've known girls in the past, and I'm a fucking girl, and they can be worse than men. They can be more abusive than men. Way worse. I don't get physically, mentally, everything. I've been there too, and I'm a woman myself. I don't know if one of you guys have been through that. If you're a woman or a man, I don't care. But or in the chat, raise your hands if you've been, like verbally abused, physically abused by women that you've been.
How can they raise their hands? They're in the chat, silly.
Just hit one.
Well, Rob, you've been through that, right, with your ex-wife?
Yeah, ex-girlfriend. Yes, I've been.
Ex-girlfriend. There you go.
I've been there also.
And everybody else, raise your hands to share your stories about women that were way worse than men that abuse you no matter what. There you go. Go for it. Don't be shy.
Yeah, listen, again, I don't know. Okay, well, I guess we could do that. That's true. There you go. You could do that.
So don't be afraid. Just raise your hand. You don't have to share your story. Just raise your hand. No, it doesn't have to be towards you. It can be, to somebody you have seen been abused by women, whatever. Just raise your hand, no matter what kind of situation. Just whatever you saw. Don't be shy. We are family. We are love. We love each other. We respect each other. And this is just, to support each other, knowing that we are not alone no matter what. It's not only about Johnny Depp. It's about each other as a community, that, we are there for each other and we are worth it. It doesn't matter where you're from, how you look like. If you're a good person, you're a good person. You deserve everything you want in life. You can, achieve everything in life. That's all. Sorry, Robert. Now I'm a little bit babbling, but just what I want to say.
Well, listen, I want you guys to talk because otherwise it's all me. That's the whole point of having the panel. Otherwise, why would I open the stream if I wanted to be all me? I'd be like, nah, it's just going to be me. I'm not going to let you guys on. No.
By the way,
Because anybody can join. That's the whole point of it,
by
Well, I
the way,
mean,
everybody,
disappearing, that was the
yes,
last one.
I know how it feels to be.
A lot of people do. Look, my son was abused by his ex-partner, female 10 years. A lot of people putting their hands up, Lily. A lot of people don't know.
That story that I told on Rob's member stream, my story actually happened.
Well, I didn't think it didn't happen. I didn't think you were lying. I don't think anybody here is lying about their story. Why would someone do that?
No. I don't think nobody will lie about it being abused, being bullied, or whatever, unless you're AH.
Yeah.
But as together, you understand the trauma. You understand when you're afraid. If I was in a courtroom right now with somebody that abused me, that I've been traumatized so bad, you will see in my eyes and my behavior that I'm scared or whatever, even though I try not to be. But there's always a part of me that's like, oh shit, because you don't know if you will win. With AA, she can see her arrogancy. You can see she doesn't give a F. Oh my god, it's so fucking motherfucker. Sorry. But you will see.
It's not over, Sean. It's not over. There's a technical difficulty, so they're probably going to have to start another stream. There seems to be a technical problem. Some right now they should just be calling the short M. I'm going to show you what they're showing. It's going to be a little piercing, but I'm going to show you what they're showing.
I knew it.
It'll be a little piercing.
Johnny Depp is kind of hot.
Kinda. I think a lot of ladies would disagree.
Kinda. Hello, when I
Kinda.
saw him that
Really?
You're gonna have it all.
He doesn't look kind of hot. Literally, he looks hot.
I mean,
He
I
looks
don't
more
go for
than
men that are
kinda
way
hot.
older, like
He's
20 years older than me. But when I saw that, I was like, hello, daddy. Come to me.
Wow.
I would kiss him on the lips if I were there.
Wow.
Oh my god. Wow. Literally.
Guys, I would kiss him on the lips if I were there with him. I would kiss him on the lips.
Yeah, hold on.
It's
Hold on.
literally like
I'm
this,
trying
like,
to find it, but for some reason it just said the stream ended in 3 hours. This is weird.
Hey, Rob,
Yes.
to like, when you see a sexy woman and you go like, oh shit. Oh.
Yes, I know. Yeah, I know. Oh, definitely. Definitely. This is weird.
Rob is even more handsome.
Well, thank you. Oh, God.
Yeah, Rob, you're also very handsome. You're a very cute, loving man. Everybody will be very, very, oh my God, I'm losing my words today. No, wait. I got it. Everybody will be very lucky to have you as a husband.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
But it's true.
I'm going to go to Court TV and see what's up.
Hey, Rob?
Okay,
Yes.
Will you marry me?
Hold on a second. It says Court TV is on a break. Live stream will resume shortly. Yeah, so there seems to be an issue. I don't know what that issue is, but there seems to be a technical difficulty that all the channels are having.
The issue probably being
I hope
Amber
no one's been hacked. I don't know.
Blame Elon.
Rob, stop hacking things. You're naughty, man.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. It's just very odd. I hope the feed comes back.
Stop,
but the feed is
hacking into things.
Sorry, it's Court TV's been out. Sky News.
Same as Sky News and Daily Mail. It's out.
We all knew Rob was a part of the FBI.
I think it's Elon taking over Twitter. I think that's what's happening. I think
Elon Musk, naughty man.
If he takes over Twitter, then all the dev heads will be kicked out.
Yeah.
Who is Elon Musk? Who is this Elon Musk?
That's for sure. Or he'll be I don't know. Oh,
I'm wondering,
Twitter jail.
Is Johnny Depp going to take the stand after the break?
Not that I know of. No.
What a coincidence!
But is Johnny not going tomorrow as a to speak, so to speak.
Everything's down. Look, Law and Crime is down. Court TV is down. Sky News
Rob,
is down.
stop doing this. Stop hacking.
Sorry. I'm just
Stop
saying.
hacking
It's
into
not
things,
Rob.
Rob.
I'm a witness.
no.
Rob didn't do anything.
It's Skynet.
It could be. It's Skynet, like a Terminator.
The machines are taking over.
I realized what you
Oh
said.
no, wait!
I
It
realized what
are
you said.
It is
Hey,
us the
Rob,
Russians
it's
taking
the
it
Russian
over,
bots.
according to
The Russian
yeah,
bots.
the Russian bots taking it
And
over.
the Russian
The
bots.
Russian bots from Moscow tried to sabotage this whole live stream. That was my Italian. Sorry.
I love you, Rob.
Love you too. Oh my God.
Love
Carrie,
you more, sexy.
Hopefully, oh God. Hopefully, it says issues are sorted for after lunch. Amber is a hacker. She's the one that said to have hacked Johnny's account to pay fans $20 to show up.
Yeah, where's my money, Rob?
Does
I'm
anybody
still
know about
waiting.
that? I heard about that.
If she's an hacker, then I'm a queen.
$20.
I'm waiting for my $100.
First of all, $20 is going to cost you transportation just to get somewhere. I mean, are you kidding me? I mean, shoot, if I took an Uber, depending on how far it is, it could cost me much more than $20. It wouldn't be enough. That's nothing. $20. What am I going to get $20? Maybe a meal?
No one is prepared to hack someone's account for $20. Seriously.
$20 down here gets you looked at like, you fucking serious?
Wait, maybe we should just start talking like a robot. Like, hello, I'm a robot from the Netherlands, and I'm a Russian bot, apparently. Like Asia is talking about, and so is Rob rules.
Better not. You never know.
How's it going for Johnny? Leslie, how's it going for Johnny? I think it's okay this morning. I don't think there's been anything bad against him. I mean, they're trying to paint him in a bad light. That's what they're trying to do, the defense. I don't know where his offense is, man. I'm like, listen, there's got to be a point that you got to be aggressive. And that's the thing that's bothering me. Like, it seems like all these days, except for the opening statement, he's been on the defense. You know, I mean, I think Isaac was the only one who put a little, pep in his step.
Fire in there. Yeah.
Pushed him back. I think that Gina would have pushed him back had it not been for her testimony to be stricken. And a lot of people don't realize that she said it on record. Had she said no, then they would have questioned the Instagram, and I don't think she would have been kicked out. But because she said yes, that kind of did her in. She admitted that, yeah, I've been watching the trial. Well,
Rob, read Shalana's message in the chat room.
In the chat room?
In the right here.
Hold on.
Rob,
in the chat.
Your Twitter DMs. I just sent you something that Court TV said about Farlow.
Okay. Hold
Wait, so who is this Elon Musk?
Oh my God, you don't know Elon Musk? Oh my God.
Oh my
Amber's
God,
baby daddy.
He is the one that made the rocket.
Amber, I love it.
The world's richest man, but still has the world's smallest penis.
But he does have autism, doesn't he?
Who?
Elon Musk?
I have no idea. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know anything
I don't
about
think
that.
so, though.
Elon Musk is the rocket man. Amber Sugar Daddy.
By the way, the lawyer on Court TV said that Eve Barlow should have been taken into custody and held in contempt of court for what she did.
Eve Barlow is a big bully. If you don't say anything, because not everybody has Twitter or has time to be on Twitter. You don't say anything, you directly erases or whatever. And I'm like, are you fucking serious? Do you not have better things to do than opening your fucking dirty mouth?
Oh my God, animation. I don't believe you put this.
I'm awful today. Gotta throw some dark humor in
That's
there.
exactly what happened. When they have a big mouth, they have a little wiener.
Oh man.
It's the creator of the I call them I call them driving iPads. What do you call those cars? Teslas.
Was this good for JD's side? I didn't see it bad. I just think that, like I said, I think with the second witness with Debbie Lloyd, they're just trying to paint him in a bad light. That's the defense. The defense is drugs and alcohol.
Yeah, but there's nothing to show that he's a bad guy only because of alcohol and drugs.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah,
or
no one's come out and said, yeah, oh, Johnny abused her. Oh, she was beat real bad. Oh, she was crying and she was, I saw cuts and bruises. Nobody has said that they've seen her abused.
Exactly.
The only person that said
and Isaac would never be crying about Johnny if he did something wrong.
The only person who said anything was that other doctor, not Dr. Kipper, the other doctor. I forgot her name. I don't.
Oh, that psychologist. I needed almost a psychologist.
The therapist.
Yes. The therapist was the only one who said she saw Amber bruised, and at that point, everybody here questioned, then why didn't she report it? And I would have said.
But she said it was around the eye, right?
Like, why wouldn't you report?
No, but Rob, it was around the eye, right?
It was around, yeah. She said.
Yeah, then she probably had the nose job or something because you can see pictures about around the eye if you had a nose job.
And she also did this, and meaning that the mark wasn't much, which made me think of that zit that we saw that day on that Friday.
That makeup shit.
Right. But I don't have the proof of dates and when she saw it. I don't remember any dates. I mean, I'd have to go back and try to figure that out. But I don't remember saying a date or anything, saying, well, on this date is when I saw blah, blah, blah. But then she said, oh, I take bad notes.
Okay, it's like, okay, have you seen swollen things?
Now that you mentioned that,
I had a swollen eye. You cannot even cover that with makeup. Come on now, not even with that Amica cream, you're worth it.
He's doing okay.
Speaking of Amica cream, Rob, how's your leg?
It's not that he's overwhelming anything in his favor, but there's nothing really overwhelming in Amber's favor either. So it's kind of like, did we really accomplish anything today? The only thing I think we accomplished was that Amber lied in Australia, which I think is huge. She wasn't abused. She wasn't beat up. That was huge.
Oh,
but it's also obvious with every, like, you know, the nurse, the doctor, they all said we didn't see bruises on Amber's face. We didn't see anything, nothing. It says enough.
I sent you those pictures on Twitter after the airplane when they got off into Australia.
You sent it to me?
Yeah, on Twitter.
Let me see. Let me go.
I know
I definitely love the woman.
Oh yeah. These pictures, with his hand, with his hand bandaged. Yeah, I see.
Yeah, but do you see his face against Amber? Like, why the fuck do you want to hold my hand?
Yeah, that was weird. Yeah.
And then her holding him very tight to him, and then the smirk on the.
I'm going to show this because you can see on my phone. Hold on, let me put a solo so you can see it. Hold on, I'm going to show you guys this. Okay.
His face really speaks. It speaks.
His hair. I'm sorry, I had to say.
Now,
yeah,
Jerry
but look at
Judge
his
is
hand.
here, right? Jerry Judge is in the blue shirt. There was a picture. I don't have it on me, but there was a picture that when Amber came down, he was in her face. Like he was yelling at her about something. I don't know what it was, but Jerry, the minute she's like towards the last step, Jerry Judge is like right in her face, telling her, and it's not like he's wanting her something. He looks like frustrated, like, and because she looks a little like taken aback by him. I wish I had.
He was pretty angry at her that time. I saw 2 pictures of that. Yeah, he pulled her out to the side. Yeah, it's when she cut his finger, I think. And he pulled her to the side and started scolding her.
Yeah, but look at that. Look at your face. I mean, seriously, look how she's smirking. You don't see bruises on her face.
He even has sunglasses on.
Yeah, I could make it. I could put it here. Hold on, I could do that too. But I figured it was bigger if I did a solo screen. But I could share it with you guys and show you. But yeah, listen.
But just the way how she looks at him, like, you know, having
So
this
concerned.
attitude, and he's like really calm. I don't know how to explain, but kind of calm, nothing. And she's like towards him, like, you know, like,
Yeah, she pulls her face like if you dare say something, dude. Seriously, that's the face she's
Yeah,
just
I'll screen
pulling
share
there.
it. I don't know if that's better or the other way was better, but you guys can tell me. Hold on.
Okay, I found Sky News again. They're gonna come in court live in 18 minutes.
Yeah, it's 1:40, so they'll be there. So here she is with him. Here she is here. He's looking down. His hair's up in the air because it's windy, obviously. She's grabbing for his hand. His other hand's all wrapped and bandaged. You can see she's holding her hat and like I don't know some kind of book. I guess I would assume so. It's a book because she's always reading. Not that it's a bad thing, you know. And then she's here again, very concerned, kind of a concerned look. And there's his hand all bandaged up. Yeah, it's a book. Yeah, it is the book. I figured it was a book. Amber's always reading. That is again, reading is not a bad thing. That's it. So his hand is totally, his fingers totally wrapped up, totally. Like
Yeah,
in a
but look at her body. You don't see bruises on her. Come on. The only one is bruised. That is JD.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like more than one finger. Actually, it looks like the three fingers. Because you see the thumb and the pinky, but you don't see the other three. Maybe that's as a precaution. Maybe that's because it has to heal a certain way. I'm not a doctor. I don't know. But that's what I'm getting from that. So, yeah. Where'd you guys go?
We are here.
Okay, for some reason, I lost.
I'm here.
Oh, for some reason, went to a different tab, which I didn't want it to do. I don't know why it did that. I gotta
Yeah,
go
I'm
back.
tagging you, Rob, right now on all the stuff that I dug up and researched over the weekend, too.
Okay, here. Sorry, I had to fix my tabs. It went to a whole different page. I was like, no, I don't want you to go to a whole different page. I had to fix that.
Okay, let me go and give my cats food before they eat
Read
my
your
mind.
comment, Lily. Okay, I'll read your comment if I can find your comment. Lily asked me to read her comment. Okay, remember what Isaac said about how Whitney hit Amber? Maybe the therapist seen Whitney's bruise. Maybe. You know, it all depends on time frames, and I that's the whole thing. When did this one see that one? When did this one? We didn't get all that. So I'm not really quite sure who saw when and what saw who and when that event happened because there's so many things to try and remember here.
I love you, Rob.
I love you too.
Will you marry me?
No. Oh
I'm
God.
just teasing
Ow.
you, you
I
know.
know.
He said like, no.
Like one wife is
What's gonna
enough already.
You know, I'm just teasing you,
That's
Rob.
I know.
Burn, baby, burn.
See, the whole thing I don't like. I don't like the fact that they're trying to paint him in a bad light. I don't like the fact that and that's what they're trying to do, and it's really pissing me off that his team isn't aggressive. Like, come on, man. Where's the offense? Where is the going after her? Where is your witness that says, do you remember Amber doing drugs? Yes. Do you remember how much Amber drank? How much did Amber drink? Would you say 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3 glasses? You know, how much drugs did she do? Was it drugs that were prescribed? No. Okay. When did she do these drugs? You know, we got to get her. We got to put her back on her heels again. Because today it just feels like attack Johnny Depp Day. I don't, which I don't like that. And at least the doctor said, hey, listen, I didn't see anything. You know, and she said, hey, Johnny didn't throw a phone at me. So I don't know where that came from because, and that was right off the bat, like, boom. I was like, whoa, I wasn't ready for like the first sentence to be, I thought it was like, who are you? What do you do? Blah, blah, blah. I was ready for all that stuff, like an introduction. I wasn't ready for like one of the first questions to be, yeah, Johnny didn't throw a phone at me. I was like, wow, that was fast. Okay, we're just getting right to the point. But then it was all those dreary questions like, oh, he does marijuana, right? And isn't that horrible? What a bad human being he is because he smoked some pot. Oh, he did a little drugs. He did some oxys. Wow, what a bad human to be. Okay, so does that mean I'm a bad human?
I've heard that she paid some witnesses to not testify.
Good possibility.
Yeah, exactly. Why don't they ask about her substance abuse? Yeah. I don't stand it.
I never asked you this, Rob, but how old are you?
49.
My God,
Wow.
Yeah, I'm
you're
older.
I'm
Old guy.
43.
You look really good for your age. You don't look it at all.
Thank you.
I am in my early 20s.
Oh,
So
you're a baby.
1999.
You're a
Yeah.
little kid.
Yeah, she's a little kid. Lily, you're 21. Wow. I didn't know Lily was that young. Wow. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I am. I am.
Lily, you are so hot in that photo.
Oh, God. Okay, now you're embarrassing me. Okay. I'm getting a little embarrassed. It's not about me today. It's not about me. It's not about me. Oh, okay, a couple of people in their 30s. Okay. Yeah, I was like, wow, I wasn't ready either.
Hey, Rob, we're the older ones now.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I appreciate it. This is so funny. Denial is my age. Who put that? Wait,
Me.
where is it? I lost it. Oh, here it is.
I hate being my age.
Yeah, this number is coming. This number is coming. I don't feel it though. But there you go. There you go. So now you know.
I'm the same age as Amber. I'm wait a minute, no, she's 36, I think. I'm 34.
Hey, yeah, well, you know what's amazing is we got. Wow, thanks, Carrie. That was an amazing compliment. Oh my God, thank you. Wow. Okay. You know the oh okay, yeah, like it's amazing that we have so many people that are different ages here and that are from different places, and so it's not like one age group. But what that shows me is it about just 20-year-olds? No, it's about 30-year-olds, 40-year-olds that we have all different. So when they say, oh, you guys are just a bunch of 50-year-olds who are, and we're like, no, we're not. Again, their assumptions and their idiocies is incredible. We only come for it's U.S. led Johnny Depp group. No, it isn't. It's all over the world, and I can't believe how much I try to prove this. And how uneducated these people are about so many things about this case, about so many people that they just don't get it. They just don't get it. What? Yeah, thanks.
My daughter, when she was 4, she's like, I like Jack Sparrow. She likes that character.
I like how they did an interview with the fans outside. They have Johnny's, which are all ages, and Amber's was just this like older couple with their like 6-year-old son. And they zoom in on the kid. They're like, "So why are you here? Why are you supporting Amber?" And all he could say is, "I don't know. She's being bullied online." It's like, yep.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that was just funny.
This is me. You could tell probably here, but then again, I don't know if that's true because I got these things up here.
It's
Rob, can I say something very quickly, if you don't mind?
Guys, say whatever you want, Tal. Go ahead.
Because I've been seeing a lot of comments. Bloody hell. I'm sorry. It's about the book. I'm so sorry. I don't want to.
Go. Here, I give you the stage. Go
Thank
ahead.
you so much, Rob. I really appreciate it.
Go ahead.
Everybody's been asking me about, the book, if Johnny got it, etc. Honestly, the only thing I know that last week on Wednesday, my friends got the book that I ordered. And the only thing he told me is that the book looks great. It's a great quality. It looks amazing, which I'm very happy about it. I asked for a picture and a video how the book looks like. I have not received it yet. I'm waiting on it. I understand that my friend is very busy. But I will show you a picture of the cover once I receive it. That's definitely a promise that I will, I have with you guys. I have not seen, I have not seen the cover myself in real life, so I am very curious myself. So I have not seen myself how the book looks like in real life. To be very, very honest, from the bottom of my heart, really trust me, please. I have not seen it. I'm very curious myself, but I'm respecting my friends, time and everything because he's also very busy. But once I get a picture of, the cover of the book, I will share it on Twitter, and I will let you know here if you do not have Twitter how it looks like. And once I got updates about the book, I will also let you know. I don't know anything, but I'm guessing he did not get a book yet. But I understand because he needs to look and see when he can give the book to Johnny because now it's behind certain doors, so to speak. So once I know anything and once I have the picture and everything like that, I will update you. I promise you that because I have done it in the past too. But like I said, I understand that my friend is very busy and everything like that, and nervous and all that stuff. So once I know what is happening and all that stuff, I will update you. So please be patient. I'm patient myself. I know it can be very hard that you're like excited and nervous and everything. I myself am too because I've wrote my own message to Johnny too. Rob has and Keely and everybody, which I'm very grateful for. So for everybody that has been part of it, thank you so much for your trust, for your time and everything. So once I know something, I will update you. That's my promise from the bottom of my heart. So to you, Rob, and everybody else, once I know something, I will let you know. Okay, so please be patient. And once I know something, I will let you know. Thank you so much for listening. And sorry from me for mumbling a little bit, but I try to be, a little bit, that everybody understands and everything like that. So love you guys, and I love our community. We are a beautiful family that does not end with blood, and whatever happens. We love each other, respect each other, and even though there's some irritation or like that, just talk it out privately and just be there for each other. It doesn't matter where you're from or whatever. Okay, love you guys so much, and thank you so much for understanding and for your patience. Mwah! Big kisses for everybody.
Love you too.
Thank you so much, Rob. I really appreciate it. Like, you are one of the kindest men I've ever met, and one of the most understanding people that I've ever met. So I really appreciate it, Rob. Please know that you are very, very loved. Very, everybody's for you. Everybody understands you, and we are really appreciate your love and support and your kindness and your time. So please know that, Rob. Please know that we all love you so
I
much.
love you all too, please. There's a whole family. I've always said that from the beginning. Oh, Leslie heard that the technical problem was because she heard it was AH in the bathroom.
Okay.
She was blowing it up.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Diarrhea. Sorry.
Deep in the bathroom.
Yeah, thank you, Todd. That was very nice, and thank you to everybody. You guys are awesome. I listen. I do this for one reason because when I started this, I caught it when Amber was on the bench that week in the UK. So I know a lot of people knew who I was. I had a little bit of views, but then when I played what your thoughts were, because I was reading all your comment section, and then when you guys, I started playing the audios, and you guys really started pouring in, and the channel started growing. I said, okay, I'm gonna jump from what I was talking about to this because this seems very big. And then when I heard the tape, I was like, yo, that's how I felt. I was like, man, I felt like, so it hit home. And then when I saw the interest, I said, okay, I'm going to start to talk about this a little bit more because I don't know too much about it. So as I dug an article, I was like, whoa, this is interesting. And this is interesting. Oh, Elon Musk. Oh my God, I got to talk about him. Oh, geez, Franco, I got to talk about, oh, listen to this audio. I got to share this. And even though some of it was old to some people, you guys are very patient and you went through it with me and you say, oh, wait till you hear this. Oh, wait till you read this one. Oh, wait till you, and I was like, man, it was so much information. I just wanted to keep pouring it out there, pouring it out. And when I found things I didn't see anybody else talk about, I was like, oh my God, like the thing in Mexico really, really got me. And I was like, wow, what the hell are they doing in Mexico? What's going on there? You know, and that interests me. And I have to say, there was a tweet. There's a tweet guy that Elon Musk offered him like $4,000 or $5,000 to take down. And it was about that they followed his jet plane like everywhere it went. And the guy refused. Maybe that's another reason why he wants to buy Twitter, because he wants to get rid of that person. He's like, I want to shut him down. It's possible. Now, during the event about Mexico, and then some people said, oh, this isn't true, and this photo was fake. And I said, can you find it anywhere on the internet? And people were like, no. How could you say it's fake? It's from someone's phone, and it didn't get publicized because Elon was trying to hide it, obviously. And I looked at it, and where his plane was the only time his plane was in Mexico, was right around that time that article came out.
After that, you can say, I saw that picture.
And I saw where the plane landed, and I was like, why is he in Mexico? And then I saw somebody put like him like dancing and stuff. It was a sombrero and stuff. I was laughing, so it was funny. But I was like, yeah, he was in Mexico around the time that the article came out. So it may not be the exact month, but it was certainly right close to it. So I said it wouldn't make sense that this article came out there and then he was there with, and I could believe that he's there with Amber. So, you know, look, he was also around the UK at that time too. And then when I was looking at his plane, all it's ever been to is Texas, California, Texas, California, Texas, California, Texas, California. So I was like, okay, so he's constantly going from Texas to California. But at that time, he was in Europe and Mexico. And the case was in the UK.
To Texas?
Yeah, he's mostly in Texas and California. That's where the plane keeps going. His businesses, that's why.
This person is from Texas.
Well, SpaceX is in Texas. That's where he has his whole spaceship thing going on. And I think Tesla's in California. I think. I have to look that up. But I'm not too sure. I'll look up.
There was an article where he said that he moved his company to Texas.
Well, I just saw an article that he doesn't own a home. Look, I don't know how true that is. I just read that the other day that he doesn't own a home and he just stays at people's houses and stuff like that. Look, I don't know. I don't know how true that is. You got me.
He probably stays in her dad's house. Think about that.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I'm looking for this live feed, and I only see Court TV. We might have to tolerate that, but I can't stay. If it's Court TV, I can only stay to a certain time. Oh, no, here it is. It says part 2, scheduled at 2 p.m. Okay, so there was a technical difficulty. They are going to have a part 2. Yeah. I'm gonna share it with you now. I just saw it. Here it is. Yeah, I got it. But they're not.
Live time, it only says court is on break. Live stream resumes shortly.
Yeah, I have it here. I'm going to show it. I'm going to put it up now. It's part 2. There must have been some kind of technical feed or something.
Elon Musk.
Yeah. It had to be something. Yeah. So, yeah, there you go. I mean,
you all know it's Rob. He loves to do these things.
I don't know. Listen, it has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me. So, nothing to do with me.
Hey, Rob.
But what's up?
You just know that I have to go because I'm gonna. If I stay here, I may have to fall asleep, and I don't want that to happen.
To me. All right,
How
all right.
dare you to fall asleep, girl? How dare you?
Thanks for stopping by, Ro.
That only happened once. I don't want it to happen again, so
Thank
I gotta get going.
Pop culture be falling asleep in the.
Love ya.
Take care.
Love you too.
Sleep well.
Let's have sex.
Oh,
Bye.
What?
I came in at a weird time.
What
Yeah,
did she
what?
just say?
What the heck?
I
Did I
don't
just
know.
that too?
I didn't catch that comment. I was like, what? I didn't catch that comment. I hope I heard just heard one word and that was it. I was like, what?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, I really do not understand why JD is a bad guy for drugs and alcohol. Does anyone in the industry not do that? Yeah.
Yeah.
But you know what? They don't have. You know what? It's called grasping at straws, Rebecca. It's called. We don't have much of a defense. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna use whatever we can against him. What can we use? Oh, I know. He did drugs and alcohol. So hey, let's say that he said this thing about the monster, right? So we'll use that thing about the monster, and we'll use drugs and alcohol in it, and it turned him into this monster. What a great defense! How's he going to defend that? That's a great idea, and that's what they came up with. That was their defense. Why his offense is it coming back and isn't it true that Amber Heard does drugs? Isn't it true that Amber Heard does wine? Look at all these pictures here. This comes from Amber Heard's Instagram, ladies and gentlemen. Here's Amber Heard here. Here's Amber Heard here. Here's Amber Heard here. And all these pictures would show that, yes, she does do wine. So I don't get why they're not on the attack yet. It really
There is a lot of pictures where she's in a wine store buying wine, boxes of wines, bottles of wines. There's proof.
Yeah.
Even the assistant said that she was using mushrooms, drinking, cocaine, and all that stuff. Kitty, hello! Oh my god, I love that somebody. I see on Twitter right now that somebody brought 2 freaking alpacas. What the hell?
Yeah, that was weird. I don't know what that was about. I have no idea. That was the oddest thing I've ever seen. The 2 alpacas and they dressed up to death, and I'm like,
I love it. I love it.
I'll show you guys. Hold on. I think I had someone sent it to me on Twitter. It was the
Yes,
weirdest-
here. Wait.
Rob,
Yeah, wait.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Wait, I will send you the.
That was you, okay?
I will send you the. Oh, this was starting. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, we're back. We're back.
Thank God.
Okay, we got 25.
Yes.
Yeah, you could have 25, Judge.
Oh, Penny, you burned that ass. Just saying.
That's fine. Do I need the microphone for this? Yeah. So you can have a seat. That's fine. Microphone. Oh. Maybe if you can just talk real loud. Oh, hold on just a minute. I really can't hear you.
I have a hernia problem. That's why I start pain.
Okay. Oh, you have a problem with a hernia.
Yes.
Okay, and it's really bothering you to the point where
Yeah.
you can't concentrate.
Yeah, today's I don't know why it bother me too much.
I know, but what I want to make sure you understand. If I excuse you today, I'm excusing you from the jury.
I'm trying to go today home and take medicine and rest, get ready for tomorrow.
I can't do that. I can't have that done. We have to keep going. Okay. So, I mean, has it been bothering you other days while you've been on the jury?
No, today start now. Never bother me more than 1-2 weeks I'm here.
Okay, but it might bother you also tomorrow?
I'm not sure, but I'm trying to do my best to.
I know you're trying to do your best, but I want to make sure you're healthy too. I don't want you to ruin your health for this. All right, just sit there for a second. If I can have the attorneys. Do you have any
That was a weird question from the judge. Like, do you think it'll hurt you tomorrow? Look, I don't know if anything's going to hurt me tomorrow. My leg doesn't hurt today as much, but does that mean that my leg won't hurt me tomorrow? That's a weird. How could you? Some questions I just don't get. Do you think it'll hurt you tomorrow? I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't, do you know if you're going to win the lottery tomorrow? No, I'd play it today if I knew I was going to win tomorrow. I knew I was going to do certain things tomorrow that I would do them today if I knew they were going to benefit me in the future.
Get the cream.
Maybe that'll work. Get us a cream. That cream solves everything.
Oh, Darth was just talking about this guy was trying to get out because he was complaining, he had really bad migraines and, health issues in general, I guess. They said, well, if it's not
So we
like
need to make
anything
sure you're healthy and
life-threatening,
everything, so we're going to
Tylenol.
excuse you from this jury, okay? All right. Just take care of yourself, okay? All right, thank you.
He's been excused. He got his wish. She let him go.
Oh, wow.
She
Okay.
looks like a gentleman, Judge.
Thank you.
Shit.
She looks very genuine, though, and very strict. She doesn't take any bullshit.
Yeah, she don't want a lawsuit on her hands.
All right.
Hell, they're
Yes, ma'am,
already
you have something
looking at
before the jury comes in?
pre-jury.
Okay, which one? 548. Perfect, okay.
They have an alternate juror.
All right.
So the alternate juror who's
Okay,
been there will
548
now
is
become
done.
a juror.
All right, I did have
That's
one
what they'll do.
question.
Sweet.
There seems to be a few, oh, that's okay, you can stay there. We don't have the jury here now.
You
There
go,
seems
Penny.
to be a few exhibits I just want to make sure of. We have everything that you just
Yeah, it's an
gave us
alternate
earlier from
juror
Dr.
who was
Kipper's
there. So now they become an
deposition, but I just wanna
official
make
juror. Now they
sure
have the
if
alternate
there
now
were
has
redactions
a
needed
say of what
for
happened.
395 or 414, or am I using mine?
So now there's
as-
10 jurors as far as I was told. So 7 jurors and 3 alternates.
Damn.
I just want to see. I mean, I can just give you the numbers of ones I'm not sure about, and you can look at it and we can move on. I just did 405, 455, 304, 307, 395, and 414.
I actually just
Just not
realized I
sure
can
if
do
those-
this.
I'm waiting for redactions.
I think this
or if
is
I'm using
better.
The ones I'm going to use. And then you had one that I'm not sure if you said 1083 or 283. So if you could let me know. I heard 1083 as the exhibit number. Jamie heard 283. So I just want to make sure we get the right one.
Better because the one
This is
left.
Dr. Kipper's. You said 1063, then you said
Oh, Cherry, you're
either
right.
1083 or 283, and I'm not sure which. You can get back to me on it, Mr. Nadelhoff. I don't want to catch you off guard. 405. Oh, well, there you go.
I think it's probably 283.
283? Jamie's always right. That's good. Good to know. Okay. All right. If you want to hand those up, that'd be fantastic. All right. Is there anything else before the jury comes? Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, just for the record, plaintiff's exhibit 47, plaintiff's exhibit 48, and plaintiff's exhibit 41 were also used and offered during Kipper, but Dr. Kipper's deposition, I believe I passed the redacted versions of those up to you.
Yes, we have all of those.
Okay.
Thank you. I think that should be everything. If not, we'll get back with you. Thank you. Know where to find you. All right. Okay, are we ready for the jury then? All right, thank you.
It's now. The alternative is there. They are all there.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
So
Just to let
it's
you know,
now.
Juror 25 is experiencing some health issues, and obviously your health is a top priority for us. So I went ahead and excused him for the jury, and that's why we have alternates. So, okay. All right. All right. Thank you. All right. We can continue with Ms. Lloyd's testimony.
You see where it says this protracted therapy will include 12-step private counseling and personal psychotherapy, and couples therapy with his fiance Amber. Are in agreement to this plan. Do you see where I'm referring?
Yes.
Do you recall that couples therapy was a component of Mr. Depp's treatment?
I don't recall what was set between him and the doctor.
Do you recall Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd attending couples therapy together?
Yes.
I can barely hear this.
We could turn to the next page here. And then at the top, it says, I met with Amber for 90 minutes and discussed the above and her concerns that he be strictly monitored and supervised. Do you recall Dr. Kipper meeting with Amber early on in Mr. Depp's treatment?
I do not.
If we could bring back up document B, which is now marked as exhibit 22, is that correct?
23.
23. Oh. Can we please go to the entry for June 24th, 2014, which is on Deck 1661. Okay. Now, with respect to the entry for June 24th, 2014, this is a note, this is an entry you prepared, correct?
Correct.
And the first line says, RN and D met with patient's fiance to inform her a treatment plan for patient. Do you see that?
I do.
Does this refresh your recollection that you attended a meeting with Dr. Kipper and Ms. Hurd concerning Mr. Depp's treatment?
I don't recall the meeting.
Do you have any reason to doubt that this meeting occurred?
No.
Do you have any, other than what's reflected in this note, do you have any other independent recollection of any such meeting with Dr. Kipper and Ms. Hurd?
I do not.
If I could direct your attention just to the last line of the note. It says here, she was encouraged to call RN or MD with any questions or concerns that might arise. Do you see that?
I do.
Throughout your treatment of Mr. Depp, did Ms. Hurd reach out to you with questions and concerns?
Yes.
She had your phone number, correct?
Yes.
And I think we saw some text messages. Mr. Nadelhoff was asking questions where Ms. Hurd was reaching out to you, correct?
Correct.
When Mr. Depp became your patient, did Ms. Hurd ever show you any pictures of Mr. Depp?
I don't recall.
Do you recall Ms. Hurd showing you any pictures of cocaine?
I don't recall.
Do you recall Ms. Hurd ever showing you any audio recordings of Mr. Depp?
I don't recall.
Okay, I'd like to move on to the Mr. Depp's detox, and that was on his private island, correct?
Correct.
And you traveled down to the island with Mr. Depp, is that right?
I don't recall. I'd have to, it should be in my notes.
We can look at those in a moment. But you were on the island with Mr. Depp for the majority of his detox, correct?
Yes.
And when you were on the island, did you see where Mr. Depp was staying?
Yes.
And was Ms. Heard staying with him in that location as well?
Yes.
And what did their accommodations look like?
Can you be more specific?
What type of structure were they staying in?
It was a house.
Could we pull up document E, which is a short video?
Please stand by.
And for the record, this was produced as Depp 9811.
During Exhibit 25. Let me know whenever you need me to play, counsel.
Please play, thank you. Ms. Lloyd, do you recognize the location reflected in that video?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's the Johnny's home on his island.
And is that where he was staying during the detox process?
Yes.
Is that video consistent with how the house looked in August of 2014?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any part of the house that's not reflected in that video?
The bathroom wasn't in the video.
When you were on the island, you were personally overseeing Mr. Depp's detox process, correct?
Correct.
And how often would you see him in person during that?
That's an answer.
It varied.
Did you see him in person at least once a day?
I cannot recall.
When Dr. Kipper arrived, do you recall how often he would see Mr. Depp?
I do not.
What substances was Mr. Depp detoxing from?
Opiates.
Is he detoxing from any other substances?
Not on the, no, I don't recall.
Have you overseen other patients detoxing from opiates before you were caring for Mr. Depp?
Yes.
How many would you estimate?
Hundreds.
What is that process? And what does that process do to the person physically?
They go through withdrawal symptoms and we medicate them.
And what type of withdrawal symptoms have you observed?
Nausea, vomiting, body aches, hypoerection, rhinorrhea, restlessness, anxiety.
Is there a time during the detox process when those symptoms are particularly the most acute?
Yeah.
What stage in the process is that?
Typically day 3 through 5 or 6.
How would you describe Mr. Depp's physical state throughout the detox process?
I don't recall specifics. I'd have to refer to my notes.
How would you describe Mr. Depp's psychological state throughout the detox process?
I don't recall. I'd have to review my notes.
All right, let's go back to your notes then, which I believe is exhibit 23. Okay, great. Could we first go to the entry dated August 8th, 2014? Okay. Ms. Lloyd, does this refresh your recollection as to when you arrived on the island to assist Mr. Depp in his detox process?
According to my notes, it was August 8th.
Okay, and so as I think we established earlier, you met Mr. Depp in June. Fair to say that you had known him for about 2 months at this time?
Correct.
Can we please go to the entry for August 11th, 2014? Okay. And this is a note you prepared?
Yes.
Okay. If you need to take a minute and read it over, just let me know when you're done, or I can go right into it.
Okay.
Fair to say that this note reflects that Mr. Depp was experiencing discomfort on this date?
According to my notes, yes.
It says he was experiencing muscle spasms, chills, and pains, right?
Correct.
Did you personally observe Mr. Depp in this state?
According to this note, it does not appear I did.
Are these symptoms typical during a detox process?
Yes, they are.
Can we please go to the entry for August 12th, 2014? And I believe you looked at this earlier, but I just like to direct your attention to the last line in this first paragraph. MD arriving this morning and will assess patient. Do you see that?
Where are we on? What?
So directing your attention to the August 12th, 2014 entry.
Yes, I see it. Sorry.
Oh, great. And so based on your note, it appears that Dr. Kipper arrived on the island on August 12th. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Was the plan always for Dr. Kipper to come down to the island to attend to Mr. Depp?
I don't recall.
Do you recall any issues in your caring for Mr. Depp prior to Dr. Kipper's arrival?
I don't.
Do you recall any medical issues arising with Mr. Depp before Dr. Kipper arrived that caused you concern?
I don't recall.
If there had been a serious medical issue with Mr. Depp prior to Dr. Kipper's arrival, would that have been reflected in your notes?
Yes.
If Mr. Depp's behavior had been unmanageable prior to Dr. Kipper's arrival, would that have been reflected in your notes?
Yes.
Can we please go to the next entry for August 13th? And Ms. Lloyd, this is also a note that you prepared?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'd like to direct your attention to the portion of the note that starts with 1340. Again, this is military time, is that right?
Correct.
And I think you testified earlier, this is the time that you prepared the note, not the time of the events reflected in the note, is that right?
Yes. Sometimes, I mean, I don't recall specifics, but sometimes they were at times and sometimes they were done later.
So generally speaking, when you prepare these nursing notes, how long after the events reflected in the note was the note actually prepared by you?
It varied.
Okay, so directing your attention back to the portion that starts with 1340, do you see where it says patient's fiance text to say it wasn't feeling well. MD orders Phenos 64.8 milligrams, Neurontin 600 milligrams stat. Patient and fiance informed that today and tomorrow will be the most difficult days and to keep in close contact with us. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you recall informing Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard that the following days would be the most difficult?
Just what was stated in my notes.
Can we please go to the entry for August 17th, 2014? Do you see that?
I do.
And this is a note you prepared?
Correct.
Do you recall this specific event?
I do not.
Do you have any reason to doubt that what is reflected in your note is accurate?
No.
Okay. So when you wrote RN and MD found patient sitting quietly on his porch, you believe that's an accurate recitation of how you found Mr. Depp on this date?
Correct.
When you wrote that he was calm and stated he was frustrated, you have no reason to doubt the accuracy of that statement?
Correct.
Could we please bring back up Exhibit 23 and specifically go to the August 18th, 2014 entry, which is on Depp 1677. Ms. Lloyd, I'd like to direct your attention to, well, first of all, this is a note that you prepared, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I'd like to direct your attention to the end of the note, which is actually on the second page or the next page. Do you see at the end here where it says patient was escorted to bed? Do you see that?
Yes.
Would that have been you who escorted Mr. Depp to bed?
I don't recall.
You testified earlier, though, that you did see Mr. Depp in the home that he was staying in on the island, correct?
Correct.
And it says plans to leave the island tomorrow. See that?
I do.
And directing your attention to the next note, August 19th, do you see that it says next to 2335, arrive back in LA?
Yes.
Okay, so does this accurately reflect that you left the island on August 19th, 2014?
According to these notes, yes.
I'd like to direct your attention to the August 20th, 2014 entry, which starts on the next page. And then if you go to the next page as well, you can see that there's another entry for August 20th, 2014. Do you see that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay. On this page here, I'd like to direct your attention to the portion that starts with 12:30. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now it says here RN and MD spent time talking with patients. Do you see that?
I do.
This would have been you and Dr. Kipper, correct?
Correct.
And does this reflect that you spoke with Mr. Depp in person?
I don't recall. I would, yes.
And the note goes on to say, patient expressed frustration with the detox process and with not liking how the phenobarb was making him feel. Initially, he stated he was done with the process and no longer wanted MD and RN services. After processing his feelings and realizing how far he had come, and that part of his wanting to give up was due to tensions between him and his fiance. Patient, fiance, RN, and MD came up with a plan for fiance to take a few days for herself, and patient was willing to continue treatment, but was going to refuse phenobarbital from this point forward. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Do you recall tensions between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard at this stage in his detox process?
Yes.
And what do you recall about that?
I recall Johnny feeling that she was trying to interfere.
In what way did he feel she was trying to interfere?
By reporting to us things that he didn't feel were true.
Can you think of a specific instance where Ms. Heard reported something to you that you found out was later was not true?
I cannot remember specifics.
Do you recall the plan for Ms. Heard to take a few days for herself?
I don't recall specifics.
But you do recall there being tension between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard around this time?
Yes.
And do you recall that having an impact on Mr. Depp's treatment?
I don't recall specifics.
Let's go on to the entry for August 25th, please. First of all, is this a note that you've prepared?
It is.
Directing your attention to the portion that starts with 1900. First line says, meeting at MD's house was quite stressful for patient. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you recall attending a meeting with Mr. Depp at Dr. Kipper's house?
I don't recall.
The next line says, him and his fiance are having a hard time communicating and understanding each other's point of view and feelings. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you recall any specifics about this situation?
I do not.
A couple sentences down, it says, plan is for fiance to start therapy tomorrow. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you recall that Ms. Heard started therapy shortly after Mr. Depp's detox process?
I don't recall.
Do you have any understanding as to why Ms. Heard was starting therapy?
I do not.
Directing your attention to the entry for August 27, 2014, which starts on Depp 1687, or 86, excuse me. 1686, yep. The
It is.
Okay, do you see where it says, received text from patient's sister that patient had been recording music with his friend until 5 and did not go to sleep until 7 and is currently sleeping?
Yes.
And who is Mr. Depp's sister that's referred to here?
Christy.
And at this time, have you met Christy before?
I don't recall.
Have you met Christy before?
Yes.
How many times?
I don't know.
More than once?
More than once, yes.
At this time, have you communicated with Christy about Mr. Depp's treatment before?
I don't recall.
Okay, the entry goes on to say, sister stated that patient and his fiance had a disagreement last night and that patient was able to remain calm and handle the situation appropriately. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Do you recall Christy telling you that?
I do not.
See the portion of the note that starts with 1330.
I do.
The second line reads, patient expressing feeling about argument with fiance and feels relationship is putting unwanted stress on him right now. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you recall this exchange with Mr. Depp? Sorry, I didn't catch that. Like,
I'm sorry, I do not.
okay. Based on this note, can you tell whether this was a conversation you had in person with Mr. Depp?
Based on this note, yes.
Do you recall on other occasions Mr. Depp expressing to you that his relationship was putting unwanted stress on him?
I'd have to review my notes.
Okay, directing your attention down to the portion of the note that starts with 2130. It says, patient back home. For patient, he had a long conversation with fiance, and they both understand that right now is a time to work on themselves as individuals. Patient's fiance now has an RN to help her anxiety and to monitor her while she is starting a new mood stabilizer medication. Do you see that?
I do.
Who was, I believe you testified to this earlier, Ms. Heard's nurse was Erin Borum, is that right? And Ms. Borum was an employee of yours, is that correct?
She was an independent contractor.
But you placed her, Dr. Kipper, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Do you recall when Ms. Borum was assigned Ms. Heard?
I do not recall.
Do you have any understanding as to why Ms. Heard needed a nurse?
Other than what my notes state, I do not.
Do you recall witnessing Ms. Heard being anxious or having anxiety?
I do not recall.
Now, the last line here says, patient feels this will take some of the stress off their relationship, and in return, if we could go to the next page, take some stress off of him. Did I read that correctly?
I do.
Do you recall why Mr. Depp felt that Ms. Hurd having a nurse would reduce the stress on their relationship?
I do not recall.
From your perspective, was it important to Mr. Depp's treatment that his stress be reduced?
Yes.
And why is that?
Any patient going through detox or changes, always important to relieve as much stress as you can from them.
Let's go to the entry for September 10th, please, which is on Depp 1694 and continues on to 1695. September 10th, 2014 entry. This is your entry, correct? You prepared this?
Correct.
Okay.
Sorry.
Sorry. And if I could direct your attention to the portion that starts with 2330, which is actually on the next page. The first line says, met with patient, he complained of body aches and nausea. Do you see that?
I do.
And does this reflect that you were physically with Mr. Depp at this time?
It would, yes.
Okay. A couple sentences down, it says, and this portion is highlighted here, while RN was visiting patient, fiance came in and tried to start argument with him. Patient was able to stay calm and talk his fiance down. You see that?
I do.
Do you recall the incident reflected in this note?
I do not.
Do you recall any instances where you witnessed Ms. Hurd try to start a fight with Mr. Depp?
Yeah.
How many instances do you remember?
I don't recall specific numbers.
Do you remember at least one?
Yes.
Do you remember more than one?
Yes.
More than two?
I don't recall specific numbers.
What do you remember about that first instance that you can remember?
I remember one night trying to leave the penthouse and Amber standing in the elevator and not letting us leave.
Why wasn't she letting you leave?
She didn't want him to leave.
Had they been fighting previous to that point?
I wasn't there previously.
And what's the other instance you remember?
I can't remember specifics.
Do you have any reason to doubt the accuracy of what's reflected in your note here?
No.
Do you have any understanding as to what you meant when you said patient was able to remain calm, was able to stay calm, excuse me, and talk his fiance down?
I don't recall the events of that note.
Had you seen Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd get in a fight before this date?
I don't recall.
Let's go to the entry for September 12th, please. And this is a note that you prepared as well, Ms. Lloyd?
Is correct.
Okay. The first line here says RN and MD visited patient at work. Do you see that?
I do.
And so this reflects that both you and Dr. Kipper went and saw Mr. Depp. Is that right?
Correct.
And the entry states here, patient expressed some concerns with fiance's behavior and how it is adding stress to his life. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you recall this Mr. Depp saying this to you in this instance?
I do not.
Do you have any reason to doubt the accuracy of what's reflected in your note?
I do not.
Could we please go to the entry for October 22nd, 2014, which starts on 1717 and continues on to Depp 1718.
My notes are different. What's the top of the, I see the top of that, just so I know what I'm looking. 10. Okay.
First of all, this is also a note that you prepared, correct?
Correct.
And if you want to take a minute and read through the note, I know it goes on for 2 pages.
Okay. Oh.
Just let me know when you read through it.
Okay.
Fair to say that this note reflects that you and Mr. were in Georgia at when the events in this note occurred?
I think we were, at the end, it says now in Georgia. I don't recall, but a travel day.
Well, do you see above that where it says 10/22? And then below it, it says now in Georgia?
Yeah.
Okay. So based on your notes, you were in Georgia on October 22nd, 2015? Okay. Do you recall being in Georgia with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Do you recall who else was with you in Georgia?
I don't recall who was with us, but the purpose of the trip was to visit Amber on location.
Okay, so Amber was in Georgia as well.
Yes.
Okay. Now, directing your attention to the portion of the entry which is on the next page and begins with 1530. It states here, he requested an emergency session with the psychiatrist to discuss feeling about arguments with fiance and would like some tools to help him feel with his emotions. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you recall Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard having a fight on this trip in Georgia?
I do not.
Do you recall who Mr. Depp's psychiatrist was at this time?
I do not.
Do you recall why Mr. Depp started seeing a psychiatrist?
I do not.
Directing your attention down to the portion of the note that starts with 2010. It says here, patient spoke to a psychiatrist for 50 minutes and was open and honest with his feelings. He feels better after conversation, but also feels he is in a no-win situation with fiance. Do you see that?
I'm kind of lost where we're at right now.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, 15:30. Okay, yes, yeah, I see it. Sorry.
Okay. Does this reflect that you were present with Mr. Depp when he spoke to his psychiatrist?
I don't remember. It was based on him telling me, or if I was present.
Do you recall Mr. Depp ever expressing to you that he felt he was in a no-win situation with Ms. Heard?
I don't recall those specific words.
But you wrote them in your nursing notes, correct? Do you see at the bottom, so still in this portion that starts with 2010, do you see where it says, plan is for patient and fiance to go to dinner this evening. Patient is feeling exhausted and wants to stay home, but does not want to upset fiance. Do you see that?
We're on the same page.
Yes, we're still in the portion of the note that starts with 2010.
2010. Okay. Yes. Yep.
Do you recall this specific incident?
I do not.
Do you have any understanding as to why Mr. Depp would be concerned about upsetting his fiance?
I do not.
If we could go on to the next entry, which is on the same page, 1023. And this is also a note you prepared, Ms. Lloyd?
It is.
Okay. It says here you text patient to see if RN could come by and check in. Do you see that?
I do.
Why did you want to check in on Mr. Depp?
I don't recall.
Were you ever concerned about Mr. Depp when he and Ms. Heard were in arguments?
Yes.
Why were you concerned?
Their arguments were a trigger for him emotionally.
Any other reasons?
No.
What do you mean by a trigger for him emotionally?
It would cause him to be upset, add stress.
The next portion of this note says, when RN arrived in the room, patient was agitated and felt fiance was using the term mania to explain his behavior and excuse herself from any fault during arguments. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Do you have any, did you ever hear Ms. Heard use the term mania to describe Mr. Depp?
I don't recall if that was, I heard it from her or heard it that she was saying it to others.
But you do have some recollection of hearing that Ms. Heard was using that word, whether it was directly from her or from others.
Yes.
The note goes on to say, patient was upset by this label. RN processed his feelings with patient, and he was able to see fiance's negative behavior. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Do you have any recollection of what you meant when you wrote that?
I do not.
You don't have any understanding of what fiance's negative behaviors refers to?
I don't recall specifics.
Do you recall generally?
Yes.
And what do you recall?
At times, what's the word? She would almost try to instigate him.
And when you say she, you're referring to Miss Heard? Yes. Did you ever witness that personally?
Yes.
On more than one occasion?
Yes.
Ballpark, how many times did you witness that during the time you cared for Mr. Depp?
I don't recall number.
More than 5?
I don't recall.
When you say Ms. Heard would try to instigate him, what do you mean?
I remember an argument or being in there when he was going from room to room trying to remove himself from a situation, and she would just follow him from room to room and not give him his space.
And that's one specific instance that you remember?
Yes.
Do you remember seeing that type of behavior on other occasions?
Yes.
Are you aware of any of the fights that we just went through? Are you aware that any of them became physical?
No.
From what you observed, what was the cause of the friction between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard during this time?
I don't know.
Could we please go to the entry for November 3rd, 2014, which is on Depp 172?
172, sorry, counsel.
Yeah, 1721. Ms. Lloyd, this is also a note you prepared?
Correct.
And it says here, you arrived at Mr. Depp's home and he was, quote, focused on relationship with fiance and is struggling with conflicted emotions. Did I read that right?
Yes.
Based on this note, is that something Mr. Depp would have told you?
Based on this note, it appears so.
Looks like there's another note for November 3rd below this one. Do you see that? And it continues on to the next page, which is Depp 1722. If we could go there, please.
Very good. Very good. You sound.
And Ms. Lloyd, directing your attention to the portion that starts with 1700. You see where it says RN went back to patient's house. He was chatting with a friend and is feeling stressed about his relationship. Do you see that?
I do.
And it goes on to say he feels she is not being truthful with him and he is not sure how to comfort her about this when, confront her about this when she arrives home. Do you see that?
Yes.
And the she here refers to Ms. Heard, is that right?
Correct.
Do you remember this exchange with Mr. Depp?
Yeah, hearsay.
Do you have any reason to doubt the accuracy of your note?
I do not.
If we could turn to the entry for November 17th, 2014, which begins on Depp 1723. Which is the Ms. Lloyd, you see at the very bottom, it says 1117.
Yes.
Okay, and then I think the entry itself is on the next page. Yes, thank you. This is also a note you prepared?
Correct.
And this says RN and MD went to patient's house to assess him. Do you see that?
I do.
And so again, this reflects that you and Dr. Kipper went to see Mr. Depp.
Correct.
Do you have any recollection of why why Dr. Kipper was visiting with Mr. Depp at this time?
I do not.
The next line says, patient appeared anxious and depressed over relationship issues. Do you see that?
I do.
And then it says, patient continues to be ambivalent about relationship status. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you recall Mr. Depp expressing these sentiments to you?
Objection hearsay.
I don't recall specific conversations.
But you also have, but this is what you wrote in your notes, correct? I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. Oh.
Correct. Sorry.
Thank you. Sorry. Do you recall when Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard got married?
I don't recall the dates.
But you said you testified earlier that you did attend the wedding.
Correct.
Were you there to provide nursing services?
I don't really recall if I was a guest or I don't think they made that clear to me.
Did Dr. Kipper attend the wedding?
He did.
And did Aaron Gorham attend the wedding?
He did.
Do you recall any discussions of a prenuptial agreement between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard before they got married?
Yes.
And what do you recall?
I don't recall specifics.
What do you recall generally?
I only recall what Johnny told me about the conversation.
And what was that?
That she didn't take it well.
Didn't take what well?
The idea.
Sorry, I didn't hear the end of that.
The idea of having to sign a prenup.
Did Johnny tell you that he asked Ms. Heard to sign a prenup?
I don't recall specifics.
But you recall Johnny telling you that Ms. Heard didn't want to sign a prenup?
Yes.
And when you say didn't take that well, what are you referring to?
From what Johnny said, her reaction was when they spoke about the prenup.
Do you recall that in January of 2015, Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard traveled to Japan together?
I don't recall.
Do you recall traveling to Japan with Mr. Depp?
I recall being in Japan, yes.
Do you remember anything specific about that trip?
I do not.
Do you recall Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard having a fight on a plane?
I recall a fight on a plane, but I don't know the time it was around.
What do you remember about that fight?
It was another instance where he was sitting at a table and not wanting to talk, and she wouldn't leave the table.
What was she doing?
She wouldn't leave the table. And he was saying, please let's just go away.
And what was she saying?
I don't remember. I don't remember her words.
How was her tone?
I don't recall.
You spoke with Mr. Nadelhoff about this earlier, but at some point you traveled to Australia with Mr. Depp, right?
Correct.
Can we pull up what has been previously marked as Exhibit 14? I'd like to direct your attention to the March 1st, 2015 email from Dr. Kipper at 2:10 p.m. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you recall Mr. Depp having issues with his sleep when he was in Australia?
Not specifically in Australia.
Do you recall Mr. Depp having issues with his sleep generally?
Yes.
And what issues were those?
A hard time sleeping and staying on a sleep schedule.
Miss Lloyd, when you were in Australia with Mr. Depp, did you see where he was staying?
Yes.
And how many times did you go to that property?
I don't recall specific numbers.
Fair to say you went there multiple times, though?
Yes.
You talked about this with Mr. Nadelhoff earlier. At some point in Australia, you learned that Mr. Depp had injured his finger, correct?
Correct.
And Dr. Kipper was already in Australia at that time?
Correct.
And you testified earlier that you and Dr. Kipper went to see Mr. Depp after he injured his finger, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall anything about what do you recall about Mr. Depp's physical appearance when you first saw him?
Don't recall specifics.
What do you remember about his demeanor, if anything?
I don't remember the events of when I first arrived.
But you did see Mr. Depp at that time, correct?
I can't recall when I initially saw him after the finger event.
And I believe you testified you don't recall whether Miss Heard was at the house when you went to attend to Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you remember seeing Miss Heard in Australia?
Yes.
Did you ever see any injuries on Miss Heard when she was in Australia?
Yes.
What did you see?
A bruise on her arm.
Anything else?
No.
Did you have any injuries to her face that you can recall?
Not that I recall.
Any cuts or abrasions that you can recall?
Not that I recall.
Do you recall Miss Heard ever seeking medical treatment from you while she was in Australia?
I do not recall her ever seeking a medical treatment from me.
At the time that Mr. Depp injured his finger, Miss Heard was a patient of Dr. Kipper, correct?
I'm not sure.
Do you recall whether Miss Borum was already assigned to Miss Heard?
I don't recall if she was working with her at that time.
Can we turn back to the nursing notes, which is Exhibit 23? And specifically, entry for March 7th, which is on 1732.
This March 7th of 2014, or
Yes, it says 3/7/15. Do you see that?
so 15, hold on, no. I wasn't there.
Yes. You said you saw a bruise on Miss Heard's arm at some point when you were in Australia, correct?
Correct.
Do you have any understanding of how she got that?
I do not.
Okay, directing your attention to the entry for March 7th, 2015. You see here it says MD received text message from client that he had been arguing with his wife and that he had cut his finger.
Yes, I see that.
Okay, so this is the date that you went and saw Mr. Depp after his injury, correct?
Correct.
Now, if I could direct your attention down to the portion that starts with 1530.
Okay.
It says MD cleaned and dressed wound to our middle finger. Do you see that?
Yeah.
What does our middle finger reflect?
Right.
And so Mr. Depp had cut his middle right finger, is that correct?
According to this, yes.
Now, if I could direct your attention down to the bottom part of this entry that starts with 11:30. Do you see that?
I do.
Now, this starts with patient and staff returned from ER at 21:30. Do you see that?
Yep.
So, is it correct that the 11:30 at the beginning of this is referring to 11:30 p.m.?
Yeah, that would make sense.
So this is the same day that you were notified that Mr. Depp had injured his finger, correct?
According to this, yes.
Okay. And this was also the same day that Mr. Depp was seen in the AER for his finger, correct? Okay. In the middle of the page here, do you see, or in the middle of this entry, do you see where it says, upon arrival back to apartment, patient discussed feelings of anger and sadness about his relationship. Patient was encouraged to stay away from wife as the relationship is toxic. Patient expressed verbal understanding and why they needed to separate. You see that?
Yep.
Do you have any recollection of this conversation beyond what's reflected in the notes?
I do not.
Do you have any reason to doubt the accuracy of what you documented in your notes?
I do not.
Do you recall advising Mr. Depp to stay away from Miss Heard?
I don't recall anything other than what's stated in my notes.
Do you recall ever having the view that Mr. Depp and Miss Heard's relationship was toxic?
Yes.
And what's the basis for that view?
Conversations that he would share with me.
What did Mr. Depp share with you?
I don't remember specifics, just like things we've reviewed in my notes, that he would be emotional and that the relationship was causing him stress.
After Mr. Depp injured his finger in Australia, do you recall him coming back to LA?
Yeah, I don't recall specifics, but I know we did return to LA at some point.
Was Mr. Depp's hand bandaged at all?
Yes.
And why was that?
Beforehand, we kept it bandaged to keep it clean, and then he had surgery, and it was bandaged after the surgery.
Do you recall that Mr. Depp had pins in his finger?
Yes.
Do you recall Mr. Depp reporting that his finger was in pain?
Yes.
How would he report his pain to you?
I have to review my notes for specifics.
Well, let's take a look at the entry in your notes for March 23rd, 2015, which is on it starts on page 1735 and goes on to 736.
I see that.
Actually, before we turn to that one, do you see in the entry above for 32215? Do you see that entry?
Yep.
Okay, and do you see next to 20, the portion of the entry that starts with 2015? You see in the middle it says currently 5/10?
Yes.
Do you know what that refers to?
It's a pain scale.
And is that how Mr. Depp would report his pain to you?
According to my notes.
Okay, so now going to the entry for March 23rd. First of all, do you see the portion of the entry that starts with 120?
Yes.
Is this 120 in the morning, Sam?
According to this, yes.
Okay. Do you see it says patient states his wife is trying to argue with him?
I see that.
And again, you have no reason to doubt the accuracy of your notes.
Correct.
Turning to the next page, do you see the portion of the note that starts with 545?
Yes.
And it says call to loft, correct? What does that refer to?
I don't know specifically. Loft is where they were living.
Is that the Eastern Columbia building?
Correct.
And then the next two sections of this note says 820 Torrid Val, and then at 1445, the same thing. Do you see that? What is that referring to?
Incomplete notes, it would have been Toradol and Valium administered.
And do you have any recollection as to why those medications would have been administered?
They were for his pain.
And then do you see below that it says FU Thursday afternoon and Tuesday afternoon, skin graft bandage off, week from Tuesday, pin off in 2 weeks.
Yes.
What does this reflect?
I don't recall.
Did Mr. Depp have a skin graft on his finger?
He did.
And I think you just testified he had pins in his fingers as well, right? Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Correct.
Okay. So at this time on March 23rd, he had bandages and a skin graft and pins in his finger?
According to this, yes.
And then, do you see in the section that starts with 2000, patient informed wife is coming to talk to him and he became extremely anxious. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you have any recollection of why Mr. Depp was anxious?
I do not.
Do you remember being present for a fight with Mr. Depp, between Mr. Depp and Miss Heard, shortly after Mr. Depp returned from Australia?
I don't remember specifics.
Do you recall a fight when Amber's sister Whitney was present?
I don't recall.
Can we please pull up document H, please?
Exhibit 27.
Now, just for the record, this is a document that has the base number WH106 through 109. And Ms. Lloyd, you're not included on this, but I just want to direct your attention to the first text message here. This is, I can represent to you, these are text messages between Erin Borum and Whitney Heard. And before I proceed, do you know who Whitney Heard is? Have you met her before? On how many occasions have you met Whitney?
I don't recall.
And what is Whitney's relation to Miss Heard?
Sister.
Bloody hell. It appears to be from Erin Borum, and it says, Debbie just, and it's on 14:32 in military time on the date March 23rd, 2015. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and it says, Debbie just told me what is going on and to check with you. Is Amber awake or fall asleep? Do you see that?
Yep.
Do you recall reaching out to Erin Borum on this date?
I do not.
Directing your attention down to Whitney's, to 3 messages down from Whitney. Or excuse me, let's go up. Do you see that Whitney responds to Erin, she finally fell asleep. And then Erin says, thank goodness, she must be exhausted. Do you want me to come to the loft or is she safe and sound asleep? Do you see that?
Yeah.
Okay, and then Whitney responds, safe? No, she's not. She keeps saying she wants to kill herself. Do you see that?
I do.
Did you ever hear Miss Heard say that she wanted to kill herself?
No.
Do these text messages combined with your notes refresh your recollection about an incident that occurred on March 23rd, 2015?
I remember an incident, but I don't remember the dates of it.
What incident are you remembering?
There was an incident where Johnny and Amber got into a fight at the lofts.
And what do you remember about that?
I was staying next door at a hotel, and security had come to get me, saying that they had had an argument and Johnny wanted to go back to 86. So
Is that, is 86 the Sweetser property?
yes.
Okay, sorry, continue.
And so I went to the loft, and I remember that night Amber was already leaving. She was in the lobby when we walked through, and when she saw that I was coming, she came back up to the apartment.
And what happened when Miss Hurd came back up to the apartment?
I don't remember specifically what happened. I remember Johnny was sitting outside and we went to leave, and somehow we didn't end up leaving.
And why didn't you end up leaving?
I don't remember.
Do you remember who else was in the apartment?
I remember Travis, one of the security guards, was there.
Anyone else that you can remember?
I don't remember exactly who else was there.
Is Travis McGivern?
Correct.
Do you recall seeing Miss Hurd throw anything at Mr. Depp?
I do not.
Do you remember Mr. Depp throwing anything at Miss Hurd?
I don't recall.
Do you remember witnessing any physical violence on that occasion?
I saw Johnny push over one of Amber's clothing racks.
Okay. No physical violence directed at
No
a human, correct? Okay. Okay. And then you said you didn't end up leaving the apartment after that, correct?
At some point that night we left.
And when you say we, who does that include?
Myself, Johnny, and Travis.
And where did you go?
I don't remember.
Do you know where Amber went that night?
I don't know.
Okay. But she didn't come with you?
No.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess for 15 minutes, okay? Again, don't talk to anybody and don't do any outside research, okay? All right, we'll see you in 15 minutes.
Bloody hell, with a piece of shit. I'm sorry, I had to say that.
Okay,
I agree.
Fucking hell. You say like, yeah, I
Oh boy.
the building, but I don't remember. What kind of bullshit is that? You know exactly why you want to leave the building, and then she said, I don't recall. Like, girl, come on now. You his fucking nurse for a fucking reason. If he did something wrong, you say it. If he didn't, just be fucking straightforward and say what happened. Like, what are you afraid of? Are you afraid of fucking turd? Don't be afraid of her. She cannot do anything to you. Come on now, just be fucking straightforward. You know what the fuck happened there. It's bullshit. And she kept saying, I don't recall. I don't remember. No, bitch. I'm sorry that I'm being a little bit mean or whatever, but that's just bullshit. You know exactly what happened. If something bad happened, you know exactly what you have to say, and you know exactly what to do. And what she's doing, I'm sorry, but that's just pissing me the fuck off. But it just doesn't make any sense with her stories. It doesn't.
I didn't like the question they asked her where they tell her, did you see any marks or bruises on Amber? She goes, yes.
I sent that picture to Rob. She does have a bruise on her arm. But
yeah, on her arm. Well, who doesn't have bruises on the fucking arm? I can have bruises on my fucking arm. Come on now.
Yeah, that was the one thing you said. Go ahead. Everybody go. I like this. Go ahead. I'm getting your feedback.
I mean, it doesn't make anything. I can have a fucking bruise with my fucking cat because she's fucking want to have a fight with me. For example, or I hit something on the fucking door, or whatever I'm doing. I can have a fucking bruise on my arm. Who doesn't have a bruise on the fucking arm? Come on now. Oh, Amber had a bruise
I
on her arm.
sent the picture to Rob's Twitter so he can pull it up and you can see it. It doesn't look like a punch bruise. It looks more like she bumped into a door or into a wall.
Yeah.
It's really easy to fake a bruise and to give yourself one. It's ridiculous.
Sorry, but it's pissing me off. Like, you know, I don't get pissed off very fast, but come on, if you're somebody's nurse, you know, this person trusts you for a reason. So why don't you protect that person that trusts you? For example, you've been treating that person for a reason. So don't give me that bullshit that you don't remember or do not recall. You know exactly. So what are you afraid of? If she's afraid of her agent, why? She cannot hit you. She cannot bite you. Like, come on now. Just be straightforward. Say exactly what happened because you're the nurse of Johnny Depp. You know he's innocent. You know what he did. So just go for it. And that's it. That she said, I don't recall. It's like,
I don't know
girl.
what she's afraid of. Losing her job, losing, I don't know, afraid of Amber, afraid of Miss Barlow. I don't know.
It's job protection. Very standard shit right there.
Yeah, she's
I
been
can.
speaking almost all day. First we had Dr. Kipper, and now we have this one. Listen, rumor again, I don't know. I said it last week, and it didn't happen because it was advertised. Now, again, it's being advertised. They're saying, again, he's supposed to take the stand. So I don't know. I'm not saying Johnny is going to tomorrow to try and draw you in here. I'm just saying that's what I read from a source. They said, oh, I believe that Johnny's taking the stand. I don't know, again, if that's rumor.
I don't know.
I'm not advertising it. I'm just telling you what I just heard. Read. So, listen, a lot of the things she's saying that was positive was that Amber wouldn't give Johnny space. Amber wouldn't leave Johnny alone. So those things were good. I was going to, she did say she had a bruise. She didn't say she knew how. She also said she didn't see them anything physically, like anything on her face or that they were beating up each other. That's consistent throughout. All these doctors and everybody saying, I haven't seen them physically hit each other. I haven't seen them physically hurt. One just said, the first one, the therapist said she had a tiny mark. Dr. Nipper said, I never saw anything. And this one said Amber had a mark on her bruise on her arm. So, but that could be for anything. I don't know. I mean, I could get a bruise.
Who wants to come in the show?
Who's that?
Hen.
Oh, Annie. Hen.
Hen.
I don't recall the way she paints Amber going to Johnny and him telling her to leave her alone and all those statements. And
I don't recall while I'm here.
By the way, Z, the volume is up. It's not me. You could hear everybody's volume here. It's not, and it has to do with people. The problem with this is that the volume is so low, so freaking low. It's very easy to miss a lot of things. So I'm trying to catch it online. I'm trying to catch a transcript online. I'm trying to read what other people are writing because it's very, very hard to hear this. I don't know why the volume is so freaking low for these things. It really is bothering me. It has nothing to do with me. It's not on my end. I could tell you that.
No, it's because it's pre-recorded.
Yeah. It's so right now the gist of everything is she kept following him. He would left alone. He was on certain drugs. He would express, they were having problems in their marriage. But the only thing that bothers me is that she said the bruise on her arm. That's about the only thing that bothers me.
Yeah, but that's a bruise. I walk into doors every 5 seconds. I'm covered in bruises. No one's hit me. It's clumsiness.
There you go.
I mean, how many people have got a bruise on their arm right at the moment in chat? Put a 1 if you've got a bruise somewhere on your arm or your leg because you've walked into something.
Your leg, okay. Wait.
Tracy is fucking killing me. Oh my god.
My leg.
What Tracy say? Well, it's
Her
okay,
testimony is forgettable. The jury won't recall what she said after 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You know,
Well, I mean, what she has said
right.
that goes for Johnny is he tries to get away, she pursues him.
Yes.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
She had no injuries apart from a bruise on her arm.
Which has been consistent.
Which is the incident where she was dragged through glass, punched, kicked, and assaulted with a wine bottle. Oh no, sorry, not a wine bottle, a liquor bottle.
With a wine bottle, literally.
Oh my God, that's the stupidest thing with a liquor bottle. If something happened with the penetration of a liquor bottle, you would have been to the hospital and you would have medical records.
She would have been walking like she had been riding a freaking horse.
I mean, I even get bruises on my leg that I don't even know how the hell I did it. Like, I look down and all of a sudden I have a bruise on my leg. And
Me too.
It's true.
Me too.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, hang on. Where'd that come from? I get in the bath and I'm like, oh, that's a new one. Where's that one come from?
Exactly.
Way, literally. Lovely. You look lovely, Tel.
Don't be shy. You're beautiful.
Oh, no, I have to
Put her on. Let's put her on. Nope, she's high.
Oh, well, that's bullying.
Scream.
Oh, I have to blush.
So, by the sounds of it, it was a good thing I was at work today.
Yeah, I mean, well, listen, tomorrow, again, it's been rumored, I don't know how true this is, that somebody told somebody that Johnny's supposed to take this. Again, I said it last week, it didn't happen. So I'm just saying,
I'm going to say,
I won't believe it until I see him on stand.
I think it's too early. I mean, if you ask me, I would think it would be next week or the week after.
Yeah.
I just don't know why they would do it now. I just think it's too early to do that. So I hope it's not true. I'm hoping it's not. I hope he doesn't do that to week 3 or week 4 because it's too early. We got 5 weeks of this thing. We're only in week 2. So why would you put him on so early?
I don't know if anyone noticed, but during the whole video, the lawyer of Amber Heard actually said objection, hearsay, and the judge didn't say anything. She just
I heard
let
it. I heard it.
That was funny.
Hey, Emma wants to know when your day off is. Didn't you work all Easter?
Yeah, I got Wednesday and Thursday off.
Okay, cool. Well,
Yes,
you know you're
I've worked all
here.
Easter.
Oh yeah, don't forget she had broken ribs too.
Oh yeah.
In the 2 black eyes.
To the moon. Oh,
Cuts
shit.
all over her feet. Cuts all over her feet, all over her legs. You know?
And the broken nose.
Yeah.
I got the article here pulled up of her asking Kate James about the dogs, who she can pay off to get them in.
Yeah. Well, she tried everything. She tried every trick in the book to get them into Australia. That's for sure.
Oh,
yeah.
She tried. So
she took them anyway.
Yeah,
And
the
a lot of this-
allegations in the UK trial that she made against Johnny are completely different.
Like a lot of this has been said. Like a lot of this we know. Like she harassed Johnny. She wouldn't leave him alone. The guy tried to go in the bathroom. The guy tried to get away. He had to go to friends' houses, and she was just always up his ass. I mean, plain English, always up his butt. It's like, come on, give me some space. And she wouldn't give me space. You know
exactly what she said. He was sitting on the table, and he told Amber to leave him alone, and she didn't. She just stayed on the table.
Yeah. Same thing on the plane. Same thing on the plane. Oh well, he bothered me. What do you mean he bothered you? You know, oh, he picked up a seat. How could he pick up a seat if it's nailed to the ground? Yeah, it just doesn't make sense. It's like, hey, he picked up like I can't go on a plane, pick up a chair, throw it in anybody. It's not gonna happen. It's gonna be physically impossible unless I have some kind of wrench or screwdriver or something, you know, to.
I think she has been watching Marvel movies too much. She was thinking about.
I think he's Incredible Hulk. He turns green. He turns green when he gets angry and rips off his shirt and throws things about and gets giant. That's what it is. He's the Incredible Hulk.
Can you see that testimony coming up? Well, Miss Hurt, can you tell me exactly what happened on the plane? Yeah, he went green and he picked up the chair and he threw it. Okay.
Hey guys.
Yeah.
After the UK trial, she was saying that she couldn't do the pledges because she didn't have any money.
Right.
This is bullshit. 2018, she was in a movie, London Fields. She sued, got 10 million.
No, she didn't win, did she?
Yep,
I thought she
they
didn't
settled.
win.
They settled. She got money for it. I'm looking at the article. I'll post it here on Twitter. I did a video covering this. I got 2 videos up on my channel right now. Rob, I'm going to tag you in this to look over the article too.
By the way, somebody was tagging me on Twitter of showing Bartlow and the no passing. And that was pretty good. I was like, wow, look at all this. It was pretty awesome.
I think that.
There's lots of stuff.
Wasn't that you?
I think it was me. I tagged you in a whole bunch of stuff that I dug up.
Yeah, I think it was you. But I couldn't say because, you know, if I said anything, you couldn't hear this woman speak. So I was like, I better not say anything.
No, you're fine. Another fun thing is with the whole Gone Girl thing, the chick who played her, Amber Heard was trying to get that role as Amy, but she could not. So she's actually been in, you know, kind of like a off-the-wheels feud with Rosamund Pike. I can't
by the
pronounce
way,
her name.
you know, I forgot one thing that she said that Amber Heard didn't take it well when Johnny Depp brought up the prenup. I forgot about that. That's true.
Yes. That was a big one.
Yeah. I forgot about that.
Yes.
They're saying the opposite.
Huh?
Yeah.
They're saying the opposite, that she did want it to sign the prenup.
Well,
yeah.
In the beginning,
Web
she
surf
said,
guy, be careful what you're saying about a certain country because you don't know that country. I'm just saying. Sorry, I had to say it.
What was said?
I'll show it. I wasn't going to show it, but I'll show it.
Oh, okay.
No, I just said so overall. If you don't know the country, don't say anything. So. Because it's just the media that loves to give some how do you call it
Bad reputation.
no, also, but you know, when you're from somewhere, you're this and this and that, what is it called, bloody hell.
Yep. Yeah, how about that? That's a good one. What about her getting naked in his bed after they broke up the restraining order? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep, I put a video up on that.
I got a stereotype. That's it.
Stereotype. There you go.
So only because you're from Russia doesn't mean certain things. Because get to know the country, get to know the people, not the government from Russia, for example, or from America, for example, because I went to America. Get to know the people and all this stuff before you judge. You know, it's like I said before, you know, if you're plus size or not, or you're doing drugs or not, don't judge a book by its cover. It's the same if people from a certain country, if you're from Russia or from Europe or from America or Middle Eastern or China, wherever, get to know the people. Don't judge a book by its cover, because everywhere you have good people and everywhere you have bad people, and that's it.
Yes. Yes,
no,
I
And that
agree.
can be said about any
And
profession,
all of us Brits do not all like tea, but I do.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
go.
That's actually
You
why
just
I
not
have
like have a cup of tea.
That's
You
actually
like,
why I have
you like toast and beans also? Is that another thing, Hen? Toast and beans?
What's that?
Toast and beans?
Oh, beans on toast.
Yummy.
Best. Yeah, brilliant. You got to have beans on toast.
There you go. See?
Although I'm
I know,
cooking pork
I know.
tonight.
I'm learning some British stuff there. Crumpet.
Yeah,
I
beans on toast.
I really do. One of the things, like with Hen, you just straightforward and you just don't give a fuck.
Yeah, it's true.
I'm going to turn my camera on for just a quick second.
Yes, we want to see you. Where are you?
Like, I got to show you my baby.
Oh, come on. I don't see any shit. Boo. Oh, wait. Oh, the kitty putty. Oh, two kitties. Oh, sorry, I'm not even in the crazy mood already. What was it? Tell Aline. I don't fucking remember that fucking pill. Tell something.
Yeah, they're on a break. Somebody asked. Chairman says, I love green tea. Crumpets are amazing, says Lily.
Wait, let me show you my kitty too. Mila, come here. Say hi to those kitties.
No, we don't have green tea. No, get that green tea away from us. That's disgusting. You have proper black tea.
No, I love
Okay,
mint tea.
right?
Look,
See, we
Mila.
got the
Look at
other.
those kitties. Look
Got
how
the
Green tea's way
kitten.
too healthy.
Oh,
We gotta
kitty,
switch back and
kitty.
forth.
Hi. She looks like fish. Why am I on camera? Yes, I know.
Kitty cats make
Yeah.
everything
Okay,
better.
they're back.
Step back.
Okay.
There you go, baby. Go.
Oh, now we got another
Here we go.
one.
Here we go.
Oh, okay.
I love you too. Yeah. Oh
The
shit.
judge
Okay,
is
let me go.
smiling.
Smile. Though your heart is aching. Smile if you know it's breaking.
Kitty cams always help the tension.
Wait, that.
The only
Go,
one
Penny.
being accosted are my fingers now. What have I done? Oh my goodness, Rat.
Mila, don't go too far.
I've created a monster over here. She loves the chicken.
But like what Tel said, don't judge a book by its cover. You know, that's why
No,
Han! That's why I have a tattoo saying, "You know my name, but you don't know my story."
Come on, Penny. Don't take any bullshit. Exactly. Look like that. Exactly that face that I'm talking about.
Here, Aya.
What did I get myself into?
We have our own pirate cat here named Aya. She's adorable.
Arr.
Hubby is mean, saying she's even more of a pirate now because she's got a bad leg from arthritis. So she's got one eye and a bad leg. It's like, my goodness.
Damn, Johnny looks good. Oof.
Oh, yeah.
There's one hot pirate right there. Arr.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if he changed into Pirates of the Caribbean if Amber does the same.
Oh, God.
Oh, God. There we go again.
There's Miss I Don't Recall.
I don't remember.
Okay, I'll mute now.
I don't hear anything, or am I the only one?
No, I don't hear anything either.
Yeah, it's silent here.
It's there. It's just very low. Again.
Okay. Silence! I'll kill you. Did they lose their sound?
I guess so.
Yeah, you have to do what I have to do. You have to put your ear to the speaker. It's crazy.
I am having a headset on.
Rob, somebody tweeted that if the UK trial can be reopened.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen anymore.
Yeah, I don't see that happening.
I don't recall. I don't hear anything. Does anyone in the chat hear anything?
Nothing.
Patient removed himself from situation and had security drive him to another home. You see that?
I put it on for
Testify you
now.
don't remember witnessing this, correct?
I do not.
But you don't have any reason to doubt the accuracy of what you wrote down in your note, correct?
I do not.
Had you seen Mr. Depp remove himself from fights before in this manner?
Yes.
So I need to be late, but yeah, I have the sound on for now, but until Ralph figures out. But
Could we please turn to the entry for March 31st?
oh, there we go. I think.
Page
Oh God, Mila, stop it. Is it working, Rob?
Ms. Boyd, this is
Yes,
the note you
perfect.
Do you see the portion that starts 1:30? Patient continues to CO pain 10/10, which is causing anxiety and insomnia. Do you see that? And
Yes.
what does this mean? Plaintiff continues to CO pain 10/10.
Complain of.
Okay. And the 10 out of 10 is the pain on the scale that you referenced previously, correct?
Correct.
Directing your attention down to the portion that starts with 16:15. It says, at follow-up with surgeon, bandage was removed from skin graft. Graft took 100%, but there was an infection under bolster. Finger was drained, pin was removed, and Rosafin 1G was administered during appointment. Did I read that correctly? And if my pronunciation is incorrect, what does this reflect that Mr. Depp had the bandage from his skin graft on his right middle finger removed on this date?
Meaning removed at that time or removed for good?
Removed at that time.
Yeah, at that time, that's what that would mean.
And the pin from his finger was also removed?
According to this.
Okay. And when you say the bandage was removed at that time,
do you remember what type of bandages Mr. Depp had on his hand at the time?
I don't remember. I didn't hear you. What type of bandage?
Yes.
I don't remember specifics.
Was it a hard cast or a soft cast?
I didn't hear you. What type of bandage?
Yes.
Soft.
Okay. Was Mr. Depp's hand moved? Sorry.
I don't recall if it was a cast, but I know the bandage was soft.
Okay. Do you recall whether Mr. Depp could move the hand that was bandaged?
I don't recall. Hand, yes, for a while. His finger was like splinted.
Do you recall whether Mr. Depp could he grab anything with that hand?
Hand, yes, for a while. I remember him pretending he had a claw. He could do this.
Were certain fingers bound together in the cast?
I don't remember specifics.
Were certain fingers bound together? Mr. Depp eventually returned to Australia after the time period you were just discussing, correct?
Correct.
And you returned with him?
Correct.
And how long did you stay in Australia on that return with him trip?
I don't recall.
Please take a moment and read through this and just let me know when you're done. I'm done. Okay. This is a note you prepared, yes? Correct. And do you remember the event reflected in this note? I do not. Directing your attention to the portion that starts with 1235. You see where it says, RN received text from patient's assistant that the arguments between patient and wife are continuing, and RN should come to the set to see patient. Did I read that correctly? Sorry, I didn't hear your response. Yes. Okay. Who is the assistant referred to here? Do you recall? I don't recall. He had two assistants. And who were they? Stephen and Nathan. Do you recall both of them being in Australia? I don't recall. They were both there. Do you recall both of them being in Australia? Why did you understand French out? Why did you understand that you were being called to set? Objection, hearsay. I don't recall at the time. Why did you understand?
Oh, cool.
Now directing your attention to the last part of this note that says 2100. Says here, between shooting, patient was able to express his feelings to RN. He explained that his wife makes him feel that he never do anything right, and that they cannot have a conversation without her blowing up. Did you see that? And I think you testified you don't recall having this with Mr. Depp. Correct. It goes on to say, patient was given positive reinforcement for expressing his feelings. Patient verbalized he knows it's best for them to take a break from each other when the fights start to escalate, but how she will follow him from room to room when he tries to get away. Do you see that? Have you ever personally observed Mr. Depp try to get away from this herd and her then following him? Yes. But you don't recall him telling you in this specific instance? I do not. And again, you don't have any reason to doubt the accuracy of this note. This appears to be the last note reflected in this document. Do you see that? And I think you said you don't recall specifically when you stopped caring for Mr. Depp, correct? I'm sorry, what was the answer? Sorry. Correct. Do you recall why you stopped providing nursing services to Mr. Depp? Did you continue to work for Dr. Kipper after you stopped providing nursing services? Now, I think you testified earlier, you don't recall the last time you saw Mr. Depp? Not for sure, no. What's the last time that you remember seeing him?
Oh, what happened? I don't hear anything.
I have no idea.
Did it crash?
I don't know. I did hear my in the background. Oh, I hear something.
During the time you were Mr. Depp's nurse, did you ever see Mr. Depp physically abuse Ms. Heard? No. You had witnessed this, would you have documented it?
Don't know.
Documented it in your
During
nursing notes?
the time you were Mr. Depp's nurse, did you ever see Mr. Depp physically?
Uh-oh.
Documented it in your nursing notes.
Yes.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp throw anything in Ms. Heard?
I do not recall ever seeing him throw anything.
Did you, during the time you cared for Mr. Depp, did you ever see Ms. Heard physically abuse Mr. Depp?
No.
Did you ever see Ms. Heard throw anything at Mr. Depp?
I don't recall.
If John is like, what the fuck?
In the time that you cared for Mr. Depp, did he ever tell you that Ms. Heard was physically abusive towards him?
I don't recall any conversations like that.
Were you ever concerned for Mr. Depp's safety around Ms. Heard?
No.
Were you ever called over by Mr. Depp when he was in a fight with Ms. Heard?
I can't remember if it was when a fight. I remember being called over after fights.
And why, to the extent you know, why were you being called over?
My role with Johnny was medication or emotional support.
How many times did you travel with Mr. Depp while he was under your care?
Multiple, but I don't know a specific number.
Did you ever witness Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard get in arguments while you were traveling?
Yes.
And what would Mr. Depp do in those circumstances?
I don't remember specifics other than the one time I mentioned on the airplane.
Did Mr. Depp ever book a separate room to separate himself from Ms. Heard?
I don't recall.
Have you ever witnessed Ms. Heard lose her temper?
I don't recall specifics.
What do you recall generally?
I can't recall.
In the time you treated Mr. Depp, did you ever suspect he was under the influence of alcohol?
I don't recall specific times being of concern.
Do you recall any specific instances when you were concerned he was under the influence of drugs that had not been prescribed by one of his physicians?
I do recall.
Did Mr. Depp ever tell you that someone had taken his prescription drugs?
I don't recall a conversation.
Could we pull up Exhibit I, please?
Please stand by.
And just for the record, this is a document bearing the base numbers Depp 7804 through 7848.
Exhibit 28.
Ms. Floyd, these are, I'll represent that these are text messages between you and Mr. Depp. I think you've seen some portions of this document when you were answering Mr. Nadelhoff's questions. But I'd like to just direct your attention specifically to messages between you and Mr. Depp on May 27th, 2015, which appears on page 7841 and goes through to 7843.
Sorry, counsel, was there an instruction?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Can you please go to the page 7841? And we're going to be scrolling through the pages after that. I think it's up maybe 2 pages. Yep. Great. See the text message that starts in row 320.
Yes.
Okay, so I would like you to please read through the text messages in row 320 through 337, which are from May 27th, 2015. And before you begin, I just want to confirm this number under participants next to your name, that's your phone number.
Oh yeah, above. I was looking below. I was like, no, above, yes.
Okay. Okay, so if you could read through the text messages reflected in rows 320 through 337, and then just let me know when you're done.
Okay, I'm done through 322.
Rob, I sent you a message directly. Check it out.
At this time, it's quiet. It's not because it's on mute. It's because she's looking at text messages between Johnny Depp and herself. I guess planning to recall. They're going to ask her questions on this.
I'm done through 330.
Even Johnny doesn't look happy.
Oh, most of the things she's saying is I don't recall. It doesn't help any.
Look at that smirk of turd. Poop.
I think she got paid by this bitch. I'm sorry to say.
I agree.
Sorry, Lily. I don't recall. What kind of nurse are you? You're the nurse of Johnny, right? Then protect him from crying out loud. You know everything. Come on now.
That's why I said we found Dory.
I don't recall. I have a pimple on my forehead.
Are you done through 337?
Oh, yeah, I was on 233.
All right. Do you recall this exchange with Mr. Depp?
I do not.
Do you have an understanding of what you and Mr. Depp are discussing?
I mean, just from what the text messages says, I can see what he was saying.
And what was Mr. Depp saying?
So she's been stealing his medications. What a bitch.
Anything else about how they came to be missing?
I already don't remember what the above text stated.
Okay, let's go to the text that's in row 33.
Lying.
And it says here, saw them, she wiped me out of everything. Need Adderall in the PRNs. I don't like to be out of stuff on the just in case kind of deal. I can't believe she's got the balls to flat out steal my meds for her fucking debaucheries. Hard game. After all, she is the sister. X me. Did I read that right?
Objection here.
Do you have any understanding as to what Mr. Depp is referring to there?
I do not.
Do you know who he's referring to when he says she is the sister?
I do not.
Sure. How did Miss Herb treat you when you first started caring for Mr. Depp?
She was accepting.
Did that ever change in the time you treated Mr. Depp?
I felt it did.
You felt that at some time Miss Heard's demeanor towards you changed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. When do you recall her demeanor changing?
I don't recall specifically.
How did her treatment of you change?
It wasn't so much her treatment of me hearing that she didn't want me around from other members.
Who did you hear that from?
I don't recall specific. It was from other staff, people that we worked with.
Did you understand, do you have any understanding as to why she didn't want you around?
I do not.
Was Ms. Heard unfriendly towards you?
No.
Did Ms. Heard ever get angry at you in your presence?
Not that I recall.
So just to be clear, you're understanding that Ms. Heard's feelings towards you changed is based off of what you heard from other people, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And your understanding was that, as you said, she didn't want you around, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Depp was your patient, correct?
Correct.
And Amber Heard was not your patient. Is that right?
Correct.
You had testified before, I believe, that you said one of your roles for Mr. Depp was providing him emotional support. Did I recall that correctly?
Correct.
That you didn't have that role for Amber Heard, correct? Correct. One of the exhibits I saw, it was exhibit, I believe, Lloyd 22. There was a reference to polysubstance abuse. What is that?
Polysubstance abuse is used to determine the use of different drugs and or alcohol.
So it's abusing more than one drug or alcohol, is that right?
That's what the term means, yes.
Okay. Could we go to Lloyd 23? So this Lloyd would be the March 7th, 2015 entries.
Okay.
And you see the entry for 1300?
Yes.
You wrote, patient was having a hard time leaving the house, so security suggested the MD and RN go to house to see patient. Upon arrival to house, patient was sitting in car ready to leave. MD assess patient's finger and will spend more time with patient at the location he's being moved to. You wrote that,
I did.
and that was you wrote that based off of information you were provided?
I don't recall what that first sentence is regarding.
All right, you don't have any reason to question the accuracy of the statement?
I do not.
And then at 11:30, the bottom entry, you had testified a bit to that. After the highlighted portion, it says MD offered patient Valium 10 milligrams IM to help with his anxiety and anger, but patient refused. You wrote that?
I did.
Okay. And you have no reason to question the accuracy of that?
I do not.
Okay. Was Mr. Depp expressing you recall Mr. Depp expressing any anger?
Only what I see I referred to earlier in that note, the portion that was highlighted.
Okay. Then the highlighting goes going into the next page. Patient was talking about wanting to drink alcohol but did not obtain any. You wrote that?
I did.
And that was based off of what you saw with Mr. Depp?
According to this, yes.
Okay. And there's no reason to question the accuracy of that note?
Correct.
Okay. And then 3/8/15, 145, you write, patient has been on phone with his security guard that is staying with his wife at their rented house. Patient is discussing wanting to go home to LA tomorrow and rehashing night. Patient's personal security guard came to stay with patient. RN will be next door and instructed security to call during the night if needed. You wrote that?
Correct.
Do you know what you meant by patient is discussing wanting to go home to LA tomorrow and rehashing night?
I do not recall what that's referring to.
I believe you testified way in the beginning that you go to Dr. Kipper as a patient. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Not going into details, but how long have you been his patient?
Since before I went to nursing, early 2000s.
Okay. And do you consider Dr. Kipper to be a friend?
Yes.
When you were with Mr. Depp in Australia, was he drinking at that time?
I don't recall him drinking.
Do you recall that he was specifically abstaining from drinking during that time?
I don't recall.
Did you ever see Ms. Heard drink in front of Mr. Depp while he was abstaining from alcohol?
Yes.
Did you ever, did he ever ask her not to do that, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
All right. Your next witness?
Your Honor, Mr. Depp calls Sean Bett.
Sean. And hey, how do you spell the last name? I'm sorry.
B-E-T-T.
B-E-T-T. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mhm. Oh, could you take television? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Bett.
Good afternoon.
Will you please state your name for the record?
Joshua Sean Bett.
Mr. Bett, what is your occupation?
I'm currently security with Johnny Depp.
And your current employer is Mr. Depp?
That's correct.
And how long have you been in private security?
Approximately just over 20 years.
Prior to working in private security, what were you doing professionally?
I was with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department.
And how long were you with the LA County Sheriff's Department?
Just over 14 years.
Over those 14 years, would you please describe for the jury your responsibilities in each position you held with the LA County Sheriff's Department?
Yes, I was assigned to custody division where we handled the intake and outtake of inmates. Then I was assigned to patrol division where I was assigned to crime units where we were did calls for service, proactive, reactive arrest. After that, I was assigned to gang details where we focus and saturated in certain areas within our district on gang shootings and things of that nature. Then after that, I was assigned to gang units where I performed search warrants and things of that nature, worked with homicide, worked with special enforcement bureaus to combat a lot of the crime that was taking place in our area.
Did it come to a point where your employment with the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department came to an end?
It did.
And how did that come about?
I was in a couple of really bad traffic collisions. And during the course of duties, the County of Los Angeles issued what they call a medical retirement or discharge. And so I was kind of forced out based on my injuries.
And after you left the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, what did you do next?
I was doing some private investigations, and I also was doing security, estate security at various residents and offices, and working with different executives on certain details.
And when you were doing estate security, did you work with a certain clientele?
I did.
What type of clientele?
It ranged from CEOs, VPs of Fortune 500 companies to certain types of celebrities as well.
How did you come to be employed by Mr. Depp?
During the course of working estate security and the type of private security, you come in contact with a lot of other individuals and security companies. What we like to call networking. So when you network with a lot of individuals, they call you from time to time to ask you if you're available to work certain days, weeks, events, and things of that nature. So I was asked by an individual if I wanted to work the estate of Mr. Depp, and I, of course, said yes on a part-time basis at the time.
And where is Mr. Depp's estate?
It's in West Hollywood, or it borders West Hollywood in the city of LA.
And approximately what year was that?
That was at the end of either 2006 into the beginning of 2007, around that time.
And since 2006, 2007, have you been employed exclusively by Mr. Depp?
I have done other work over the years on a part-time basis with other firms, but primarily within the last, I'd say, 6 to 8 years, it's been with Mr. Depp and his family.
And would you please describe for the jury your general job responsibilities when you first started working for Mr. Depp?
It was mostly state security, so we controlled the people that arrived at the estate. We were there to monitor the streets to make sure there were no overzealous fans or paparazzi that would hop fences or would try to sneak in bushes and take pictures of the family. It also entailed taking the kids or the kid's mother to school or shopping or out to dinner and things of that nature.
And when you say the kids, do you mean Mr. Depp's children?
I do.
And who was their mother?
Vanessa Paradis.
Based on your observations, Mr. Bett, would you please describe what it was like working for Mr. Depp in the beginning?
When I first met him,
Excuse me, objection what? Sorry. What day, the foundation, I guess. When are we talking about? Is that what you asked? Could you turn your microphone on?
Vague foundation,
Vague.
and also just relevance.
All right.
What was it like working for him?
What's the relevance?
The relevance is, Your Honor, just background, just to understand.
I'll sustain the objection. We can move on.
Okay. Over the years, Mr. Bett, has your responsibilities evolved over time as you've provided protection for Mr. Depp and his family?
It has.
And how so?
I started to travel a little bit more with them out of state and then eventually out of the country and worldwide.
Did your interactions with Mr. Depp also evolve from the beginning to now?
They did. I was around him quite a bit when he was in town. In the very beginning of my employment with him, he was doing a lot of movies. He was out of the state. He was out of the country a lot. So once he was back in town, if I wasn't with his children, taking them around to school and so forth, I would be around Mr. Depp and provide, security for him when he went out and about in public and so forth.
Would you please describe for the jury your general access to Mr. Depp while providing security for him?
I had access to him at any given time. He had an open door policy. I had access to his residence, the inside, all the rooms at any given time in the event there was an emergency or anything like that.
And when traveling with Mr. Depp, was the access the same?
It was. I have access to his hotel room. Again, if there's an emergency, I have, wherever he's at, I make sure, and it's mandatory, that I and other security personnel have access to him.
And would you please describe for the jury your current job responsibilities?
Basically, to provide security for him and his well-being, albeit if he's in a hotel, a residence, or when he's out and about in public.
Has your job title changed from the beginning to now?
Yes, I primarily now just work with Mr. Depp, not so much with his children anymore. So I guess you could say, for a term, when we're in the United States, I'm kind of his lead security guy.
Are there other members of Mr. Depp's security team?
There are.
And would you please name some of those security members?
That would be Malcolm Conley, who primarily does his European security, although he does come from the States from time to time. Leonard Damian, Mark Gibbs, Travis McGivern, Starling Jenkins.
Who is Jerry Judge?
Jerry Judge used to be his chief security individual. He was with him well over 20 years, I believe, and we lost him a few years ago to cancer.
Over the course of your employment with Mr. Depp, have you seen him consume alcohol?
I have.
How frequently?
It ranged. Sometimes I wouldn't see him drink at all, and there'd be other times he, would have a glass of wine or two.
And based on your observations, how would you describe Mr. Depp's demeanor after drinking alcohol?
His demeanor is the same as if you were talking to him. I would joke around with some of the other security personnel. He's, my terminology would be he's kind of too cool for school. He goes into that kind of Jack Sparrow mode, and he just, he's very likable, whether he drinks or he doesn't drink.
Based on your observations, have you ever seen Mr. Depp appear intoxicated?
Objection leading.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
I've seen him slightly intoxicated.
And again, based on your observations, what is Mr. Depp's demeanor like when he appears slightly intoxicated?
It's the same as if he, had a glass of sparkling water. I mean, he's just very low key. He's easy to get along with. And, he just seems to me, he handles alcohol a lot better than I would.
And over the course of your employment with Mr. Depp, have you ever seen him consume drugs?
I haven't.
Are you generally aware that Mr. Depp has used drugs over the years?
I am
And how are you aware of that?
from him.
Do you know who Miss Heard is?
I do.
Who is Miss Heard?
She is Mr. Depp's ex-spouse.
When did you first meet Miss Heard?
It probably would have been around 2011, 12, maybe around 2010. It was some time ago.
And how did you first meet her?
She came over to his Hollywood estate.
And would you please describe for the jury some of your early interactions with Miss Heard?
She was very pleasant, very easy to get along with. I mean, she was almost as if she was a next door neighbor, just always had a smile to her face and no issues at the time. And, I liked her a lot.
In the early days of Mr. Depp and Miss Heard's relationship, did you have an opportunity to observe them together?
I did.
How frequently?
In the early stages, it was kind of on a part-time basis because a lot of times, he was traveling or he was out of town working on films and so forth. But when they were in LA, I saw them quite frequently, which could have been the days that I worked, which varied anywhere between 4, 5, 6 days a week.
And based on what you observed of them together, how would you describe Miss Heard's relationship with Mr. Depp when they first started seeing each other?
Yes.
Objection, foundation.
All right. Foundation.
Your Honor, I believe I've laid the foundation that he saw them frequently together when they first started dating.
How he would describe their relationship is
All
is
right.
not the foundation.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
After Mr. Depp and Miss Heard started a romantic relationship, did you become familiar with any of Miss Heard's family or friends?
I did.
Which ones?
Her sister, Whitney Heard, her good friend, Raquel or Rocky Pennington, another friend, Io Tillett Wright, Miss Pennington's boyfriend at the time, Josh Drew.
And did you have an opportunity to observe Mr. Depp's interactions with Miss Heard's family and friends?
I did.
And how would you generally describe their interactions?
He was very open and warm to them. He, offered them, whatever they needed. They were constantly coming around the estate. Eventually he let a couple of them live in his penthouses downtown for free. He would let them, a few of them, drive his nice Dodge Challenger in and around town and take on trips.
Did you have an opportunity to observe how Miss Heard's friends and families treated Mr. Depp?
I did. They were obviously very pleasant to him because, from observing, they were taking advantage of him. So they were being obviously extra nice to the hand that feeds them. And that's just progressed over a period of time.
How did Miss Heard interact with you?
Yes. All right. What's the relevance?
It's just background, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection. We can move on. Okay.
Were you ever present, Mr. Bett, for any conversations amongst Miss Heard and her friends?
I was.
Can you describe any particular one that stands out to you?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading calls for hearsay.
All right.
Well, to the extent, Your Honor, we're offering Miss Heard's statements. It's not hearsay.
All right. Well, if you can lay a foundation to that. Let's see.
Do you recall any specific instances, Mr. Bett, where you heard Miss Heard say something to her friends?
I do.
Okay. Can you describe one of those situations?
Yes. The first one, I was taking her from Mr. Depp's property to her apartment in the south end of the city that I believe Mr. Depp was paying for. She was sitting next to me in the vehicle. She was talking to a girlfriend or a friend where they were talking about another male. And she says to the girlfriend, whoever she was talking to, you know, all men are idiots, you know, you shouldn't trust that guy. And then she turned to me and she said, you know, sorry, Sean, not you, I didn't mean that. And I just shrugged it off like it's not a big deal.
Do you remember approximately when that conversation took place?
I would say probably maybe 2012 or 13, perhaps even a little bit sooner than that. It was a long time ago.
And over the years of Ms. Heard's and Mr. Depp's relationships, did you have an opportunity to observe how the relationship evolved?
I did.
And
Well, I'll just see what the next question is. That's fine.
did you notice any changes in the relationship between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
Objection vague, foundation, relevance, and leading.
All right. Well, I'll allow it if you could get a timeline set in there. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did you notice any changes in the relationship between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard after the initial stages of them beginning to engage in a romantic relationship?
I did.
And would you please describe those changes that you observed?
Well, I noticed they went from being that loving, almost like high school couple where they were very giddy towards each other. He was very happy. She was very happy to, they started to argue. They started to argue periodically, and then the arguing started to progress more and more and more. And it was always taking place because, you know, Ms. Heard would start this argument.
Did you ever observe Ms. Heard drink alcohol?
I did.
How often?
It just varied. There would be, you know, some days when I was working that I would see her. There would be other days I didn't see her or she was out of town working. So it just really depended on when she was around. And when she was around, for the most part, you know, she was drinking. You know, sometimes I'd see a glass in her hand and sometimes I'd see her, you know, have 2 glasses if I was in the presence of her and Mr. Depp, obviously.
Based on your observations, did it ever appear that Ms. Heard was intoxicated?
There were times when I went into the penthouse or we were at the Hollywood estate and, you know, based on my training experience in law enforcement, I could tell she was,
Objection,
you
Your
know,
Honor.
slightly intoxicated.
Excuse me.
That's kind of getting into the realm of expert testimony. He's not a designated expert.
Perhaps we can have him answer the question without any citing to any experience in law enforcement, Mr. Bett?
I'll just say an objection. Let's go to the next question.
Okay, understood. Do you recall observing any arguments between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
Several.
Can you tell the jury about one that comes to mind?
There was an incident, for example, I just happened to be on the floor of their penthouse, which is on the top floor of this building. I was outside by the pool area reading a book, and when I was walking back past their door, I could hear shouting. I could hear her voice shouting, you know, at a very high pitch. So I didn't rush in right away or anything. I just kind of stood by the door. He was, you know, speaking with her, and then the voices, you know, the shouting dissipated, and then, you know, there was music playing, and then they started talking. So I kind of just stood by the door briefly, and then I went into another section of the penthouse floor.
Do you recall approximately the time frame of that argument?
As far as the year or how long it lasted?
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Bett. The year.
That could have been perhaps 2012, 2013, maybe a little thereafter.
Did Ms. Heard ever confide in you about her relationship with Mr. Depp?
Briefly.
Do you recall her saying anything in particular about her relationship with Mr.
Well,
Depp?
There was a couple occasions. There was one occasion in which they had an argument at his West Hollywood address. Johnny told me, just take her downtown to the penthouse so she can relax and cool off. As we were driving downtown, she was crying. This was at the point when the arguing was taking place quite frequently. And I was telling her, I said, Amber, this can't continue. You guys are either going to kill each other, or you're going to be in jail. And, with tears and everything, she says, but I love him and I'm not going to lose him. And I says, but you guys can't keep doing this. So we eventually got to the downtown apartments. She said, thank you. I dropped her off. And then I went back to the West Hollywood address.
What did you mean by, this can't continue when you told Ms. Heard that?
The constant arguing and bickering and so forth, because as I said, it was slowly progressing and, it was just going to turn out bad eventually.
I believe you testified earlier that you observed many arguments between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard. Do you recall anything that Ms. Heard said to Mr. Depp while they were arguing?
There was an incident because, as I said, the arguing progressed over and over as the years continued. He would text me when I was working saying,
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain that objection if you want to.
Mr. Bett, if you could just focus on what you overheard Ms. Heard say while observing arguments between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard.
I overheard her saying to him, he's a fat ass, fuck you, Johnny, and you too, Sean, at one time when, she went to throw a water bottle or a plastic cup down the stairs and it bounced kind of in Johnny's direction, but I ended up getting him and we, got out of there as soon as possible.
Did you ever see Ms. Heard throw anything other than a water bottle?
It was a water bottle or a coffee cup. It was something plastic.
Other than a water bottle or a plastic cup, did you ever see Ms. Heard throw anything else?
No, other than what he told me when she threw a broken bottle and sliced his finger. And
Sir, I'll sustain the objection. The jury will strike that testimony. Please just answer the question asked. And when there's an objection, do not speak, okay?
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
After observing several arguments between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, what happened next?
As far as a time frame, well, as I said, the arguing, when it would continue, we would always, I'd put him in the car and we'd drive back to his West Hollywood address, at which point it just depended on the week or the day or the month. They would reconcile within hours, or it might take a day where he would stay overnight at his West Hollywood address. And then, I would take him back the next day and, they would reconcile by, talking, and she would have, candles lit or, a bottle of wine open with glasses, and, within, certain evenings, I'd get a text message from her, asking me to go pick up dinner at local restaurants they frequented.
Did you ever see any violence between Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp?
No.
Other than the occasion when you saw Ms. Heard throw something plastic in Mr. Depp's direction, did you ever see Ms. Heard hit Mr. Depp?
No.
Did you ever see any physical injuries on Ms. Heard?
I didn't.
Did you ever see any physical injuries on Ms. Heard on occasions after Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard argued?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
All right, if you want to lay a time frame to that?
Absolutely. On the occasions that you witnessed Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp argue, after that, did you ever see any physical injuries on Miss Heard?
That's the same question. All right,
move on.
Okay.
At any point during Miss Heard's and Mr. Depp's relationship, did you ever see any injuries on Miss Heard?
No.
How about on Mr. Depp?
Yes.
When did you observe injuries on Mr. Depp?
The first time would have been around 2014, I guess, in which he had his finger was damaged from an incident in Australia.
Do you know how Mr. Depp's finger was damaged?
Objection. Foundation.
Foundation.
It's just background if he knows. I won't ask the full.
I'll
the following
sustain the
question.
objection unless he was an Australian and saw it himself.
Okay.
Okay.
When else did you see injuries on Mr. Depp?
I saw another injury around, would have been March of 2015. He had a swollen kind of cheekbone eyelid.
Your Honor, if I may please pull up a photograph exhibit number 146.
Just to the witness?
Just for the witness, that's
Okay.
correct.
I'm sorry, 146?
Yes, thank
Okay,
you, Your
thank
Honor.
you.
And that's plaintiffs, obviously.
Plaintiffs,
Exhibit 146. Mr. Bett, do you recognize this photograph?
I do,
And how do you recognize it?
because I took that picture.
Why did you take this photograph?
Well, we needed it as evidence in case Ms. Heard tried to make allegations towards Mr. Depp. I was emphatic with him, telling him that's a serious mark and we need to photograph it.
I'll just move to strike for foundation.
I'll allow that answer, but thank you.
And when did you take this photograph?
It would have been around March of 2015.
Your Honor, we ask that this photograph please be published to the jury and admitted into evidence.
Any objection to 146?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 146 in evidence and be published to the jury. Thank you.
Mr. Bett, what does this photograph show?
It depicts a swollen upper left cheekbone with redness to it.
Thank you. Did you notice any other injuries on Mr. Depp?
On that specific day, no,
Later in time, did you ever notice any other injuries on Mr. Depp?
I did.
Can you please describe what you recall?
It was around December of that same year, 2015. He got into an argument with Miss Heard and she scratched him and he had injuries.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain the objection, only your observation, sir, what you saw.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Bett, can you please describe the injury that you saw on Mr. Depp?
Yes, he had scratch marks around his nose area. I believe on one of the sides of his face in the cheek area and then on his forehead.
And if we could just have published to the witness, plaintiff's exhibit number 65.
65.
And Mr. Bett, this is a 3-page document, so if I can have Mr. Arnold Blair please scroll down.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Do you recognize these photographs?
I do,
And how do you recognize them?
because I took them.
When did you take them?
Mid-December 15th.
And why did you take these photographs?
I took him to show proof that he once again had injuries sustained in an altercation.
Your Honor, we'll move to publish these photographs to the jury and for admittance.
All right, any objection to 65?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 65 in evidence, it can be published.
And Mr. Bett, would you please describe what we're looking at here?
The first picture, there's a laceration on the left side of his nose. It looks like the left upper cheek has a slight bruise to it. And then on his forehead, right above the ridge line, just almost to the center, it looks like there's a red scratch mark above his left eye and to the right.
Do you see that in the same subsequent pictures in page 2?
Okay, page 2, I see a scratch mark, a vertical scratch mark adjacent to his right ear on the right side of his face.
Same question for page 3.
Page 3, there's a scratch mark on the lower right portion of his chin. There's that same scratch mark on the center left side of his nose, and you could see the frontal portion of that bruise. It's on the left side under his eye.
Were you surprised to see Mr. Depp with these injuries?
Objection, leading.
All right, I sustain as to leading.
Did you ever see any similar injuries on Miss Heard?
None.
Did you ever see any injuries on Miss Heard?
I didn't.
Did Miss Heard ever tell you she was being abused by Mr. Depp?
She didn't.
Did she ever ask you for help?
No.
Did you ever see any evidence that Miss Heard was being abused by Mr. Depp?
I didn't.
Turning to April 21st, 2016, Mr. Betts, do you remember anything about that day?
Yes, that was the day or evening that Miss Heard was celebrating her birthday with some friends.
Do you recall what birthday Miss Heard was celebrating?
I'm sorry?
Do you recall what birthday Miss Heard was celebrating?
I believe it was her 30th, 29th or 30th.
Your Honor, if we may, can we just remove the exhibits?
Oh, yeah,
Thank you.
sorry. Thank you.
Other than Miss Heard's birthday celebration that evening, do you recall anything else about April 21st, 2016?
He had a meeting that afternoon, and which extended into the evening, and that was as I said, the night of her birthday party, where they got into another argument, and she had struck him in the face.
All right,
Objection, move to strike, Your Honor.
sir, if you didn't see it, you can't testify to it, correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The jury will strike that answer. Thank you,
Your Honor. Were you with Mr. Depp when he attended the meeting that you mentioned earlier?
I was.
And if you know, who was that meeting with?
It was with his accountant,
And who is Mr. Depp's accountant?
Ed White.
And where did that meeting take place?
It took place at his old production office in the Los Angeles area.
What happened after the meeting ended?
When the meeting ended, we drove to his West Hollywood address, which might have been maybe 5-10 minutes away. He had to go inside the house and retrieve something. I don't know what it was. We were only there a short period of time, and we were kind of rushing because we had been running late because it was a birthday dinner, and then we eventually left thereafter and headed back down to the penthouses downtown Los Angeles.
And how would you describe Mr. Depp's demeanor after the meeting ended with Mr. White?
To me, he looked fine. You could tell he was in a hurry, and he was, telling me, okay, we got to hurry up and go to the house real quick before we go downtown. But other than that, he appeared fine to me.
And based on your observations, Mr. Bett, did Mr. Depp appear to you to be intoxicated?
He didn't.
I believe you testified that after you left the meeting, you went to Mr. Depp's home, his residence in West Hollywood, and then on to the Eastern Columbia building. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What happened after you arrived at the penthouses for Miss Heard's birthday dinner?
We went upstairs, and she was having a dinner with her friends, and one of the penthouses, I believe it was penthouse number 5. We entered the front door to that penthouse. Amber stood up. She walked towards Mr. Depp. She had a look of, you could tell she was upset the fact that he was late. Mr. Depp apologized to everybody, apologized to Amber, and, told her, sorry, baby, or words to that effect for being late. She gave him a hug and a kiss and said, come sit down, sugar.
Was that a nickname, a common nickname Miss Heard used for Mr. Depp?
Yes, she used to call him that quite frequently in front of me.
Approximately what time did you arrive to the Eastern Columbia building?
It would have been somewhere between maybe 9 and 10 o'clock in the evening.
Do you know what time the birthday dinner for Miss Heard was scheduled to start?
I can't remember the exact time.
Do you recall how late you and Mr. Depp were to the birthday dinner?
I knew we were running behind, but as I said, I didn't know actually what time the dinner was starting.
And once you arrived at the penthouses at the Eastern Columbia building, did you go inside?
Briefly, I had a couple of Mr. Depp's computer bags and bags with me, and I just set them down in the corner, and then I exited thereafter.
How long did you stay at the Eastern Columbia building after exiting the penthouse?
I was probably there perhaps maybe another hour or two, and then I would have been relieved by the night shift security personnel, Travis McGivern.
Did you happen to work the next day on April 22nd, 2016?
I did.
Where did you start working on that day?
On that day, I drove to his West Hollywood address because Mr. McGivern had sent me a text message stating they had an argument.
Objection, hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain as the hearsay.
Why did you start your shift at the Sweetser property or Mr. Depp's West Hollywood property as opposed to the Eastern Columbia building?
Because that's where Mr. Depp was at the time.
Do you recall anything specific about that day, April 22nd, 2016?
Just he had told me they had a.
So I'll sustain objection. You cannot say what he told you, sir. I'm sure you've testified before, correct?
I have.
Yes, thank you.
Did you see Mr. Depp when you arrived to his West Hollywood home on April 22nd, 2016?
I did.
Did you observe any injuries on Mr. Depp?
I didn't.
In this time frame of April 2016, do you recall Mr. Depp's mother having any health problems?
Yes.
What do you recall about her health problems?
At that time, she was very critical. She had been suffering from cancer for some time. a few years, I believe. And at that stage, she was slowly deteriorating. So it was approximately a month before she passed.
Do you recall when she passed away?
I believe it was around May 20th, 19th.
And how did you learn that she had passed away?
Mr. Depp told me.
And again, based on your observations, how would you describe Mr. Depp's demeanor when he informed you that his mother had passed away?
Well, he just lost his mother, so he was, you could tell he was, very sad, and he was mourning. And so I just left him alone until he needed me for whatever I had to do for him that day.
And to your knowledge, Mr. Bett, when was the next time Mr. Depp saw Miss Heard?
Maybe a month later, sometime in May.
And I'm sorry, was that a month after the birthday dinner on April 21st, 2016?
Objection leading.
I'll sustain as to leading.
To your knowledge, after April 21st, 2016, when did Mr. Depp next see Miss Heard?
In my presence, he would have seen her May 21st.
And was that after Mr. Depp's mother passed away?
Correct. That would have been a day after she passed.
I have approximately 10, 15 minutes left.
I'll let you finish. If that's okay with the jury, we'll finish at least the direct. Okay,
Thank you.
that's fine.
Turning to May 21st, 2016, please tell us what you remember about that day.
That day we were at his West Hollywood address. Jerry Judge, his chief security guard, was with me and with us at the estate at the time. Later on in that evening, Mr. Depp told us that he wanted to go down and retrieve some items from the penthouse. And he also wanted to talk briefly with Miss Heard.
Objection hearsay, Your Honor.
All right.
It's just to establish.
All right. You want to talk to Ms. Heard? That's fine. We'll leave it at that. Next question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. So you were working on May 21st, is that right?
I was.
Did you end up taking Mr. Depp to the penthouses at Eastern Columbia Building?
I did, and Mr. Judge was along with me as well.
And do you remember approximately what time you arrived at the penthouses?
It would have been sometime after 7:30, maybe 7:45, 7:15, around that time frame.
And was that in the evening?
It was.
Did you enter the penthouses with Mr. Depp?
I did, myself and Jerry Judge and Mr. Depp.
And what did you see when you first entered the penthouse?
When we first walked in, on the center island in the kitchen, there were candles lit on the table. There was a couple wine glasses that were empty, and there was a bottle of wine that was open. There was also music playing in the background through the speakers that were in the wall.
Did you see Miss Heard when you first entered the penthouse?
I didn't.
What happened after you entered the penthouses?
After we entered the penthouses, Jerry Judge told Johnny that myself and
Yes.
Objection hearsay.
All right. I'll sustain the objection. All right. Next question.
Okay. Did you stay inside the penthouse with Mr. Judge and Mr. Depp?
no, shortly thereafter, Mr. Judge and I exited the penthouse and stood outside the door briefly.
How long would you estimate that you stood outside the door of the penthouse?
It would have been approximately maybe 10 minutes, maybe a little bit more, a little bit less.
And after standing outside the penthouse for 10 minutes, give or take, where did you go next?
We walked down the hallway to penthouse number 5. Penthouse number 5 has 2 doors. There's a main entrance that takes you into the living room. Next to it, around the corner, it's a continuation of the penthouse, which is like a storage area. It also has, it had a couch at the time and a TV for the security personnel. So once we were at the penthouses, we could go in there, have lunch or dinner, or watch a little bit of TV. And then, you know, whenever Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard would leave and I'd have to drive, or the other security personnel, we would get a text, or they would come knock on the door and we would leave.
And when you first arrived to the penthouses with Mr. Depp, based on your observations, was he drinking?
He had some glasses of wine at the meeting he was at with his accountant.
Apologies, Mr. Bett. I meant on May 21st, 2016.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Did you observe Mr. Depp drinking any alcohol that day?
He might have had a glass of wine in the car, but as far as the entire day, I wouldn't have known how much he drank.
Did he appear intoxicated to you when he arrived to the Eastern Columbia building?
No.
So you went to the storage area of the penthouse area. How long were you there?
We might have been there maybe 10 minutes, 5 minutes. We got something to drink, and then we exited that penthouse I described, or that penthouse storage area.
And where did you go next?
We walked down the hall towards Mr. Depp's penthouse, which would have been penthouse number 3.
And did you stand outside the door or did you go in?
As we approached the door, we could hear the screaming and shouting from Ms. Heard. So I immediately opened up the door, and Mr. Judge and I ran in there.
What do you remember Ms. Heard screaming or shouting?
It appeared she was shouting profanities. So once Mr. Judge and I went through the front door, Mr. Depp would have been standing directly in front of us, maybe about 20 feet, because parallel to us walking in or running in, there was a wall. It was the way the kitchen was set up, it was almost like an L shape. So you walk in and then you'd have to make a left. So Mr. Depp would have been standing in front of us, and he glanced at us. As soon as Mr. Judge and I rounded the corner, I saw Ms. Heard standing next to her good friend, Raquel Pennington.
And how was Ms. Heard standing? Where were her hands?
Her hands would have been in this motion. Once Mr. Judge and I rounded that corner and she saw both Jerry and I, she had this look of surprise on her face, and then she looked at Mr. Depp and us, and she shouted out loud, "This is the last time you do this to me." At which point Mr. Depp looked at her and said, "What the hell are you talking about?" At that point, Mr. Judge tapped Mr. Depp on the arm and told him, "Boss, let's leave." So we gathered, there was a couple of computer bags that was right on a table, and we exited the front door to penthouse number 3.
Based on your observations, did you have a clear view of Ms. Heard?
I did.
Did you have a clear view of her face?
I did.
Did you observe any injuries on Ms. Heard's face?
I didn't.
Did you see any redness,
I didn't.
swelling?
None.
Was Ms. Heard holding her face?
She wasn't.
So what happened next?
We exited penthouse number 3 and we walked down the hallway. Right when we were getting close to penthouse number 5 door, Mr. Depp says, "I need to get in here and look for something." So I opened up the door for him. We went inside, and that's when I saw Ms. Heard's friend, Raquel Pennington's boyfriend, Josh Drew, another unknown female that I'd never seen before, and there was a small dog kind of walking around. Mr. Depp, I believe he said, "Get the fuck out of my apartment." So Mr. Drew nodded his head and basically said, "Okay." The female picked up the dog, and they exited the front door to that penthouse.
What did Mr. Depp do next?
He was walking around the kitchen area, living room area. He might have gone upstairs briefly. I can't remember. I don't know what he was looking for. I didn't ask him. Mr. Judge didn't ask him. Eventually, he didn't find whatever he was looking for, and we exited penthouse number 3.
And while Mr. Depp was in penthouse number 3, did you observe him cause any damage?
No,
Did you observe him cause any damage to any of the penthouses on May 21st, 2016?
no,
Did you see Mr. Depp become violent with anyone while at the penthouses on May 21st, 2016?
Objection leading.
I'll allow it. That's fine.
I didn't.
Mr. Bett, have you ever seen Mr. Depp become violent with Ms. Heard?
I haven't.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
All right. You can stay right there, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the testimony for today. So I'll release you. We'll be back here at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Please have a safe, quiet night. Please take care of yourself. Take your vitamins. We need you. And we will see you.
Yes, take your vitamins.
Don't talk to anybody. Don't do any outside research, okay? All right, thank you.
Very important to take your vitamins.
Take your vitamins.
Rob, take your vitamins.
I will.
No,
He's got food right here. I'm sorry.
Ginger.
Ooh.
Oh my God, that was a great ending. That's just what I needed because after that nurse, I don't know. Bullshit.
I bet she was fucking raging right now.
Mr. Bett, since you're still in the middle of your testimony, you cannot talk to the attorneys or Mr. Depp about your testimony or about this case.
We
okay?
already know,
All right,
darling.
and we'll see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Okay, sir?
Thank you.
Thank you. You're released.
She looks like a real
Anything
deal,
else?
Penny. Seriously.
She's growing on me.
Me too. But just looking at her face, she looks like a very genuine woman that doesn't take any bullshit.
Yeah, she definitely looks like she is no bullshitter. She just wants this fucking over with.
Mm-hmm.
Well, listen, if you missed the testimony, I'll put it up on Twitter as much as I can. I do have to take a break tomorrow. I do have to go to my doctor, but I'll do what I can. So.
Yeah.
I can't stay long because I gotta head on out with the family. But overall, I'll give a quick opinion here from the panel. See what you guys think. I thought Sean Bett did great. Honest
Yes.
answer. Oh,
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, hold on. There's Thor. I don't need Thor, so I can stop showing you.
Ginger, I'm sweating.
All right, Thor.
Oh my God. Wow, that's a shocker.
So, like everything we saw in the police video, everything we seen, I put up here for Johnny Depp shorts. You've seen him getting in the elevator, getting out the elevator. He said there was no damage. He never saw Johnny hurt her. She was great, and her friends treated Johnny great until they, things went sour. He felt like they would be using him for drove around his car. I didn't know that. That was something I'd never heard before.
Mm-hmm.
Basically taking advantage, living rent free, all that stuff. And
That was how manipulative she is. Also, like, oh my God, how dare you to do this? I'm like, girl.
Mm-hmm.
When he said like he went to the kitchen and then she was like really surprised and then tried to manipulate everything. I was like, well, there you go. What kind of a nasty woman she is, really.
I mean, he said stuff like, he took pictures, and why? Because he saw the injuries and he did what he should have done, just like Dr. Kipper. When Dr. Kipper said, "Hey, there's something wrong," that's what you do. That's part of security. It's part of being a doctor. It's part of being your profession. So he did that. He took pictures. He talked about the Australia incident a little bit. He talked about scratches on Johnny's face. Show all the pictures. showed a swelling on his mark and his face, mark on his face, some swelling on his cheek. You know, I thought he was good. I mean, you know, he said what he had to say. Again, Amber's going to have questions. So tomorrow we're going to get into the counter testimony, see what they say. He got to the Eastern, you know, and exactly what it looked like. He described coming in, saw some wine. Okay, we saw the wine bottle in the police cam. Comes in there, nothing's messed up, no damage. He said that. Left, that Johnny went. The only thing we didn't know, and that I'm not aware of, that he went to see the others who were staying in Penthouse 5 and said, get out. Didn't know he did that. Didn't know that was said. That was new. And then they left. What?
That was Penthouse 3.
Oh, Penthouse 3. I thought he said Penthouse 5.
They went to Penthouse 3.
Yeah. I thought it was 5. My bad. So that's, you know, like I said, looked good. Debbie Lloyd was a lot of, I can't recall. Oh, God.
Yeah, oh my God, she was a piece
I
of
hope.
sorry.
I
But
hope
as a nurse or somebody, you should be straightforward, just like Sean Ben did. But she's like, I don't recall. I'm like, girl,
Liz
come
says
on.
it was number 5.
Amber. To
Liz
not
said it was number 5.
I mean, your job is to take care of people, right? And I said because she cared. Well, she wasn't acting like that, so she should stop her job then if she cannot even be truthful to a person she's been taken care of, literally.
No, he's not done. First 3, then 5. Okay. Yeah, he's not done. He'll be on the stand tomorrow. So when we come tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock, he'll be up there. I don't know who else they're going to call. I don't know if they're calling Johnny. Rumor was, from what I've read today, they might. I don't know. I think it's too early to call him. I don't think that's going to happen. But whatever.
They don't know yet, but I don't know. The message I sent you, they're saying that he will testify more, but who knows? Nobody knows. We'll just have to see.
Yeah, I'm just gonna. You know, I'm not gonna go crazy if they do. I think it's too early. I think you should call up other people. You know, I think that Johnny and Amber should be the last 2 to go. Just my opinion. Yeah, I think this week should be more witnesses, and then maybe the next week more witnesses, and then the following week you have half Johnny, half Amber, and
it goes up.
Yes, it was hard listening to the nurse. Someone said that, yeah, it was. So what I did to make it easy, I tried to put on my cell phone. If you put on your cell phone, you're going to hear it a lot better. This is my laptop. So I took my cell phone and I was trying to put it over so you guys can hear it, and I shut the volume. But you might have heard my family in the background. So sorry about that, because my daughter's off for spring break and everybody's off. So
yeah.
But last week for spring break, the day that I started.
Right. And, you know, the mention that he said was he saw I'll Tillett right. So he said Whitney, Rocky, Josh, and I.O. That was interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know I.O. was there. I didn't know I.O., you know, that was okay. That threw me off a little, too. I was like, I.O., really? Oh, wow. Okay. He would know.
I stayed a lot with Amber in that time.
I thought I.O. was in New York that day. That's what they're saying.
Well, he said he saw her friends with the penthouse, and I was like, and they said, could you name them? And he said the first person he said was Whitney, and the second one he said was Rocky, and the third person he said was I.O., and the fourth one was Josh Drew, and those are the 4 he mentioned.
They lied because they're saying that he was in New York and he made that 911 call from New York to LA. That's bullshit.
At that time, but what Sean Betts said in the beginning, when they first came into the penthouses to live rent free that Johnny was paying for, he said, what are the 4? Who'd you see? He said, I saw Whitney Hurd, okay, Rocky Pennington, I.O. Tillett Wright, and Josh Drew. He didn't say that was the night of the Eastern. He said that's when they first moved into penthouses.
Yeah.
So I.O. could have moved. Yeah, sure. I.O. could have said, hey, I'm going to go to New York. Thanks for letting me stay, blah, blah. Remember, it was 3.5 years because Isaac was there also. He was another guy that Johnny brought in. So, yeah, I think Sean's doing a smack job, KK. Absolutely. Web Surfer Guy says, Rob, thank you for the continued coverage. Thank you to the guests and community for keeping it interesting, even during the I can't remember test.
That's funny.
Well, look, tomorrow morning I'll do a quick review again. from what I remember, there's a lot I didn't remember. There was some things I could not hear. There was some things I couldn't make out. I tried. I think I did a better job in the afternoon than the morning, even though I tried to pick up on it. There's stuff all over Twitter. I posted as much as I could on Twitter, so you could check there. Listen, I can't get anything. I might have missed some things, whatever. But this is what I got. I try to summarize it. I try to pick out the big points. Again, I haven't heard anybody say that they've seen Johnny abuse Amber. I haven't. The only thing I've heard was the therapist with her mark on her eye or cheeks or whatever it was, and like saying a bruise on her arm. That's what.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but that's just bullshit about a bruise on her arm.
They also said that oh God, Echo Spice, this is great. I can't recall what you're referring to, Rob.
Debbie Lloyd is trending on Twitter too now.
I can't recall. That's bullshit. Yep. She got paid.
And thank you so much for Super Guy. You're very generous. You're very kind every day, and I really appreciate you doing that. It's very nice. Thank you. I know Keely's going live. I know Tug's going to go live. You want to check them out? Hey, you should check everybody out. Get everybody's opinions. Maybe someone picks up something I didn't. Someone picks up something you didn't, or whatever. I'm never against that. She always support everybody.
In the beginning, that you mentioned, there was somebody texting during the court. I don't know if it's part of their team or if it's a lawyer or media. We don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. So that's all I got from. Again, I'll go over it tomorrow. I'll go a little bit more in depth. I took notes, as you can see on my pad. I do it every day. So we'll go over that tomorrow. We'll be on again 9:15, 9:20. Let's say 9:20 because I need some time to get ready in the morning. So I'll be on about 9:20 to 10 o'clock. We'll watch what's going on. I'm going to take a break, and in between, I'll have my panel hang out and handle the stream, and I'll come back. I got to go to the doctor, so shouldn't be long.
Rob, what I wanted to say for your leg.
Well, what happened?
Use Amica for your leg.
Yeah. What'd you say, Dolly?
The only thing I wanted to say, like, in all honesty, they were living free in his penthouse, so he has all the right to say, like, fuck off.
Right. Sean is mad. You could tell. A lot of people say that in the comments, in the chat. They were saying, oh, he's mad. Let him talk.
He said something that caught my eye.
Go ahead.
He said that they were abusing his hospitality and generosity, and that wasn't right. Literally.
I think also Amber said something to him, called him a name, like she said fat ass, and she said to Sean too.
Yeah,
and she said something about men, and then she looked at Sean because she realized she was
all
saying,
men are stupid or idiots, something like that.
Yeah, and he got mad. He just shrugged it off. He's like, whatever, whatever. I don't give a crap,
To be honest, I'd rather look at Johnny's fat ass than her skinny
but
butt.
yeah, I'll put it. Listen, and you got to be patient with the
giggity
tweets
to that.
because if there's not enough information and there's a lot of pause or there's a lot of stupid questions, I'm not going to put up every question that's dumb and retarded. It's got to be some good points. So I try to pinpoint what is good, what is major that's said from each individual. It doesn't make sense to go over little tidbits that they ask a question 500 times. Like, okay, we got the point already. We got to put, but anything major, I'll throw up. Just right now, everything do 4 days. A little bit of Amber, yeah, but more Johnny. I think Johnny's got more on his side thus far through 4 days. This is how I feel. I feel good about it so far. Yes. I didn't have this really come by and kill Johnny. It's been like, he drinks, but he holds his alcohol. That's not the first person to say that. A lot of people said, have you ever seen them physically with each other? No. Have you ever seen them beat up? But this is the first person that said, yeah, I saw Johnny and I took photos of it. Wow, okay.
I literally almost dropped the
hey, that's pretty big. I mean, in my opinion, again, these are things I'm seeing. These are things that would stand out to me when I'm there. I'm trying to pretend I'm at work when I do this. So what stands out to me? What would I think if I'm a juror? What would I think if I'm the clerk? What would I question the judge about? I try to think about things that when I'm sitting there, because these are things that I hear during trial. I'll hear certain things and I'll say, hey, Judge, did you hear him say such and such? Then why did he say this? Or did you hear him say that? Yet why is that a problem? Like, I'll give you an example. A judge said to me once, he said the couple were getting divorced and she was after his money. She didn't work at all. And he was doing like side jobs and stuff. He said she didn't seem to have a problem when she was living with the guy. She never reported his side jobs or anything, like he didn't pay his taxes. But now all of a sudden, she wants to throw it at me as the judge and say, oh, look, he did this, he did. Like she's trying to report everything. So my question is, why didn't you report it when you were with him all this time? Why? Because he was giving you money, because he was buying you things, he was taking you out, because he, and the perfect proof of what the judge told me about that case is what Sean Betts said about Amber Heard and her friends. And that's why I'm using that. Things were great. Using Johnny's car. Very nice to me. Very nice to Johnny. Kiss ass, because you don't bite the hand that feeds you.
Exactly.
He said it perfectly. Judge Penny's doing a great job. She puts her foot down when she has to on both sides. She's being fair, I have to say. And about Jerry Judge, unfortunately, he's passed. And, I feel bad. I do. God, God rest his soul and all that. But for someone who's passed, you can't use anything because there's questions you can have on both sides that you can't throw. So you can't, unfortunately, use anything of his because he's not there to answer it. So unfortunately, I don't see them using his testimony unless the judge, I just can't see it happening because there's going to be questions on both ends. Like, how can he say this? And how can he do that?
Well, I guess the only thing that you can do is the recordings that we have.
Yeah, that's about it. So,
especially when he was on the phone saying he has to deal with the devil.
Yeah, and thank you again, Web Surfer guy. I appreciate it. I appreciate all you being here today. I have to get going now because I got to go out and want to get some rest for tomorrow because we got another full day. Should be fun. Looks like we're starting off with Mr. Sean Bett, not Sean B in the chat. You could say Sean, so don't get confused, but the different Sean B.
Hey, Rob.
Yes.
I was gonna ask you I guess a more professional kind of question of since I started, making videos on this, how do I go about like getting myself out there and everything?
Well, you're doing it right now. The best way, listen, come here. I got a channel. I got a community. They're all here. You could advertise yourself. Put your channel anytime you want in my chat. Feel free. And during lunchtime tomorrow, if you want to advertise yourself, just say, hey, Rob, can I talk about my channel? Sure. So if you haven't checked her out, I'm going to put her name up here. Hold on, give me a second. There's Animation Alliance. I don't put the names up because you can't see the faces when we go small. But, this is Tal, Carmen, Dolly, and Animation Alliance has a channel. Oh, this way. Sorry, this way. Go check her out. Here, let's switch places with Tal. There you go. So go check her out. Check out Animation Alliance. Check out her channel. Hit that subscribe button. It doesn't hurt. Please get some support. Get some love. Go check her out.
Yes.
Okay, well, I gotta go. I'm getting the call.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Good day or good night.
Tomorrow at 6:15 California time.
Yes. So I will see you tomorrow. We got Sean Bett starting the day. We'll see where it goes from there. I don't know what's going to happen. Hey, I'll review everything with Debbie Lloyd and Sean Bett. And I love you guys. Be well. Thank you again, Web Surfer Guy. Thank you, Megan. Thank you, Issa Mello. Thank you, everybody who came. I hope you had a good time. Thank my panel, Tal, Animation Alliance, Carmen, Dolly, Rosie, and Just Call Me Hen. So don't forget, subscribe to the couple of YouTubers. Support them. Love everybody. You all take care. And if you need anybody, reach out to someone you know who's here. Don't feel shy. It doesn't have to be me. It could be anybody you feel comfortable with. And talk to them if you have an issue. Everybody will be there. You're not a burden to anyone. Remember that, okay?
Absolutely.
Have a great night. Remember, you guys are important. Love you all.
Don't forget to
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Take care. Have a good night,
Bye-bye.
everyone.